Chapter 6. Our 8-point margin of victory in Iowa made news across the country. The media used words like stunning and seismic to describe it, noting that the results were especially devastating for Hillary, who finished third. Both Chris Dodd and Joe Biden promptly dropped out of the race. Elected officials who'd stayed cautiously on the sidelines were now calling, ready to endorse. Pundits declared me the new Democratic front-runner, suggesting that the high level of voter engagement in Iowa signaled a broader appetite for change in America. Having spent the previous year as David, I was suddenly cast as Goliath, and as happy as I was about our victory, the new role felt awkward. For a year, my team and I had avoided getting too high or too low, ignoring both the initial hype surrounding my candidacy and the subsequent reports of its imminent demise. With only 5 days between Iowa and the New Hampshire primary, it took everything we had to tamp down expectations. Axe considered the gushing stories and TV images of me before adoring crowds Obama the icon. He complained especially unhelpful in a state like New Hampshire, where the electorate, many of them independents who like to decide at the last minute between voting in the Democratic or Republican primary, had a reputation for being contrarian. Still, it was hard not to feel like we were in the driver's seat. Our organizers in New Hampshire were just as tenacious and our volunteers just as spirited as those in Iowa. Our rallies drew enthusiastic crowds, with lines to get in that would wind through parking lots and stretch around the block. Then, in the span of 48 hours, the contest took a couple of unexpected turns. The first happened during the lone debate before the primary when, midway through, the moderator asked Hillary how she felt when people said she was not likable. Now, this was the type of question that drove me nuts on several levels. It was trivial. It was unanswerable. What's a person supposed to say to something like that? And it was indicative of a double standard that Hillary specifically and women politicians in general had to put up with, in which they were expected to be nice in ways that were never deemed relevant to their male counterparts. Despite the fact that Hillary was handling the question just fine. Well, that hurts my feelings, she said, laughing, but I'll try to go on. I decided to interject. You're likable enough, Hillary, I said, deadpan. I assumed the audience understood my intentions, to make an overture to my opponent while indicating scorn for the question. But whether because of bad delivery, clumsy phrasing, or spin by the Clinton communications team, a storyline emerged that I had been patronizing toward Hillary, dismissive, even, yet another boorish male putting down his female rival. In other words, the opposite of what I had meant. Nobody on our team got too exercised about my remark, understanding that any attempt to clarify it would only fuel the fire. But no sooner had the story begun to die down than the media exploded yet again, this time over how Hillary was being perceived following a meeting she'd had with a group of undecided voters in New Hampshire, most of them women. Fielding an empathetic question about how she was managing the stresses of the race, Hillary had momentarily choked up, describing how personally and passionately invested she was, how she didn't want to see the country move backward, and how she'd devoted her life to public service against some pretty difficult odds. It was a rare and genuine show of emotion on Hillary's part, one that ran counter to her steely, controlled image, enough so that it made headlines and sent the cable news pundits into orbit. Some interpreted the moment as compelling and authentic, a new point of human connection between Hillary and the public. Others deemed it either a manufactured bit of emotion or a sign of weakness that threatened to damage her candidacy. Running beneath it all, of course, was the fact that Hillary quite possibly could become the nation's first female president and, just as mine did with race, her candidacy surfaced all sorts of stereotypes about gender and how we expected our leaders to look and behave. The frenzy around whether Hillary was trending up or down continued right into primary day in New Hampshire. My team took comfort in the fact that we had a big cushion. Polls showed us with a 10-point lead. So when the midday rally we'd scheduled at a local college drew a sparse crowd, my speech interrupted by a fainting student and what seemed like an interminable response time by the medics, I didn't take it as a bad omen. It wasn't until that evening, after the polls had closed, that I knew we had a problem. As Michelle and I were in our hotel room getting ready for what we expected to be a victory celebration, I heard a knock and opened the door to find Plouffe, Axe, and Gibbs standing sheepishly in the hall, looking like teenagers who had just crashed their dad's car into a tree. "We're going to lose," Plouffe said. They began offering various theories on what had gone wrong. It was possible that independents who supported us over Hillary had decided to vote en masse in the Republican primary to help John McCain, figuring that we had our race well in hand. Undecided women may have swung sharply in Hillary's direction during the campaign's final days. Or maybe it was the fact that when the Clinton team attacked us on TV and in campaign mailings, we hadn't done enough to highlight their negative tactics, allowing the punches to land. The theories all sounded plausible. But for the moment, the whys didn't matter. "Looks like winning this thing's going to take a while," I said with a rueful smile. "Right now, let's figure out how to cauterize the wound." "No hangdog looks," I told them. Our body language had to communicate to everyone, the press, donors, and most of all our supporters, that setbacks were par for the course. I reached out to our distraught New Hampshire team to tell them how proud I was of their efforts. Then there was the matter of what to say to the 1,700 or so people who had gathered in an Nashua school gym in anticipation of victory. Fortunately, I had already worked with Faves earlier in the week to tone down any triumphalist tones in the speech, asking him instead to emphasize the hard work that lay ahead. I now got him on the phone to instruct that, other than a tip of the hat to Hillary, we barely changed the text. The speech I gave to our supporters that evening would end up being one of the most important of our campaign, not just as a rallying cry for the disheartened, but as a useful reminder of what we believed. "We know the battle ahead will be long," I said, "but always remember that no matter what obstacles stand in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change." I said that we lived in a country whose history was all but built on hope, by people, pioneers, abolitionists, suffragists, immigrants, civil rights workers, who'd been undeterred by seemingly impossible odds. "When we've been told we're not ready," I said, "or that we shouldn't try, or that we can't, generations of Americans have responded with a simple creed that sums up the spirit of the people: yes we can." The crowd began to chant the phrase like a drumbeat, and for perhaps the first time since Sachs had suggested it as a slogan for my Senate campaign, I fully believed the power of those three words. The news coverage following our loss in New Hampshire was predictably tough, the overall message being that order had been restored and Hillary was back on top. But a funny thing happened inside our campaign. Devastated as they were by the loss, our staff grew more unified and also more determined. Instead of a drop-off in volunteers, our offices reported a surge of walk-ins across the country. Our online contributions, particularly from new small-dollar donors, spiked. John Kerry, who'd previously been non-committal, came out with an enthusiastic endorsement for me. This was followed by announcements of support from Governor Janet Napolitano of Arizona, Senator Claire McCaskill of Missouri, and Governor Kathleen Sebelius of Kansas, all hailing from states that leaned Republican and helping to send a message that despite the setback, we were strong and moving forward, our hopes intact. All this was gratifying, and it confirmed my instinct that losing New Hampshire wasn't the disaster commentators thought it might be. If Iowa had shown me to be a real contender, and not simply a novelty act, the rush to anoint me had been artificial and premature. In that sense, the good people of New Hampshire had done me a favor by slowing down the process. "Running for president is supposed to be hard," I told a group of supporters the next day. "Because being president is hard. Delivering change is hard. We were going to have to earn this thing, and that meant getting back to work." And that's what we did. Nevada's caucus came on January 19, just a week and a half after New Hampshire, and we weren't surprised when we lost the raw vote to Hillary. Polls there had shown us to be well behind her throughout the year. But in presidential primaries, what matters is not so much the number of individual votes you get but rather how many pledged convention delegates you win, with delegates apportioned based on a series of arcane rules unique to each state. Thanks to our organization's strength in rural Nevada, where we'd campaigned hard, Elko, a town that looked like a Western movie set, complete with tumbleweeds and a saloon, was one of my all-time favorite stops. Our more even distribution of votes across the state resulted in us winning 13 delegates to Hillary's 12. Improbably enough, we were able to emerge from Nevada claiming a draw and entered the next phase of the campaign, the South Carolina primary and the behemoth, 22-state Super Tuesday, with at least a fighting chance. My senior team would later say it was my optimism that carried them through the loss in New Hampshire. I don't know if that's actually the case, since my staff and supporters operated with admirable resilience and consistency throughout the campaign, independent of anything I did. At most, I had simply returned the favor, given all that others had done to drag me across the Iowa finish line. What is probably true is that New Hampshire showed my team and supporters a quality I had learned about myself, something that proved useful not just during the course of the campaign but for the 8 years that followed. I often felt steadiest when things were going to hell. Iowa may have convinced me and my team that I could end up being president, but it was the New Hampshire loss that made us confident I'd be up to the job. I've often been asked about this personality trait, my ability to maintain composure in the middle of crisis. Sometimes I'll say that it's just a matter of temperament, or a consequence of being raised in Hawaii, since it's hard to get stressed when it's 80 degrees and sunny and you're 5 minutes from the beach. If I'm talking to a group of young people, I'll describe how over time I've trained myself to take the long view, about how important it is to stay focused on your goals rather than getting hung up on the daily ups and downs. There's truth in all of this. But there's another factor at play. In tough spots, I tend to channel my grandmother. She was 85 years old then, the last survivor of the trio who raised me. Her health was declining, cancer had spread through a body already ravaged by osteoporosis and a lifetime of bad habits. But her mind was still sharp, and because she was no longer able to fly and I'd missed our annual Christmas trip to Hawaii due to the demands of the campaign, I had taken to calling her every few weeks just to check in. I placed such a call after New Hampshire. As usual, the conversation didn't last long. Toot considered long-distance calls an extravagance. She shared news from the islands, and I told her about her great-granddaughters and their latest mischief. My sister Maya, who lived in Hawaii, reported that Toot watched every twist and turn of the campaign on cable TV, but she never brought it up with me. In the wake of my loss, she had just one piece of advice. You need to eat something, Bar. You look too skinny. This was characteristic of Madeline Payne Dunham, born in Peru, Kansas, in 1922. She was a child of the Depression, the daughter of a school teacher and a bookkeeper at a small oil refinery, themselves the children of farmers and homesteaders. These were sensible people who worked hard, went to church, paid their bills, and remained suspicious of bombast, public displays of emotion, or foolishness of any sort. In her youth, my grandmother had pushed against these small-town constraints, most notably by marrying my grandfather Stanley Armour Dunham, who was prone to all the questionable qualities mentioned above. Together they'd had their fair share of adventures, during the war and after, but by the time I was born, all that remained of Toot's rebellious streak was her smoking, drinking, and taste for lurid thrillers. At the Bank of Hawaii, Toot had managed to rise from an entry-level clerical position to become one of its first female vice presidents, and by all accounts she'd been excellent at her job. For 25 years, there would be no fuss, no mistakes, and no complaints, even when she saw younger men that she'd trained promoted ahead of her. After Toot retired, I sometimes ran into people back in Hawaii who told stories of how she'd helped them, a man insisting he'd have lost his company without her intervention, or a woman recalling how Toot waived an arcane bank policy requiring an estranged husband's signature to secure a loan for the real estate agency she was starting. If you asked Toot about any of these things, though, she'd maintain that she'd started working at the bank not because of any particular passion for finance or wish to help others, but because our family needed the money, and that's what had been available to her. Sometimes, she told me, you just do what needs to be done. It wasn't until I was a teenager that I understood just how far my grandmother's life had strayed from the path she'd once imagined, how much of herself she had sacrificed, first for her husband, then for her daughter, then for her grandchildren. It struck me as quietly tragic, how cramped her world seemed. And yet even then it wasn't lost on me that it was because of Toot's willingness to carry the load in front of her, waking before sunup every day to stuff herself into a business suit and heels and take the bus to her downtown office, working all day on escrow documents before coming home too tired to do much else, that she and Gramps were able to retire comfortably, travel, and maintain their independence. The stability she provided allowed my mother to pursue a career she enjoyed, despite its sporadic pay and overseas postings, and was why Maya and I had been able to go to a private school and fancy colleges. She showed me how to balance a checkbook and resist buying stuff I didn't need. She was the reason why, even in my most revolutionary moments as a young man, I could admire a well-run business and read the financial pages, and why I felt compelled to disregard overly broad claims about the need to tear things up and remake society from whole cloth. She taught me the value of working hard and doing your best even when the work was unpleasant, and about fulfilling your responsibilities even when doing so was inconvenient. She taught me to marry passion with reason, to not get overly excited when life was going well, and to not get too down when it went badly. All this was instilled in me by an elderly, plain-spoken white lady from Kansas. It was her perspective that often came to mind when I was campaigning, and her worldview that I sensed in many of the voters I encountered, whether in rural Iowa or in a black neighborhood in Chicago. That same quiet pride in sacrifices made for children and grandchildren, the same lack of pretension, the same modesty of expectations. And because too possessed both the remarkable strengths and stubborn limitations of her upbringing, because she loved me fiercely and would literally do anything to help me, and yet never fully shed the cautious conservatism that had made her quietly agonize the first time my mother brought my father, a black man, home for dinner, she also taught me the tangled, multifaceted truth of race relations in our country. There is not a Black America and a White America and a Latino America and an Asian America. There's the United States of America. It was probably the line most remembered from my 2004 convention speech. I'd intended it more as a statement of aspiration than a description of reality, but it was an aspiration I believed in and a reality I strove for. The idea that our common humanity mattered more than our differences was stitched into my DNA. It also described what I felt was a practical view of politics in a democracy. You needed a majority to make big change, and in America that meant building coalitions across racial and ethnic lines. Certainly that had been true for me in Iowa, where African Americans constituted less than 3% of the population. Day to day, our campaign didn't consider this an obstacle, just a fact of life. Our organizers encountered pockets of racial animosity, at times voiced openly even by potential supporters. "Yeah, I'm thinking about voting for the nigger" was heard more than once. Every so often, though, the hostility went beyond a rude remark or a slammed door. One of our most beloved supporters had woken up the day before Christmas to find her yard strewn with torn-up Obama signs, her house vandalized and spray-painted with racial epithets. Obtuseness, rather than meanness, was more common, with our volunteers fielding the kinds of remarks that are familiar to any black person who's spent time in a largely white setting, a variation on the theme of "I don't think of him as being black, really. I mean, he's so intelligent." For the most part, though, I found white voters across Iowa to be much like those I had courted just a few years earlier in downstate Illinois, friendly, thoughtful, and open to my candidacy, concerned less about my skin color or even my Muslim-sounding name than they were about my youth and lack of experience, my plans to create jobs or end the war in Iraq. As far as my political advisors were concerned, our job was to keep it that way. It wasn't that we ducked racial issues. Our website made my position clear on hot-button topics like immigration reform and civil rights. If asked in a town hall, I wouldn't hesitate to explain the realities of racial profiling or job discrimination to a rural, all-white audience. Inside the campaign, Plouffe and Axe listened to the concerns of Black and Latina team members. Whether someone wanted to tweak a television ad, "Can we include at least one black face other than Barak's?" Valerie gently asked at one point, or was reminding us to work harder to recruit more senior staff of color. On this score, at least, the world of experienced, high-level political operatives wasn't so different from that of other professions, in that young people of color consistently had less access to mentors and networks, and couldn't afford to accept the unpaid internships that might put them on the fast track to run national campaigns. This was one thing I was determined to help change. But Plouffe, Axe, and Gibbs made no apologies for de-emphasizing any topic that might be labeled a racial grievance, or split the electorate along racial lines, or do anything that would box me in as the black candidate. To them, the immediate formula for racial progress was simple: We needed to win. And this meant gaining support not just from liberal white college kids but also from voters for whom the image of me in the White House involved a big psychological leap. Trust me, Gibbs would wisecrack, whatever else they know about you, people have noticed that you don't look like the first 42 presidents. Meanwhile, I'd felt no shortage of love from African Americans since my election to the U.S. Senate. Local NAACP chapters got in touch, wanting to give me awards. My photo regularly showed up in the pages of Ebony and Jet. Every black woman of a certain age told me I reminded her of her son. And the love from Michelle was at a whole other level. With her professional credentials, sister friend demeanor, and no-nonsense devotion to motherhood, she seemed to distill what so many black families worked toward and hoped for their children. Despite all this, black attitudes toward my candidacy were complicated, driven in no small part by fear. Nothing in black people's experience told them that it might be possible for one of their own to win a major party nomination, much less the presidency of the United States. In the minds of many, what Michelle and I had accomplished was already something of a miracle. To aspire beyond that seemed foolish, a flight too close to the sun. I'm telling you, man, Marty Nesbitt said to me shortly after I announced my candidacy, my mother worries about you the same way she used to worry about me. A successful entrepreneur, a former high school football star with the good looks of a young Jackie Robinson, married to a brilliant doctor and with 5 wonderful kids, Marty seemed the embodiment of the American dream. He'd been raised by a single mom who worked as a nurse in Columbus, Ohio. It was only as a result of a special program designed to get more young people of color into prep schools and onto college that Marty had climbed the ladder out of his neighborhood, a place where most black men could hope for little more than a lifetime on the assembly line. But when after college he decided to leave a stable job at General Motors for a riskier venture into real estate investments, his mother had fretted, afraid he might lose everything by reaching too far. She thought I was crazy to give up that kind of security, Marty told me. So imagine how my mom and her friends are feeling about you right now. Not just running for president, but actually believing you can be president. This mindset wasn't restricted to the working class. Valerie's mother, whose family had epitomized the black professional elite of the 40s and 50s, was the wife of a doctor and one of the guiding lights in the early childhood education movement. But she expressed the same skepticism toward my campaign at the start. She wants to protect you, Valerie said. From what? I asked. From disappointment, she said, leaving unspoken her mother's more specific fear that I might get myself killed. We heard it again and again, especially during the first months of the campaign, a protective pessimism, a sense in the black community that Hillary was a safer choice. With national figures like Jesse Jackson Jr. and a more grudging Jesse Sr. behind us, we were able to get a good number of early endorsements from African American leaders, especially from younger ones. But many more chose to wait and see how I fared, and other black politicians, business people, and pastors, whether out of genuine loyalty toward the Clintons or an eagerness to back the prohibitive favorite, came out for Hillary before I'd even had a chance to make my case. The country's not ready yet, one congressman told me, and the Clintons have a long memory. Meanwhile, there were activists and intellectuals who supported me but viewed my campaign in purely symbolic terms, akin to earlier races mounted by Shirley Chisholm, Jesse Jackson, and Al Sharpton, a useful if transitory platform from which to raise a prophetic voice against racial injustice. Unconvinced that victory was possible, they expected me to take the most uncompromising positions on everything from affirmative action to reparations and were continually on alert for any hints that I might be spending too much time and energy courting middle-of-the-road, less progressive white folks. Don't be one of those so-called leaders who take the black votes for granted, a supporter told me. I was sensitive to the criticism, for it wasn't entirely wrong. A lot of Democratic politicians did take black voters for granted, at least since 1968, when Richard Nixon had determined that a politics of white racial resentment was the surest path to Republican victory, and thereby left black voters with nowhere else to go. It was not only white Democrats who made this calculation. There wasn't a black elected official who relied on white votes to stay in office who wasn't aware of what Axe, Plouffe, and Gibbs were at least implicitly warning against, that too much focus on civil rights, police misconduct, or other issues considered specific to Black people risked triggering suspicion, if not a backlash, from the broader electorate. You might decide to speak up anyway, as a matter of conscience, but you understood there'd be a price, that Blacks could practice the standard special interest politics of farmers, gun enthusiasts, or other ethnic groups only at their own peril. Of course, that was part of the reason I was running, wasn't it? To help us break free of such constraints, to reimagine what was possible. I wanted to be neither a supplicant, always on the periphery of power and seeking favor from liberal benefactors, nor a permanent protester, full of righteous anger as we waited for white America to expiate its guilt. Both paths were well trodden, both, at some fundamental level, were born of despair. No, the point was to win. I wanted to prove to Blacks, to whites, to Americans of all colors, that we could transcend the old logic, that we could rally a working majority around a progressive agenda, that we could place issues like inequality or lack of educational opportunity at the very center of the national debate and then actually deliver the goods. I knew that in order to accomplish that, I needed to use language that spoke to all Americans and propose policies that touched everyone, a top-flight education for every child, quality health care for every American. I needed to embrace white people as allies rather than impediments to change, and to couch the African American struggle in terms of a border struggle for a fair, just, and generous society. I understood the risks. I heard the muted criticisms that came my way from not just rivals but friends. How an emphasis on universal programs often meant benefits were less directly targeted to those most in need. How appealing to common interests discounted the continuing effects of discrimination and allowed whites to avoid taking the full measure of the legacy of slavery, Jim Crow, and their own racial attitudes. How this left Black people with a psychic burden, expected as they were to constantly swallow legitimate anger and frustration in the name of some far-off ideal. It was a lot to ask of Black folks, requiring a mixture of optimism and strategic patience. As I tried to lead voters and my own campaign through this uncharted territory, I was constantly reminded that this wasn't an abstract exercise. I was bound to specific communities of flesh and blood, filled with men and women who had their own imperatives and their own personal histories, including a pastor who seemed to embody all the contradictory impulses I was attempting to corral. I first met Reverend Jeremiah A. Wright Jr., during my organizing days. His church, Trinity United Church of Christ, was one of the largest in Chicago. The son of a Baptist minister and a school administrator from Philadelphia, he had grown up steeped in Black church tradition while also attending the most prestigious, and largely white, schools in the city. Rather than go straight into the ministry, he left college to join the Marines and then the U.S. Navy, training as a cardiopulmonary technician and serving as part of the medical team caring for Lyndon Johnson after his 1966 surgery. In 1967, he enrolled at Howard University and, like many Blacks during those turbulent years, soaked up the forceful rhetoric of Black power, an interest in all things African, and leftist critiques of the American social order. By the time he graduated from seminary, he'd also absorbed the Black liberation theology of James Cone, a view of Christianity that asserted the centrality of the Black experience, not because of any inherent racial superiority but because, Cone claimed, God sees the world through the eyes of those most oppressed. That Reverend Wright came to pastor in an overwhelmingly white denomination gives some indication of his practical side. Not only did the United Church of Christ value serious scholarship, something he emphasized every Sunday, but it had the money and infrastructure to help him build his congregation. What was once a staid church with fewer than 100 members grew to 6,000 during his tenure, a rollicking, bustling place containing the multitudes that make up Black Chicago bankers and former gang members, kente robes and Brooks Brothers suits, a choir that could rock classic gospel and the Hallelujah chorus in a single service. His sermons were full of pop references, slang, humor, and genuine religious insight that not only prompted cheers and shouts from his members but burnished his reputation as one of the best preachers in the country. There were times when I found Reverend Wright's sermons a little over the top. In the middle of a scholarly explication of the book of Matthew or Luke, he might insert a scathing critique of America's drug war, American militarism, capitalist greed, or the intractability of American racism, Rants that were usually grounded in fact but bereft of context. Often, they sounded dated, as if he were channeling a college teach-in from 1968 rather than leading a prosperous congregation that included police commanders, celebrities, wealthy business people, and the Chicago school superintendent. And every so often, what he said was just wrong, edging close to the conspiracy theories one heard on late-night public access stations or in the barbershop down the street. It was as if this erudite, middle-aged, light-skinned black man were straining for street cred, trying to keep it real. Or maybe he just recognized, both within his congregation and within himself, the periodic need to let loose, to release pent-up anger from a lifetime of struggle in the face of chronic racism. Reason and logic be damned. All this I knew. And yet for me, especially when I was a young man still sorting out my beliefs and my place inside Chicago's black community, the good in Reverend Wright more than outweighed his flaws, just as my admiration for the congregation and its ministries outweighed my border skepticism toward organized religion. Michelle and I eventually joined Trinity as members, though we proved to be spotty churchgoers. Like me, Michelle hadn't been raised in a particularly religious household, and what started as once-a-month attendance became less frequent over time. When we did go, though, it was meaningful, and as my political career took off, I made a point of inviting Reverend Wright to do an invocation or a benediction at key events. This had been the plan for the day I announced my candidacy. Reverend Wright was to lead the assembled crowd in a prayer before I appeared on stage. On my way down to Springfield a day ahead of the event, though, I had received an urgent call from Axe, asking if I'd seen a Rolling Stone article that had just been published about my candidacy. Evidently the reporter had sat in on a recent service at Trinity, absorbing a fiery sermon from Reverend Wright and quoting it in his story. He's quoted saying, "Hold on, let me read this. We believe in white supremacy and black inferiority and believe it more than we believe in God." Seriously? I think it's fair to say that if he gives the invocation tomorrow, he'll be the lead story, at least on Fox News. The article itself offered a generally fair view of Jeremiah Wright and Trinity's ministry, and I wasn't surprised that my pastor would point out the gap between America's professed Christian ideals and its brutal racial history. Still, the language he'd used was more incendiary than anything I'd heard before, and although a part of me was frustrated with the constant need to soften for white folks' benefit the blunt truths about race in this country, as a matter of practical politics I knew Axe was right. That afternoon, I called Reverend Wright and asked if he'd be willing to skip the public invocation and instead offer Michelle and me a private prayer before my speech. I could tell he was hurt, but ultimately, and to my team's great relief, he went along with the new plan. For me, the episode turned up all the doubts I still had about running for the highest office in the land. It was one thing to have integrated my own life, to learn over time how to move seamlessly between black and white circles, to serve as translator and bridge among family, friends, acquaintances, and colleagues, making connections across an ever-expanding orbit, until I felt I could finally know the world of my grandparents and the world of a Reverend Wright as a single, unified whole. But to explain those connections to millions of strangers, to imagine that a presidential campaign, with all its noise and distortions and simplifications, could somehow cut through hurt and fear and suspicion that had been 400 years in the making. The reality of American race relations was too complicated to reduce to a soundbite. Hell, I myself was too complicated, the contours of my life too messy and unfamiliar to the average American, for me to honestly expect I could pull this thing off. Maybe if the Rolling Stone article had come out earlier, foreshadowing problems to come, I would have decided not to run. It's hard to say. I do know that, in a bit of irony, or perhaps providence, it was another pastor and close friend of Reverend Wright's, Dr. Otis Moss Jr., who helped me push through my doubts. Otis Moss was a veteran of the civil rights movement, a close friend and associate of Dr. King's, the pastor of one of the largest churches in Cleveland, Ohio, and a former advisor to President Jimmy Carter. I didn't know him well, but after the article was published he called me one evening to offer support. He had gotten wind of the difficulties with Jeremiah, he said, and heard those voices within the black community arguing that I wasn't ready, or I was too radical, or too mainstream, or not quite black enough. He expected the path would only get harder but urged me not to get discouraged. Every generation is limited by what it knows, Dr. Moss told me. Those of us who were part of the movement, giants like Martin, lieutenants and foot soldiers like me, we are the Moses generation. We marched, we sat in, we went to jail, sometimes in defiance of our elders, but we were in fact building on what they had done. We got us out of Egypt, you could say. But we could only travel so far. You, Barak, are part of the Joshua generation. You and others like you are responsible for the next leg of the journey. Folks like me can offer the wisdom of our experience. Perhaps you can learn from some of our mistakes. But ultimately it will be up to you, with God's help, to build on what we've done, and lead our people in this country out of the wilderness. It's hard to overstate how these words fortified me, coming as they did almost a year before our Iowa victory, what it meant to have someone so intimately linked to the source of my earliest inspiration say that what I was trying to do was worth it, that it wasn't just an exercise in vanity or ambition but rather a part of an unbroken chain of progress. More practically, it was thanks to the willingness of Dr. Moss and other former colleagues of Dr. King's, like Reverend C.T. Vivian of Atlanta and Reverend Joseph Laurie of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, to lay their proverbial hands on me, vouching for me as an extension of their historic work, that more black leaders didn't swing early into Hillary's camp. Nowhere was this more evident than in March 2007, when I attended the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, that Congressman John Lewis hosted each year. I'd long wanted to make the pilgrimage to the site of Bloody Sunday, which in 1965 became a crucible of the battle for civil rights, when Americans fully realized what was at stake. But my visit promised to be complicated. The Clintons would be there, I was told, and before participants gathered to cross the bridge, Hillary and I were scheduled to speak simultaneously at dueling church services. Not only that, but our host, John Lewis, had indicated that he was inclined to endorse Hillary. John had become a good friend, he'd taken great pride in my election to the Senate, rightly seeing it as part of his legacy, and I knew he was tortured by the decision. As I listened to him explain his reasoning over the phone, how long he had known the Clintons, how Bill's administration had supported many of his legislative priorities, I chose not to press him too hard. I could imagine the pressure this kind and gentle man was under, and I also recognized that, at a time when I was asking white voters to judge me on the merits, a raw appeal to racial solidarity would feel like hypocrisy. The Selma commemoration could have turned into an uncomfortable political spectacle, but when I arrived, I immediately felt at ease. Perhaps it was being in a place that had played such a large role in my imagination and the trajectory of my life. Perhaps it was the response of ordinary people who gathered to mark the occasion, shaking my hand or giving me a hug, some sporting Hillary buttons but saying they were glad I was there. But mostly it was the fact that a group of respected elders had my back. When I entered the historic Brown Chapel Ame Church for the service, I learned that Reverend Laurie had asked to say a few words before I was introduced. He was well into his 80s by then but had lost none of his wit and charisma. "Let me tell you," he began, "some crazy things are happening out there. People say certain things ain't happening, but who can tell? Who can tell? Preach now, Reverend," someone shouted from the audience. "You know, recently I went to the doctor and he said my cholesterol was a little high. But then he explained to me that there's two kinds of cholesterol. There's the bad cholesterol, and then there's the good cholesterol. Having good cholesterol, that's all right." And that got me thinking how there's a lot of things like that. I mean, when we started the movement, a lot of folks thought we were crazy. Ain't that right, CT? Reverend Laurie nodded in the direction of Reverend Vivian, who was sitting on stage. "That there's another crazy Negro, and he'll tell you that everybody in the movement was a little crazy." The crowd laughed heartily. "But like cholesterol," he continued, "there's good crazy and bad crazy. See Harriet Tubman with the Underground Railroad, she was as crazy as she could be." And Paul, when he preached to Agrippa, Agrippa said, "Paul, you crazy," but it was a good crazy. The crowd began to clap and cheer as Reverend Laurie brought it home. And I say to you today that we need more folks in this country who are a good crazy. You can't tell what will happen when you get folks with some good crazy, going to the polls to vote. The churchgoers rose to their feet, and the pastor sitting next to me on stage chortled and clapped me on the back, and by the time I got up to speak, taking the words Dr. Moss had offered me as a point of departure, about the legacy of the Moses generation and how it had made my life possible, about the responsibility of the Joshua generation to take the next steps required for justice in this nation and around the world, not just for Black people but for all those who had been dispossessed. The church was in full revival mode. Outside, after the service was done, I saw another colleague of Dr. King's, Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, a legendary and fearless freedom fighter who had survived the Klan bombing his house and a white mob beating him with clubs, chains, and brass knuckles, and stabbing his wife as they attempted to enroll their two daughters in a previously all-white Birmingham school. He had recently been treated for a brain tumor, leaving him frail, but he motioned me over to his wheelchair to talk, and as the marchers gathered, I offered to push him across the bridge. "I'd like that just fine," Reverend Shuttlesworth said. And so we went, the morning sky a glorious blue, crossing the bridge over a muddy brown river, voices rising sporadically in song and prayer. With each step, I imagined how these now elderly men and women must have felt 40-some years earlier, their young hearts beating furiously as they faced down a phalanx of armed men on horseback. I was reminded of just how slight my burdens were in comparison. The fact that they were still engaged in the fight and, despite setbacks and sorrow, hadn't succumbed to bitterness showed me that I had no cause to be tired. I felt renewed in my conviction that I was where I was supposed to be and doing what needed to be done, that Trevor and Lori might be right in saying there was some kind of good crazy in the air. 10 months later, as the campaign shifted to South Carolina during the second and third weeks of January, I knew that our faith would again be tested. We badly needed a win. On paper, the state looked good for us. African Americans made up a large percentage of Democratic primary voters, and we had a great mix of veteran politicians and young activists, both white and Black, in our corner. But polls showed our support among white voters lagging, and we didn't know whether African American voters would turn out in the numbers we needed. Our hope was to move toward Super Tuesday with a win that didn't break down strictly along racial lines. But if the Iowa effort had displayed the possibilities of a more idealistic kind of politics, the campaign in South Carolina ended up being decidedly different. It became a brawl, an exercise in old-style politics, set against a landscape heavy with memories of a bitter, bloody racial history. Some of this was the result of the tight race, rising anxieties, and what seemed to be a sense within the Clinton camp that a negative campaign worked to their advantage. Their attacks, on the air and through surrogates, had taken on a sharper tone. With voters from around the country increasingly paying attention, all of us were aware of the stakes. Our one debate that week turned into an absolute slugfest between me and Hillary, with John Edwards, whose campaign was on its last legs and who would soon drop out, rendered a spectator as Hillary and I went after each other like gladiators in the ring. Afterward, Hillary left the state to campaign elsewhere, but the intensity hardly let up. The campaigning on their side now left to a feisty, energized, and omnipresent William Jefferson Clinton. I sympathized with the position Bill was in. Not only was his wife under constant scrutiny and attack, but my promise to change Washington and transcend partisan gridlock must have felt like a challenge to his own legacy. No doubt I'd reinforced that perception when, in a Nevada interview, I said that while I admired Bill Clinton, I didn't think he'd transformed politics the way Ronald Reagan had in the 1980s, when he'd managed to reframe the American people's relationship to government on behalf of conservative principles. After all the obstructionism and sheer venom that Clinton had had to contend with throughout his presidency, I could hardly fault him for wanting to knock a cocky young newcomer down a peg or two. Clinton clearly relished being back in the arena. A larger-than-life figure, he traveled across the state offering astute observations and emanating folksy charm. His attacks on me were for the most part well within bounds, the same points I'd have made if I'd been in his shoes, that I lacked experience and that if I did manage to win the presidency, Republicans in Congress would have me for lunch. Beyond that, though, lay the politics of race, something that Clinton had navigated deftly in the past but proved trickier against a credible Black candidate. When he'd suggested ahead of the New Hampshire primary that some of my positions on the Iraq War were a fairy tale, there were Black folks who heard it as a suggestion that the notion of me as president was a fairy tale, which led Congressman Jim Clyburn, the majority whip, South Carolina's most powerful Black official and someone who until then had maintained a careful neutrality, to publicly rebuke him. When Clinton told white audiences that Hillary gets you in ways that her opponents did not, Gibbs, himself a son of the South, heard echoes of Republican strategist Lee Atwater and dog whistle politics and had no qualms about deploying some of our supporters to say so. Looking back, I don't know that any of this was fair. Bill Clinton certainly didn't think so. But it was hard in South Carolina to distinguish what was true from what was felt. All across the state, I was met with great warmth and hospitality from blacks and whites alike. In cities like Charleston, I experienced the much-touted New South, cosmopolitan, diverse, and bustling with commerce. Moreover, as someone who had made Chicago his home, I hardly needed reminding that racial division wasn't unique to the South. Still, as I traveled through South Carolina making my case for the presidency, racial attitudes seemed less coded, blunter, sometimes not hidden at all. How was I to interpret the well-dressed white woman in a diner I visited, grimly unwilling to shake my hand? How was I to understand the motives of those hoisting signs outside one of our campaign events, sporting the Confederate flag and NRA slogans, yelling about states' rights and telling me to go home? It wasn't just shouted words or Confederate statues that evoked the legacy of slavery and segregation. At the suggestion of Congressman Cleburne, I visited J.V. Martin Junior High School, a largely black public school in the rural town of Dillon in the northeastern section of the state. Part of the building had been constructed in 1896, just 30 years after the Civil War, and if repairs had been made over the decades, you couldn't tell. Crumbling walls, busted plumbing, cracked windows, dank, unlit halls. A coal furnace in the basement still used to heat the building. Leaving the school, I alternated between feeling downcast and freshly motivated. What message had generations of boys and girls received as they arrived at the school each day except for the certainty that, to those in power, they did not matter, that whatever was meant by the American dream, it wasn't meant for them? Moments like this helped me see the wearying effects of long-term disenfranchisement, the jaded filter through which many black South Carolinians absorbed our campaign. I began to understand the true nature of my adversary. I wasn't running against Hillary Clinton or John Edwards or even the Republicans. I was running against the implacable weight of the past, the inertia, fatalism, and fear it produced. Black ministers and power brokers who were accustomed to getting payments to turn out voters complained about our emphasis on recruiting grassroots volunteers instead. For them, politics was less about principles and more a simple business proposition, the way things had always been done. While campaigning, Michelle, whose great-great-grandfather had been born into slavery on a South Carolina rice plantation, would hear well-meaning black women suggesting that losing an election might be better than losing a husband, the implication being that if I was elected, I was sure to be shot. Hope and change were a luxury, folks seemed to be telling us, exotic imports that would wilt in the heat. On January 25, the eve of the primary, NBC released a poll that showed my support among white South Carolinians had fallen to a paltry 10%. The news set the pundits spinning. It was to be expected, they intoned, even high African American turnout couldn't make up for deep-seated white resistance to any black candidate, much less one named Barack Hussein Obama. Axelrod, always in catastrophe mode, relayed this to me while scrolling through his BlackBerry. He added, unhelpfully, that if we lost South Carolina, our campaign would likely be over. Even more unhelpfully, he went on to say that even if we eked out a win, the paucity of wide support would lead both the press and the Clintons to discount the victory and reasonably question my viability in a general election. Our entire team was on pins and needles on primary day, aware of all that was on the line. But when evening finally arrived and the returns started rolling in, the results exceeded our most optimistic projections. We beat Hillary by a 2-to-1 margin, with nearly 80% of a massive black turnout and 24% of the white vote. We even won by 10 points among white voters under 40. Given the gauntlet we'd run and the hits we'd taken since Iowa, we were jubilant. As I walked on stage in an auditorium in Columbia to give our victory speech, I could feel the pulse of stomping feet and clapping hands. Several thousand people had packed themselves into the venue, though under the glare of television lights, I could see only the first few rows, college students mostly, white and black in equal measure, some with their arms interlocked or draped over one another's shoulders, their faces beaming with joy and purpose. Race doesn't matter. People were chanting, "Race doesn't matter. Race doesn't matter." I spotted some of our young organizers and volunteers mixed in with the crowd. Once again, they'd come through, despite the naysayers. They deserved a victory lap, I thought to myself, a moment of pure elation. Which is why, even as I quieted the crowd and dove into my speech, I didn't have the heart to correct those well-meaning chanters, to remind them that in the year 2008, with the Confederate flag and all it stood for still hanging in front of a state capitol just a few blocks away, race still mattered plenty, as much as they might want to believe otherwise. Chapter 7. With South Carolina behind U.S., things once again seemed to start breaking our way. In a New York Times op-ed on January 27, Carolyn Kennedy announced her support for me, generously suggesting that our campaign had made her understand, for the first time, the inspiration young Americans had once drawn from her father. Her uncle, Ted Kennedy, followed suit the next day, joining me for an appearance before several thousand students at American University. Teddy was absolutely electric, summoning all the old Camelot magic, batting down the argument of inexperience once used against his brother and now directed toward me. Axe would call it the symbolic passing of the torch, and I could see what it meant to him. It was as if, in our campaign, Teddy recognized a familiar chord, and was reaching back to a time before his brother's assassinations, Vietnam, white backlash, riots, Watergate, plant closings, Altamont, and AIDS, back to when liberalism brimmed with optimism and a can-do spirit, the same spirit that had shaped my mother's sensibilities as a young woman, and that she had funneled into me. The Kennedy endorsement added poetry to our campaign and helped set us up for Super Tuesday, on February 5, when more than half the nation's delegates would be determined in a single day. We'd always known that Super Tuesday would present an enormous challenge. Even with our wins in Iowa and South Carolina, Hillary remained far better known, and the face-to-face retail campaigning we'd done in the early states was simply not possible in bigger, more densely populated places like California and New York. What we did have, though, was a grassroots infantry that expanded by the day. With the help of our veteran delegate expert, Jeff Berman, and our tenacious field director, John Carson, Plouffe developed a strategy that we would execute with the same single-minded focus that we'd applied to Iowa. Rather than trying to win the big primary states and spend heavily on TV ads there just to mitigate our losses, we instead focused my time and our field efforts on the caucus states, many of them small, rural, and overwhelmingly white, where the enthusiasm of our supporters could produce relatively large turnouts and lopsided victories, which would translate to big delegate hauls. Idaho was a case in point. It hadn't made sense for us to send paid staff to such a tiny, solidly Republican state, but a determined band of volunteers called Idahoans for Obama had organized themselves. They had spent the past year using social media tools like MySpace and Meetup to build a community, getting to know my positions on issues, creating personal fundraising pages, planning events, and strategically canvassing the state. When, a few days before Super Tuesday, Plouffe told me that I was scheduled to campaign in Boise instead of putting in an extra day in California, where we were rapidly making up ground, I confess that I had my doubts. But a Boise State arena filled with 14,000 cheering Idahoans quickly cured me of any skepticism. We ended up winning Idaho by such a large margin that we gained more delegates there than Hillary got from winning New Jersey, a state with more than 5 times the population. This became the pattern. 13 of the 22 Super Tuesday contests went our way, and while Hillary won New York and California by a few percentage points each, overall we netted 13 more delegates than she did. It was a remarkable achievement, a testament to the skill and resourcefulness of Plouffe, our field staff, and most of all our volunteers. And given the questions that both pundits and the Clinton campaign continued to raise about my potential appeal in a general election, I took extra satisfaction in having run the table across the so-called red part of the country. What struck me as well was the growing role that technology played in our victories. The extraordinary youth of my team allowed us to embrace and refine the digital networks that Howard Dean's campaign had set in motion 4 years earlier. Our status as upstarts forced us to trust, again and again, the energy and creativity of our internet-savvy volunteers. Millions of small donors were helping to fuel our operation, Emailed links helped to spread our campaign messaging in ways that big media couldn't, and new communities were forming among people who'd previously been isolated from one another. Coming out of Super Tuesday, I was inspired, imagining that I was glimpsing the future, a resurgence of bottom-up participation that could make our democracy work again. What I couldn't fully appreciate yet was just how malleable this technology would prove to be, how quickly it would be absorbed by commercial interests and wielded by entrenched powers, how readily it could be used not to unify people but to distract or divide them, and how one day many of the same tools that had put me in the White House would be deployed in opposition to everything I stood for. Such insights would come later. After Super Tuesday, we went on an absolute tear, winning 11 straight primaries and caucuses over the course of 2 weeks, by an average margin of 36%. It was a heady stretch, almost surreal, although the staff and I did our best not to get too far ahead of ourselves. "Remember New Hampshire" was a common refrain, understanding that the battle would remain pitched, aware that there were still plenty of people out there who wanted to see us fail. In The Souls of Black Folk, the sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois describes the double consciousness of Black Americans at the dawn of the 20th century. Despite having been born and raised on American soil, shaped by this nation's institutions and infused with its creed, despite the fact that their toiling hands and beating hearts contributed so much to the country's economy and culture, despite all this, Du Bois writes, Black Americans remain the perpetual other, always on the outside looking in, ever feeling their two-ness, defined not by what they are but by what they can never be. As a young man, I had learned a lot from Du Bois's writing, but whether because of my unique parentage and upbringing or because of the times in which I had come of age, this notion of double consciousness was not something I felt personally. I had wrestled with the meaning of my mixed race status and the fact of racial discrimination. Yet at no point had I ever questioned, or had others question, my fundamental Americanness. Of course, I had never run for president before. Even before I formally announced, Gibbs and our communications team had beaten back various rumors that bubbled up on conservative talk radio or fly-by-night websites before migrating to the Drudge Report and Fox News. There were reports that I had been schooled in an Indonesian madrasah, which gained enough traction that a CNN correspondent actually traveled to my old elementary school in Jakarta, where he found a bunch of kids wearing Western-style uniforms and listening to New Kids on the Block on their iPods. There were claims that I wasn't an American citizen, helpfully illustrated by a picture of me wearing an African outfit at my Kenyan half-brother's wedding. As the campaign progressed, more lurid falsehoods were circulated. These had nothing to do with my nationality but everything to do with the foreignness of a more familiar, homegrown, dark-hued variety, that I had dealt drugs, that I had worked as a gay prostitute, that I had Marxist ties and had fathered multiple children out of wedlock. It was hard to take any of this stuff seriously, and initially at least, not many people did. In 2008, the internet was still too slow, too spotty, and too removed from mainstream news operations to directly penetrate the minds of voters. But there were indirect, more genteel ways to question my affinities. Following the terror attacks of 9/11, for example, I had taken to wearing an American flag lapel pin, feeling that it was one small way to express national solidarity in the face of enormous tragedy. Then, as the debate about Bush's war on terrorism and the Iraq invasion wore on, as I watched John Kerry get swift-boated and heard those who opposed the Iraq war have their patriotism questioned by the likes of Karl Rove, as I saw my colleagues wearing flag pins in the Senate blithely vote for budget cuts to funding for veterans programs, I quietly set my own pin aside. It was less an act of protest and more a reminder to myself that the substance of patriotism mattered far more than the symbol. Nobody seemed to notice, especially since most of my fellow senators, including former Navy POW John McCain, regularly sported flag-pin-less lapels. So when back in October a local reporter in Iowa had asked me why I wasn't wearing a flag pin, I told the truth, saying that I didn't think the presence or absence of a token you could buy in a dime store measured one's love of country. Soon enough, conservative talking heads were hammering on the purported meaning of my bare lapel. Obama hates the flag, Obama disrespects our troops. Months later, they were still making an issue of it, which began to piss me off. Just why was it, I wanted to ask, that only my pin habits, and not those of any previous presidential candidates, had suddenly attracted so much attention. Not surprisingly, Gibbs discouraged me from any public venting. "Why give them the satisfaction?" he counseled. "You're winning." Fair enough. I was less easily persuaded, though, when I saw the same sort of innuendo directed toward my wife. Since Iowa, Michelle had continued to light up the campaign trail. With the girls in school, we limited her appearances to tight races and her travel mostly to weekends, but wherever she went, she was funny and engaging, insightful and blunt. She talked about raising kids and trying to balance the demands of work and family. She described the values she'd been raised with, her father never missing a day of work despite his MS, her mother's deep attention to her education, the family never having had much money but always having plenty of love. It was Norman Rockwell, Leave It to Beaver stuff. My in-laws fully embodied the tastes and aspirations we tend to claim as uniquely American, and I didn't know anyone more mainstream than Michelle, whose favorite meal was a burger and fries, who liked to watch reruns of The Andy Griffith Show, and who relished any chance to pass a Saturday afternoon shopping at the mall. And yet, at least according to some commentators, Michelle was different, not First Lady material. She seemed angry, they said. One Fox News segment described her as Obama's baby mama. It wasn't just conservative media either. New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd wrote a column suggesting that when Michelle painted a teasing portrait of me in her speeches as a hapless dad who let bread go stale in the kitchen and left dirty laundry lying around, reliably getting an appreciative laugh from her audience, she wasn't humanizing me but rather emasculating me, hurting my chances at being elected. This sort of commentary was infrequent, and some on our staff considered it on par with the usual nastiness of campaigns. But that's not how Michelle experienced it. She understood that alongside the straitjacket that political wives were supposed to stay in, the adoring and compliant helpmeet, charming but not too opinionated, the same straitjacket that Hillary had once rejected, a choice she continued to pay dearly for, there was an extra set of stereotypes applied to black women, familiar tropes that black girls steadily absorbed like toxins from the day they first saw a blonde Barbie doll or poured Aunt Jemima syrup on their pancakes. That they didn't meet the prescribed standards of femininity, that their butts were too big and their hair too nappy, that they were too loud or hot-tempered or cutting toward their men, that they were not just emasculating but masculine. Michelle had managed this psychic burden all her life, largely by being meticulous about her appearance, maintaining control of herself and her environment, and preparing assiduously for everything, even as she refused to be cowed into becoming someone she wasn't. That she had emerged whole, with so much grace and dignity, just as so many black women had succeeded in the face of so many negative messages, was amazing. Of course, it was the nature of presidential campaigns that control would occasionally slip. For Michelle, it happened right before the Wisconsin primary, when, during the course of a speech in which she described being awed by how many people were energized by our campaign, she said, "For the first time in my adult lifetime, I'm really proud of my country, because I think people are hungry for change." It was a textbook gaffe, a few ad-libbed words that could then be diced, clipped, and weaponized by the conservative media. A garbled version of what she'd said many times before in her speeches about being proud of the direction our country was headed in, the promising surge in political participation. My team and I largely deserved the blame. We put Michelle on the road without the speech writing, prep sessions, and briefers that I had at all times, the infrastructure that kept me organized and on point. It was like sending a civilian into live fire without a flak jacket. No matter. Reporters pounced, speculating as to how much Michelle's comments might hurt the campaign, and how much it revealed about the Obamas' true feelings. I understood this to be part of a larger and uglier agenda at there, a slowly accruing, deliberately negative portrait of us built from stereotypes, stoked by fear, and meant to feed a general nervousness about the idea of a black person making the country's most important decisions with his black family in the White House. But I was less concerned about what all this meant for the campaign than I was pained by seeing how much it hurt Michelle, how it caused my strong, intelligent, and beautiful wife to doubt herself. Following the misstep in Wisconsin, she reminded me that she'd never had a desire to be in the spotlight and said that if her presence on the campaign trail hurt more than it helped, she would just as soon stay home. I assured her that the campaign would provide her better support, insisting that she was a far more compelling figure to voters than I would ever be. But nothing I said seemed to make her feel better. Throughout all these emotional ups and downs, our campaign continued to grow. By the time we entered Super Tuesday, the scale of our organization had mushroomed, a modest startup transformed into a more secure and better funded operation. The hotel rooms we stayed in were a bit roomier, our travel smoother. After starting out flying commercial, we'd later gone through our share of misadventures on cut-rate charter flights. One pilot landed us in the wrong city not once but twice. Another tried to jump-start the plane's battery with an extension cord plugged into a standard socket in the airport lounge. I was grateful when the experiment failed, though it meant we then waited 2 hours for a battery to be trucked in from a neighboring town on a flatbed. With a bigger budget, we were now able to lease our own plane, complete with a flight attendant, meals, and seats that actually reclined. But new growth brought with it rules, protocols, process, and hierarchy. Our staff had grown to more than 1,000 people nationwide, and while those on our senior team did their best to maintain the campaign's scrappy, informal culture, gone were the days when I could claim to know the majority of the people who worked for me. In the absence of such familiarity, fewer and fewer of the people I met in the course of a day addressed me as Barak. I was Sir now, or Senator. When I entered the room, staff would often get up out of their seats to move elsewhere, assuming that I didn't want to be disturbed. If I insisted they stick around, they would smile shyly and speak only in a low murmur. It made me feel old, and increasingly lonely. In an odd way, so did the crowds at our rallies. They had swelled to 15, 20, or even 30,000 strong at a stop, people wearing the red, white, and blue Obama campaign logo on shirts and hats and overalls, waiting for hours to get into whatever arena we'd found. Our team developed something of a pre-game ritual. Reggie, Marvin, Gibbs, and I would jump out of the car at a service entrance or loading dock, then follow our advance team through corridors and back ways. Usually I'd meet with local organizers, take pictures with 100 or so key volunteers and supporters, full of hugs, kisses, and small requests, and sign books, magazines, baseballs, birth announcements, military commissions, and just about anything else. Then there'd be an interview with a reporter or two, a quick lunch in a holding room that has been press-stocked with bottled iced tea, trail mix, protein bars, and any other item that I had ever mentioned wanting, no matter how incidentally, in quantities adequate for a survivalist's bomb shelter, followed by a bathroom break, with either Marvin or Reggie handing me a gel to put on my forehead and nose so my skin wouldn't shine on television, though one of our videographers insisted it was a carcinogen. I'd hear the buzz of the crowd growing louder as I walked under the stands or bleachers to the staging area. There'd be a cue to the sound engineer for the announcement, "The Voice of God," I learned it was called. I'd listen quietly backstage as a local person introduced me, and then would come the words, "The next President of the United States," a deafening roar, the sound of U2's City of Blinding Lights, and, after a quick fist bump or a "Go get 'em, boss," a walk through the curtain and onto the stage. I did this 2 or 3 times a day, traveling from city to city, state to state. And though the novelty wore off quickly, the sheer energy of those rallies never stopped filling me with wonder. Like a rock concert is how reporters described it, and in terms of noise at least, that was accurate. But that wasn't how it felt while I was on stage. I wasn't offering the crowd a solo performance so much as trying to be a reflector, reminding Americans, through the stories they told me, of all that they truly cherished, and the formidable power that, joined together, they possessed. Once my speech was over and I walked off the stage to shake hands along the rope line, I often found people screaming, pushing, and grabbing. Some would cry or touch my face, and despite my best efforts to discourage it, young parents would pass howling babies across rows of strangers for me to hold. The excitement was fun and at times deeply touching, but it was also a little unnerving. At some basic level, people were no longer seeing me, I realized, with all my quirks and shortcomings. Instead, they had taken possession of my likeness and made it the vessel for a million different dreams. I knew a time would come when I would disappoint them, falling short of the image that my campaign and I had helped to construct. I realized, too, that if supporters could mold bits and pieces of me into an outsized symbol of hope, then the vague fears of detractors could just as readily congeal into hate. And it was in response to this disturbing truth that I'd seen my life change the most. I had been assigned Secret Service protection in May 2007, just a few months after my campaign began, given the codename Renegade and around-the-clock security detail. This wasn't the norm unless you were a sitting vice president or, in the case of Hillary, a former first lady. Candidates typically weren't assigned coverage until they'd all but secured the nomination. The reason my case was handled differently, the reason Harry Reid and Benny Thompson, chair of the House Homeland Security Committee, had publicly insisted the service move early, was straightforward. The number of threats directed my way exceeded anything the Secret Service had ever seen before. The head of my personal detail, Jeff Gilbert, was an impressive guy. African American, bespectacled, with an open, friendly manner, he could have passed for an executive at a Fortune 100 company. In our first meeting, he emphasized his desire to make the transition as seamless as possible, understanding that as a candidate, I had to freely interact with the public. Jeff proved true to his word. At no point did the service ever prevent us from pulling off an event, and the agents did what they could to downplay their presence using bales of hay rather than metal bike racks, for example, to create a barrier in front of an outdoor stage. The shift leaders, most in their 40s, were professional and courteous, with dry senses of humor. Often, we'd sit in the back of the plane or on a bus ride and rib one another about our respective sports teams or talk about our kids. Jeff's son was a star offensive lineman at Florida, and we all began monitoring his prospects in the NFL draft. Meanwhile, Reggie and Marvin hit it off with the younger agents, going to the same watering holes after campaign business was done. Still, to suddenly have armed men and women hovering around me wherever I went, boasted outside every room I occupied, was a shock to my system. My view of the outside world started to shift, obscured by the veil of security. I no longer walked through the front entrance of a building when a back stairwell was available. If I worked out in a hotel gym, agents first covered the windows with cloth to prevent a potential shooter from getting a sight line. Bulletproof barriers were placed inside any room I slept in, including our bedroom at home in Chicago. And I no longer had the option of driving myself anywhere, not even around the block. As we moved closer to the nomination, my world shrank even further. More agents were added. My movements became more restricted. Spontaneity vanished entirely from my life. It was no longer possible, or at least not easy, for me to walk through a grocery store or have a casual chat with a stranger on the sidewalk. It's like a circus cage, I complained to Marvin one day, and I'm the dancing bear. There were times when I went stir crazy, so fed up with the highly scheduled regimen of town halls, interviews, photo ops, and fundraising that I would up and take off, suddenly desperate to search for a good taco or to follow the sounds of some nearby outdoor concert, sending the agents scrambling to catch up, whispering Renegade on the move into their wrist mics. The bear is loose. Reggie and Marvin would shout a little gleefully during such episodes. But by the winter of 2008, these impromptu outings occurred less and less often. I knew that unpredictability made my details job harder and increased the risk to the agents. And anyway, the tacos didn't taste as good as I'd imagined when I was surrounded by a circle of anxious agents, not to mention the crowds and reporters that quickly assembled the moment I was recognized. When I had downtime, I found myself spending it more often in my room, reading, playing cards, quietly watching a ball game on TV. To the relief of his keepers, the bear became accustomed to captivity. By the end of February, we had built what looked like an insurmountable lead over Hillary and pledged delegates. It was around this time that Plouffe, always cautious in his assessments, called from Chicago to tell me what at some level I already knew. I think it's safe to say that if we play our cards right these next few weeks, you will be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. After we hung up, I sat alone, trying to take the measure of my emotions. There was pride, I suppose, the jolt of satisfaction a mountain climber must feel looking back at the jagged ground that's been covered below. Mostly, though, I felt a certain stillness, without elation or relief, sobered by the thought that the responsibilities of governance were no longer a distant possibility. Axe, Plouffe, and I found ourselves wrangling more frequently about our campaign platform, with me insisting that all our proposals would stand scrutiny, less because of the need to defend them during the election season. Experience had cured me of the notion that anyone else paid close attention to my plans for tax reform or environmental regulation than because I might have to actually implement them. Such projections into the future might have occupied even more of my time had it not been for the fact that, despite the math showing I was going to be the nominee, Hillary simply would not give up. Anyone else would have. She was running out of money. Her campaign was in turmoil, with staff recriminations spilling out into the press. The only remaining chance Hillary had to win the nomination depended on convincing superdelegates, the several hundred Democratic elected officials and party insiders who were given a vote at the convention and could cast it any way they wanted, to choose her when the party convened in August. It was a slender reed to hang on while Hillary had started with a big early lead in superdelegates who tended to announce which way they would vote long before the convention. More and more had committed to us as the primary season dragged on. And yet she soldiered on, embracing her underdog status. Her voice took on a greater urgency, especially when discussing working class concerns, offering her willingness to campaign to the bitter end as proof that she'd fight just as hard for American families. With upcoming primaries in Texas and Ohio, states populated by older white and Hispanic voters who tended to lean her way, to be followed 7 weeks later by Pennsylvania, a state where she also enjoyed a healthy lead, Hillary assured anyone who'd listen that she planned to take our contest all the way to the convention floor. "She's like a fucking vampire," Plouffe groused. "You can't kill her off." Her tenacity was admirable, but my sympathies extended only so far. Senator John McCain would soon wrap up the Republican nomination, and another 2 or 3 months of bitter Democratic primary contests would give him a big head start on laying the groundwork for November's general election. It also meant that after almost 18 months of non-stop campaigning, nobody on my team would get a meaningful break, which was unfortunate because all of us were running on fumes. That probably explains how we came to make the one big tactical error of our campaign. Rather than set realistic expectations and effectively concede Ohio so that we could focus on Texas, we decided to go for the knockout punch and try to win both. We spent massively in each state. For a week, I shuttled back and forth, from Dallas to Cleveland to Houston to Toledo, my voice raw, my eyes bloodshot, hardly looking like a herald of hope. Our efforts had a modest effect on the polls, but they lent credence to the Clinton campaign's claim that a victory for her in Texas and Ohio could fundamentally reset the race. Meanwhile, the political press, seeing these primaries as perhaps my final test before securing the nomination and eager to sustain a drama that had proven to be a cable news ratings bonanza, gave more prominent coverage to Hillary's attacks on me, including an ad she ran contending that I wasn't ready to handle the 3 a.m. phone call involving a crisis. When all was said and done, we lost Ohio decisively and Texas just barely. On the flight from San Antonio back to Chicago after the primary, my team's mood was grim. Michelle barely said a word. When Plouffe attempted to lighten things by announcing that we'd won Vermont, it barely elicited a shrug. When someone else offered up the theory that we had all died and entered purgatory, where we were destined to debate Hillary for all eternity, no one laughed. It felt too close to the truth. Hillary's victories didn't change the delegate count in a meaningful way, but they put enough wind in her campaign's sails to guarantee at least 2 more months of bitter primaries. The results also gave her camp fresh ammunition for an argument that seemed to be gaining traction with reporters, that I couldn't connect with white working-class voters, that Latinos were lukewarm at best about me, and that in an election of this importance, these weaknesses could make me a very risky Democratic nominee. Just 1 week later, I found myself wondering if they were right. It had been more than a year since I'd given much thought to my pastor, Reverend Jeremiah Wright. But on March 13th, we woke up to discover that ABC News had compiled a series of short clips culled from several years of his sermons, skillfully packaged to fit a 2-minute segment on Good Morning America. There was Reverend Wright calling America USA of KKK. There was Reverend Wright saying, not God bless America, God damn America. There was Reverend Wright, in living color, explaining how the tragedy of 9/11 might in part be explained by a record of military interventions and wanton violence overseas, a matter of America's chickens, Coming home to roost. The video offered no context or history. In fact, it could not have portrayed black radicalism more vividly, or provided a more surgical tool to offend Middle America. It was like a Roger Ailes fever dream. Within hours of its initial broadcast, the video was running everywhere. Inside my campaign, it felt as if a torpedo had blown through our hull. I issued a statement, forcefully denouncing the sentiments expressed in the video, while also emphasizing all the good work that Reverend Wright and Trinity did in Chicago. The next day, I appeared at an already scheduled meeting with the editorial boards of 2 newspapers and then did a round of network TV interviews, each time offering a condemnation of the views expressed in the video clips. But no soundbite could offset the harm. The image of Reverend Wright kept trolling across TV screens, the cable chatter continued non-stop, and even Plouffe admitted we might not survive this. Later, Axe and Plouffe would fault themselves for not having had our researchers obtain the videos a year earlier, after the Rolling Stone article hit, which would have given us more time to do damage control. But I knew the blame lay squarely on my shoulders. I may not have been in church for any of the sermons in question or heard Reverend Wright use such explosive language. But I knew all too well the occasional spasms of anger within the black community, my community, that Reverend Wright was channeling. I did know how differently black and white folks still viewed issues of race in America, regardless of how much else they had in common. For me to believe that I could bridge those worlds had been pure hubris, the same hubris that had led me to assume that I could dip in and out of a complex institution like Trinity, headed by a complex man like Reverend Wright, and select, as if off a menu, only those things that I liked. Maybe I could do that as a private citizen, but not as a public figure running for president. Anyway, it was too late now. And while there are moments in politics, as in life, when avoidance, if not retreat, is the better part of valor, there are other times when the only option is to steel yourself and go for broke. I need to make a speech, I told Plouffe. On race. The only way to deal with this is to go big and put Reverend Wright in some kind of context. And I need to do it in the next few days. The team was skeptical. We'd booked the next 3 days solid with events, without any real time to spend on what could end up being the most consequential speech of the campaign. But we had no choice. On a Saturday night, after a day of stumping in Indiana, I went home to Chicago and spent an hour on the phone with Faves, dictating the argument I'd formed in my mind. I wanted to describe how Reverend Wright and Trinity were representative of America's racial legacy, how institutions and individuals who embodied the values of faith and work, family and community, education and upward mobility, might still harbor bitterness toward, and feel betrayed by, a country they loved. But I had to do more than that. I had to explain the other side, why white Americans might resist, or even resent, claims of injustice from blacks, unhappy with any presumption that all whites were racist, or that their own fears and day-to-day struggles were less valid. Unless we could recognize one another's reality, I'd argue, we would never solve the problems America faced. And to hint at what such a recognition might mean, I would include a story that I had told in my first book but had never spoken about in a political speech, the pain and confusion I had experienced as a teenager, when Toot expressed her fear of a panhandler at a bus stop, not only because he had been aggressive but because he was black. It hadn't made me love her any less, for my grandmother was a part of me, just as, in a more indirect way, Reverend Wright was a part of me. Just as they were both a part of the American family. As I wrapped up the call with Faves, I remembered the one time Toot and Reverend Wright had met. It had been at my wedding, where Reverend Wright hugged my mother and grandmother and told them what a wonderful job they'd done raising me, how proud they should be. Toot had smiled in a way I rarely saw her smile, whispering to my mother how the pastor seemed quite charming, although she got a bit uncomfortable later, when during the ceremony Reverend Wright described the conjugal obligations of the newlyweds in terms far more vivid than anything Toot had ever heard in the Methodist church of her childhood. Faves wrote the first draft, and for the next 2 nights, I stayed up late, editing and rewriting, finishing finally at 3 a.m. on the day I was to deliver it. In the holding room at Philadelphia's National Constitution Center, Marty, Valerie, and Eric Whitaker, as well as Axe, Plouffe, and Gibbs, joined me and Michelle to wish me luck. "How you feel?" Marty asked. "Good," I said, and it was true. "I figure if it works, we get through this. If it doesn't, we probably lose. But either way, I'll be saying what I believe. It worked. The networks carried the speech live, and within 24 hours, more than 1 million people had watched it on the internet, a record at the time. Reviews from pundits and editorial writers around the country were strong, and the effect on those in the hall, including Marty, who was photographed with a fat tear running down his cheek, indicated I had touched a chord. But the most important review came that evening, when I placed a call to my grandmother in Hawaii. "That was a very nice speech, Bar," she told me. "I know it wasn't easy." "Thanks, Toot. You know I'm proud of you, don't you?" "I know," I said. And it was only after I hung up that I allowed myself to cry. The speech staunched the bleeding, but the Reverend Wright situation had taken a toll, particularly in Pennsylvania, where Democratic voters skewed older and more conservative. What kept us from an outright free fall was the hard work of our volunteers, an influx of money from small donors that helped us run ads for 4 weeks, and the willingness of some key state officials to vouch for me with their white working class base. Chief among them was Bob Casey, the affable Irish Catholic son of the state's former governor and one of my colleagues in the U.S. Senate. There wasn't much upside for him. Hillary had broad support and was likely to win the state, and he hadn't announced his endorsement when the Reverend Wright video hit the news. And yet, when I called Bob before my speech and offered to free him from his commitment to endorse me in light of the changed circumstances, he insisted on going forward. "The Wright stuff's not great," he said in a bit of world-class understatement. "But I still feel like you're the right guy." Bob then backed up his endorsement with decency and courage, campaigning by my side for more than a week, up and down Pennsylvania. Slowly, our poll numbers began ticking back up. Although we knew victory was not in the cards, we figured a 3 or 4 point loss remained within reach. And then, on cue, I made my biggest mistake of the campaign. We'd flown to San Francisco for a big dollar fundraiser, the kind of event that I generally dreaded, taking place in a fancy house and involving a long photo line, shiitake mushroom hors d'oeuvres, and wealthy donors, most of them terrific and generous one-on-one but collectively fitting every stereotype of the latte-drinking, brio-striving West Coast liberal. We were running late into the evening when, during the obligatory question and answer session, someone asked me to explain why I thought so many working-class voters in Pennsylvania continue to vote against their interests and elect Republicans. I'd been asked a form of this question 1,000 times. Normally I had no problem describing the mix of economic anxiety, frustration with a seemingly unresponsive federal government, and legitimate differences on social issues like abortion that pushed voters into the Republican column. But whether because I was mentally and physically worn out, or because I was just impatient, that's not how my answer came across. "You go into some of these small towns in Pennsylvania," I said, "and, like a lot of small towns in the Midwest, the jobs have been gone now for 25 years and nothing's replaced them." And they fell through the Clinton administration and the Bush administration, and each successive administration has said that somehow these communities are going to regenerate and they have not. So far so good. Except I then added, so it's not surprising then that they get bitter, they cling to guns or religion or antipathy toward people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment, or anti-trade sentiment as a way to explain their frustrations. I can provide the exact quote here, because in the audience that night was a freelance writer who was recording me. To her mind, my answer risked reinforcing negative stereotypes some Californians already had about working-class white voters and was therefore worth blogging about on Huffington Post. It's a decision I respect, by the way, though I wished she had talked to me about it before writing the story. This is what separates even the most liberal writers from their conservative counterparts, the willingness to flay politicians on their own side. Even today, I want to take that sentence back and make a few simple edits. "So it's not surprising then that they get frustrated," I would say in my revised version, "and they look to the traditions and way of life that have been constants in their lives, whether it's their faith, or hunting, or blue-collar work, or more traditional notions of family and community. And when Republicans tell them we Democrats despise these things, or when we give these folks reason to believe that we do, then the best policies in the world don't matter to them." That's what I believed. It's why I'd gotten votes from rural white voters in downstate Illinois and Iowa, because they sensed, even when we didn't agree on an issue like abortion or immigration, that I fundamentally respected and cared about them. In many ways they were more familiar to me than the people I spoke to that night in San Francisco. And so I still brood about this string of poorly chosen words. Not because it subjected us to a whole new round of bludgeoning at the hands of the press and the Clinton campaign, although that was no fun, but because the words ended up having such a long afterlife. The phrases bitter and cling to guns or religion were easily remembered, like a hook in a pop song, and would be cited deep into my presidency as evidence that I failed to understand or reach out to working class white people, even when the positions I took and policies I championed consistently indicated the contrary. Maybe I'm overstating the consequences of that night. Maybe things were bound to play out as they did, and what nags at me is the simple fact that I screwed up and don't like being misunderstood. And maybe I'm bothered by the care and delicacy with which one must state the obvious that it's possible to understand and sympathize with the frustrations of white voters without denying the ease with which, throughout American history, politicians have redirected white frustration about their economic or social circumstances toward black and brown people. One thing's for certain: the fallout from my gaffe that night provided my San Francisco questioner better answer than any verbal response I might have given. We limped through the remainder of the Pennsylvania campaign. There was the final debate in Philadelphia, a brutal affair consisting almost entirely of questions about flag pens, right, and bitter campaigning across the state. An invigorated Hillary touted her newfound appreciation for gun rights. Annie Oakley, I called her. We lost by 9 points. As had been true of the Ohio and Texas primaries, the results had little impact on our delegate lead. But there was no denying we'd taken a serious hit. Political insiders speculated that if the results of the next two big contests, Indiana, where Hillary had a solid lead, and North Carolina, where we were heavily favored, showed any further erosion in our support, superdelegates might start running scared, giving Hillary a realistic chance of wresting away the nomination. Such talk grew appreciably louder several days later, when Jeremiah Wright decided to make a round of public appearances. I had spoken to him only once after the video came out, to let him know how strongly I objected to what he'd said, but also to say that I wanted to shield him and the church from any further fallout. I don't remember the details, just that the call was painful and brief, his questions full of hurt. Had any of these so-called reporters bothered to listen to the full sermons? He asked me. How could they selectively edit a lifetime of work down to 2 minutes? Listening to this proud man defend himself, I could only imagine his bewilderment. He'd been a sought-after speaker at America's leading universities and seminaries, a pillar of his community, a luminary within not just black churches but many white ones as well. And then, in what felt like an instant, he'd become a national object of fear and derision. I felt genuine remorse, knowing this was all because of his association with me. He was collateral damage in a struggle he'd played no part in choosing. And yet I had no meaningful way to salve his wounds, and when I made the practical, if transparently self-interested, suggestion that he lie low for a time and let things blow over, I knew he felt it as just one more affront. When it was announced that Reverend Wright would be giving an interview on Bill Moyers's show and then a keynote address at a Detroit NAACP dinner and then an appearance before the National Press Club in Washington, all just ahead of the Indiana and North Carolina primaries in early May, I fully expected the worst. As it turned out, the first two appearances were notable mainly for their restraint, with the Reverend coming across as more theologian and preacher than provocateur. Then, at the National Press Club, the dam broke. Strafed by questions from the political press and flustered by their unwillingness to consider his answers, Reverend Wright unleashed a rant for the ages, gesticulating as if he were at a tent revival, eyes glistening with righteous fury. He pronounced America racist at its core. He suggested that the U.S. government was behind the AIDS epidemic. He praised Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. The attacks on him were all racially motivated, and my denunciation of his earlier statements he dismissed as just what politicians do in order to get elected. Or, as Marty would later put it, he went full ghetto on their ass. I missed the live broadcast, but watching the replay, I knew what I had to do. The following afternoon, I found myself sitting on a bench in a high school locker room in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, with Gibbs, staring at walls painted industrial green, the stale smell of football uniforms wafting about, waiting to deliver the press statement in which I would permanently sever my relationship with someone who had played a small but significant part in making me the man that I was, someone whose words had once served as a tagline for the speech that put me on the national stage, someone who, for all his now inexcusable blind spots, had never shown me anything but kindness and support. "You okay?" Gibbs asked me. "Yep. I know this can't be easy." I nodded, touched by Gibbs's concern. It wasn't the norm for the two of us to acknowledge the pressure we were under. Gibbs was a warrior first, a prankster second, and on the road we usually opted for easy banter and profanity-laced humor. But perhaps because he'd grown up in Alabama, he understood better than most the complications of race, religion, and family, and how good and bad, love and hate, might be hopelessly tangled in the same heart. "You know, I'm not sure Hillary's wrong," I told him. "About what?" "About me being damaged goods. I think about it sometimes, how this isn't supposed to be about my own ambition. It's supposed to be about making the country better," I said. "If the American people can't get past this right thing, and I stagger my way into the nomination, only to lose the general, what good have I done?" Gibbs put a hand on my shoulder. "You're not going to lose," he said. "People are looking for something real, and they've seen it in you. Let's just get this shit behind us once and for all, so we can get back to reminding them why you should be president." My brief statement, in which I unequivocally denounced and separated myself from Reverend Wright, served its purpose. If it didn't fully allay voter concerns, it at least convinced reporters I had nothing further to say on the matter. Back on the campaign trail, we refocused our attention on healthcare, jobs, the war in Iraq, unsure of exactly how things would all play out. Then we got some help from an unexpected quarter. Throughout the spring of 2008, gas prices had been skyrocketing, mostly the result of various supply disruptions. Nothing got voters in a bad mood like high gas prices, and eager to get out ahead of the issue, John McCain had proposed a temporary suspension of the federal gas tax. Hillary immediately endorsed the idea, and the team asked me what I wanted to do. I told them I was against it. While it had some superficial appeal, I knew it would drain an already depleted federal highway fund, leading to fewer infrastructure projects and jobs. Based on my experience as an Illinois state senator, where I'd once voted for a similar proposal, I was sure that consumers wouldn't see much benefit. In fact, gas station owners were just as likely to keep prices high and boost their own profits as they were to pass the 3 cents a gallon savings on to motorists. Somewhat to my surprise, Plouffe and Axe agreed. In fact, Axe suggested that we highlight my opposition as more proof that I was willing to be straight with voters. The next day, I stood outside a gas station and made my argument before a gaggle of reporters, contrasting what I considered a serious, long-term energy policy with the typical Washington solution that both McCain and Hillary were proposing. It was a bit of political posturing, I said, designed to give the impression of action without actually solving the problem. Then, when both Hillary and McCain tried to paint me as out of touch and unconcerned with what a few $100s might mean to America's working families, we doubled down, shooting a TV ad on the issue and running it nonstop throughout Indiana and North Carolina. It was one of our prouder moments, taking a tough position without the benefit of polls and in the face of pundits who thought we were crazy. We began seeing signs in the polling data that voters were buying our argument, though none of us at this point, not even Plouffe, fully trusted data anymore. Like a patient awaiting the results of a biopsy, the campaign lived with the possibility of a bad outcome. The night before the primaries, we held an evening rally in Indianapolis featuring a performance by Stevie Wonder. After my stump speech, Valerie, Marty, Eric, and I parked ourselves in a small room, enjoying the music, some beer, and a cold chicken dinner. We were in a reflective mood, reminiscing about the joys of Iowa, the heartbreak of New Hampshire, volunteers we'd met and new friends we'd made. Eventually someone brought up Reverend Wright's appearance at the National Press Club, and Marty and Eric began taking turns acting out some of the more excruciating lines. Whether it was a sign of exhaustion, or anxious anticipation of the next day's voting, or maybe just us recognizing the absurdity of our circumstances, 4 longtime friends, African Americans from the South Side of Chicago, eating chicken and listening to Stevie Wonder while waiting to see if one of us would become the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. We all started to laugh and couldn't stop, the kind of deep, tear-inducing, falling out of your chair laughter that's a kissing cousin to despair. Then Axe walked in, wearing his most forlorn look. "What's the matter?" I said, still laughing and trying to catch my breath. Axe shook his head. "I just got our overnight numbers, had us down 12 in Indiana. I just don't think we're going to make it." For a moment, everyone grew quiet. Then I said, "Axe, I love you, but you're a downer. Either grab a drink and sit down with us or get the fuck out of here." Axe shrugged and left the room, taking his worries with him. I looked around at my friends and raised my beer in a toast. "To the audacity of hope," I said. Clinking our bottles, we started to laugh as hard as before. 24 hours later, in a Raleigh hotel room, Gibbs read me the election results. We'd won North Carolina by 14 points. More surprisingly, we had pulled out an effective tie in Indiana, losing by just a few thousand votes. There would be 6 more contests before the official end of the Democratic primary season, and a few weeks would pass before Hillary's belated but gracious concession speech and endorsement, but the results that night told us that the race was basically over. I would be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. In my speech that night, I began the pivot to the general election, knowing there wasn't a minute to waste, telling our audience that I was confident that Democrats would unite to prevent John McCain from continuing the legacy of George W. Bush. I spent some time talking to Axe about potential running mates and then phoned Toot to tell her the news. "It really is something, Bar," she said. Well past midnight, I called Plouffe back at our Chicago headquarters, and the two of us went over what we needed to do to get ready for the convention, less than 3 months away. Lying in bed later, unable to sleep, I took a silent inventory. I thought about Michelle, who had put up with my absences, held down the home front, and overridden her reticence about politics to become effective and fearless on the stump. I thought about my daughters, as lively and cuddly and engaging as ever, even when I didn't see them for a week. I thought about the skill and focus of Axe and Plouffe and the rest of my senior team, how they never gave any indication of doing what they did for money or power, and how in the face of unrelenting pressure they'd proven loyal not just to me and to one another but to the idea of making America better. I thought about friends like Valerie, Marty, and Eric, who'd shared my joys and eased my burdens along every step, asking nothing in return. And I thought about the young organizers and volunteers who'd braved bad weather, skeptical voters, and their candidates' missteps without wavering. I had asked something hard of the American people, to place their faith in a young and untested newcomer, not just a black man, but someone whose very name evoked a life story that seemed unfamiliar. Repeatedly I'd given them cause not to support me. There'd been uneven debate performances, unconventional positions, clumsy gaffes, and a pastor who cursed the United States of America. And I'd faced an opponent who'd proven both her readiness and her mettle. Despite all of that, they'd given me a chance. Through the noise and chatter of the political circus, they'd heard my call for something different. Even if I hadn't always been at my best, they'd divined what was best in me, the voice insisting that for all our differences, we remain bound as one people, and that, together, men and women of goodwill could find a way to a better future. I promised myself I would not let them down. Chapter 8. Entering the summer of 2008, our campaign's first order of business was unifying the Democratic Party. The prolonged and bruising primary had left hard feelings between Hillary's staff and mine, and some of her more ardent boosters threatened to withhold their support unless I put her on the ticket. But despite speculation in the press of a possibly irreparable breach, our first post-primary meeting, held in early June at the Washington home of our colleague Senator Dianne Feinstein, proved to be courteous and businesslike, if not without tension. At the outset, Hillary felt obliged to get a few things off her chest, mainly having to do with what she considered unfair attacks by my campaign. As the winner, I felt obliged to keep my own complaints to myself. But it didn't take long to clear the air. The bottom line, she said, was that she wanted to be a team player, for the good of the Democratic Party, and for the good of the country. it may have helped that she sensed my sincere admiration. Although I would ultimately decide that having her as a running mate posed too many complications, including the awkwardness of a former president roaming the West Wing without a clear portfolio, I was already considering a different role for her in an Obama administration. How Hillary felt about me, I couldn't say. But if she harbored any doubts about my readiness for the job ahead, she kept them to herself. From our first public appearance together a few weeks later, in a small New Hampshire town called Unity, corny, but effective, until the very end of the campaign, both she and Bill did everything we asked of them with energy and a smile. With Hillary on board, the team and I got busy designing our broader electoral strategy. Like the primaries and caucuses, a presidential general election resembles a big math puzzle. Which combination of states do you need to win to get the requisite 270 electoral votes? For at least 20 years, nominees of both parties had come up with the same answer, assuming that the majority of states were inalterably Republican or Democratic, and therefore concentrating all their time and money on a handful of big battleground states like Ohio, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Plouffe had a different idea. One happy byproduct of our interminable primary was that we'd campaigned in every nook and corner of the country. We had battle-tested volunteers in a number of states Democrats had historically ignored. Why not use that advantage to compete in traditionally Republican-leaning territory? Based on the data, Plouffe was convinced we could win western states like Colorado and Nevada. With a big boost in turnout among minority and younger voters, he believed we even had a chance in North Carolina, a state that hadn't gone Democratic in a presidential election since Jimmy Carter in 1976, and Virginia, which hadn't gone Democratic since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. Broadening the electoral map would give us multiple paths to victory, Plouffe argued, and would also help down-ballot Democratic candidates. At a minimum, it would force John McCain and the Republican Party to spend resources shoring up their vulnerable flanks. Among the various Republicans who had competed for the presidential nomination, I had always considered John McCain to be most worthy of the prize. I had admired him from afar before I got to Washington, not only for his service as a Navy pilot and the unimaginable courage he had shown during 5.5 harrowing years as a POW, but because of the contrarian sensibility and willingness to buck Republican Party orthodoxy on issues like immigration and climate change that he'd shown in his 2000 presidential campaign. While we were never close in the Senate, I often found him insightful and self-deprecating, quick to puncture pretension and hypocrisy on both sides of the aisle. McCain did enjoy being something of a press corps darling. My constituency, he once called them, never passing up a chance to be on the Sunday morning news shows, and among his colleagues he had a well-earned reputation for volatility, quick to explode over small disagreements, his pallid face reddening, his reedy voice rising at the first sign of a perceived slight. But he wasn't an ideologue. He respected not only the customs of the Senate but also the institutions of our government and our democracy. I never saw him display the race-tinged nativism that regularly infected other Republican politicians, and on more than one occasion, I'd seen him display real political courage. Once, as the two of us stood in the well of the Senate waiting for a vote, John had confided to me that he couldn't stand a lot of the crazies in his own party. I knew this was part of his shtick, privately playing to Democrats' sensibilities while voting with his caucus about 90% of the time. But the disdain he expressed for the far right wing of his party wasn't an act. And in an increasingly polarized climate, the political equivalent of a holy war, McCain's modest heresies, his unwillingness to profess the true faith, carried a real cost. The crazies in his party mistrusted him, they considered him a Reno Republican in name only, and he was regularly attacked by the Rush Limbaugh crowd. Unfortunately for McCain, it was precisely these voices of the hard right that were exciting the core GOP voters most likely to vote in presidential primaries, rather than the business-friendly, strong on defense, socially moderate Republicans McCain appealed to and was most comfortable with. And as the Republican primary wore on, and McCain sought to win over some of the very people he professed to despise, as he abandoned any pretense of fiscal rectitude in favor of even bigger tax cuts than the Bush tax cuts he'd once voted against, and hedged his position on climate change to accommodate fossil fuel interests, I sensed a change taking place in him. He seemed pained, uncertain, the once jaunty, irreverent warrior transformed into a cranky Washington insider, lassoed to an incumbent president with an approval rating around 30% and a hugely unpopular war. I wasn't sure I could beat the 2000 version of John McCain, but I was increasingly confident that I could beat the McCain of 2008. That's not to say I thought the race would be easy. In a contest against an American hero, the election wouldn't be decided on issues alone. Indeed, we suspected that the central question was likely to be whether a majority of voters could get comfortable with the idea of a young, inexperienced African American senator, one who hadn't previously served in the military or even an executive office, filling the role of commander-in-chief. I knew that if I was to earn Americans' trust on this front, I needed to speak from the most informed position possible, especially about the nation's role in Iraq and Afghanistan. Which is why, just a few weeks after I'd wrapped up the nomination, we decided I would embark on 9 days of foreign travel. The proposed schedule was brutal. In addition to a brief stop in Kuwait and 3 days on the ground in Afghanistan and Iraq, I would meet with the leaders of Israel, Jordan, the United Kingdom, and France, and deliver a major foreign policy address in Berlin. If we pulled the trip off, we'd not only dispel concerns voters might have about my ability to operate effectively on the world stage but also highlight, at a time when voters were deeply troubled by the strained alliances of the Bush years, just what a new era of American leadership might look like. Of course, with the political press sure to flyspeck my every move, there was a good chance something might go wrong. Even a single blunder might reinforce the notion that I wasn't ready for prime time and tank our campaign. My team figured it was worth the risk. Walking a tightrope without a net, Plouffe said. That's when we're at our best. I pointed out that it was me and not we perilously up in the air. Nevertheless, I left Washington in good spirits, eager to travel overseas after a year and a half with my nose to the campaign grindstone. Joining me on the Afghanistan and Iraq legs of the trip were two of my favorite colleagues, both of whom were seasoned in foreign policy: Chuck Hagel, the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and Jack Reed, who sat on the Armed Services Committee. In personality, the two men couldn't have been more different. Jack, a liberal Democrat from Rhode Island, was slightly built, studious, and understated. A proud West Point graduate, he had been one of the few senators to vote against authorizing the Iraq War. Chuck, a conservative Republican from Nebraska, was broad-shouldered, expansive, and full of good humor. A Vietnam veteran with two Purple Hearts, he had voted for the Iraq War. What the two shared was an abiding reverence for the U.S. military and a belief in the prudent use of American power. After almost 6 years, their views on Iraq had converged, and they were now two of the war's most incisive and credible critics. Their bipartisan presence on the trip helped deflect any criticism that it was a campaign stunt, and Chuck's willingness not only to travel with me but also to publicly praise aspects of my foreign policy, just 4 months before the election, was a bold and generous gesture. On a Saturday in mid-July, we landed at Bagram Air Base, a 6-square-mile installation north of Kabul, set against the jagged peaks of the Hindu Kush, that served as the largest U.S. military base in Afghanistan. The news wasn't good. The collapse of Iraq into sectarian violence, and the Bush administration's decision to reinforce our presence with a sustained troop surge, had siphoned military and intelligence capabilities out of Afghanistan. By 2008, we had 5 times as many troops in Iraq as we had there. The shift in focus had allowed the Taliban, the Sunni Islamic insurgents we'd been fighting since 2001, to go on the offensive, and that summer the monthly U.S. casualties in Afghanistan would exceed those in Iraq. As usual, our military was doing all it could to make a tough situation work. The newly assigned commander of coalition forces, General Dave McKiernan, arranged for his team to brief us on the steps they were taking to push back against Taliban strongholds. The following day, dining in the mess hall at the U.S. coalition headquarters in Kabul, we listened as a group of soldiers spoke of their mission with enthusiasm and pride. Hearing these earnest young men and women, most of them just a few years out of high school, talk about building roads, training Afghan soldiers, and setting up schools, only to see their work periodically interrupted or undone because they were understaffed or under-resourced, was both humbling and frustrating, and I vowed that, given the chance, I would get them more help. That night we slept at the heavily fortified U.S. Embassy, and in the morning we drove to the imposing 19th-century palace where President Hamid Karzai lived. In the 1970s, Kabul had been not so different from the capitals of other developing countries, ragged around the edges but peaceful and growing, full of elegant hotels, rock music, and college students intent on modernizing their country. Karzai and his ministers were products of that era, but many had fled to Europe or the United States either during the Soviet invasion that began in 1979 or when the Taliban took over in the mid-1990s. After its assault on Kabul, the United States had brought Karzai and his advisors back and installed them in power, functional expatriates we hoped would serve as the Afghan face of a new, non-militant order. With their impeccable English and stylish dress, they fit the part, and as our delegation dined on a banquet of traditional Afghan fare, they did their best to persuade us that a modern, tolerant, and self-sufficient Afghanistan was within reach so long as American troops and cash continued to flow. I might have believed Karzai's words were it not for reports of rampant corruption and mismanagement within his government. Much of the Afghan countryside was beyond the control of Kabul, and Karzai rarely ventured out, reliant not just on U.S. forces but on a patchwork of alliances with local warlords to maintain what power he possessed. I thought about his seeming isolation later that day as a pair of Black Hawk helicopters flew us over mountainous terrain on our way to a U.S. forward operating base FOB near Helmand on Afghanistan's southern plateau. The small villages of mud and wood that we saw from the air blended seamlessly into the dun-colored rock formations, with barely a paved road or an electrical line in sight. I tried to imagine what the people below thought of the Americans in their midst, or their own president in his sumptuous palace, or even the idea of a nation-state called Afghanistan. Not much, I suspected. They were just trying to survive, buffeted by forces as constant and unpredictable as the winds. And I wondered what it might take, beyond the courage and skill of our troops, despite the best-laid plans of analysts in Washington, to reconcile American ideas of what Afghanistan should be with a landscape that for hundreds of years had proven impervious to change. Such thoughts stayed with me as we left Afghanistan and headed to Iraq, spending a night in Kuwait along the way. Trends had improved since my last visit to Iraq, a surge in U.S. troops, the internationally certified election of Shiite Prime Minister Nuri Kamal al-Maliki, and a brokered agreement with Sunni tribal leaders in the western province of Anbar had reversed some of the sectarian carnage unleashed by the original U.S. invasion and subsequent bungling by men like Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Bremer. John McCain interpreted the recent successes to mean we were winning the fight and would continue to so long as we stayed the course and, in what had become a common nostrum among Republicans, listened to our commanders on the ground. I drew a different conclusion. After 5 years of heavy U.S. involvement, with Saddam Hussein gone, no evidence of WMDs, and a democratically elected government installed, I believed phased withdrawal was in order, one that would build in the time needed to stand up Iraqi security forces and root out the last vestiges of al-Qaeda in Iraq, guarantee ongoing military, intelligence, and financial support, and begin bringing our troops home so that we could hand Iraq back to its people. As in Afghanistan, we had a chance to mingle with troops and visit Anfab in Anbar, before meeting with Prime Minister Maliki. He was a jaw figure, vaguely Nixonian with his long face, heavy 5 o'clock shadow, and indirect gaze. He had cause to be stressed, for his new job was both difficult and dangerous. He was trying to balance the demands of the domestic Shiite power blocs that had elected him and the Sunni population that had dominated the country under Saddam. He also had to manage countervailing pressures from his U.S. benefactors and Iranian neighbors. Indeed, Maliki's ties to Iran, where he had lived in exile for many years, as well as his uneasy alliances with certain Shiite militias, made him anathema to Saudi Arabia and other U.S. allies in the Persian Gulf region, underscoring just how much the U.S. invasion had strengthened Iran's strategic position there. Whether anyone in the Bush White House had discussed such a predictable consequence before ordering U.S. troops into Iraq was uncertain, but the administration sure wasn't happy about it now. My conversations with several high-ranking generals and diplomats made clear that the White House's interest in maintaining a sizable troop presence in Iraq was about more than a simple desire to ensure stability and reduce violence. It was also about preventing Iran from taking further advantage of the mess we'd made. Given that the issue was dominating the foreign policy debate both in Congress and in the campaign, I asked Maliki through the interpreter whether he thought Iraq was ready for a withdrawal of U.S. troops. We were all surprised by his unequivocal response, though he expressed deep appreciation for the efforts of U.S. and British forces and hoped that America would continue to help pay for the training and maintenance of Iraqi forces. He agreed with me that we set a time frame for a U.S. withdrawal. It was unclear what was behind Maliki's decision to push an accelerated timetable for U.S. withdrawal. Simple nationalism, pro-Iranian sympathies, a move to consolidate his power. But as far as the political debate in the United States was concerned, Maliki's position had big implications. It was one thing for the White House or John McCain to dismiss my calls for a timetable for withdrawal as weak and irresponsible, a version of cut and run. It was quite another to dismiss the same idea coming from Iraq's newly elected leader. Of course, at the time, Maliki still didn't really call the shots in his country. The commander of coalition forces in Iraq, General David Petraeus, did, and it was my conversation with him that foreshadowed some of the central foreign policy debates I'd have for much of my presidency. Trim and fit, with a PhD in international relations and economics from Princeton and an orderly, analytical mind, Petraeus was considered the brains behind our improved position in Iraq and the individual to whom the White House had essentially contracted out its strategy. We took a helicopter together from the Baghdad airport to the heavily fortified Green Zone, talking all the way, and although the substance of our conversation wouldn't appear in any press write-ups, as far as my campaign team was concerned that was just fine. It was the photographs they cared about, images of me seated next to a 4-star general aboard a Black Hawk helicopter, wearing a headset and aviator glasses. Apparently it proved a youthful, vigorous contrast to an unfortunate depiction of my Republican opponent that happened to surface on the very same day McCain riding shotgun on a golf cart with former President George H.W. Bush, the two of them resembling a couple of pastel-sweatered grandpas on their way to a country club picnic. Meanwhile, sitting together in his spacious office at Coalition headquarters, Petraeus and I discussed everything from the need for more Arabic language specialists in the military to the vital role development projects would play in delegitimizing militias and terrorist organizations and bolstering the new government. Bush deserved credit, I thought, for having selected this particular general to right what had been a sinking ship. If we had unlimited time and resources, if America's long-term national security interests absolutely depended on creating a functioning and democratic state allied to the United States in Iraq, then Petraeus's approach had as good a chance as any of achieving the goal. But we did not have unlimited time or resources. When you boiled it down, that's what the argument over withdrawal was all about. How much did we continue to give, and when would it be enough? As far as I was concerned, we were approaching that line. Our national security required a stable Iraq, but not a showcase for American nation building. Petraeus, on the other hand, believed that without a more sustained U.S. investment, whatever gains we'd made were still easily reversed. I asked how long it would take for them to feel permanent. 2 years? 5? 10? He couldn't say. But announcing a fixed timetable for withdrawal, he believed, would only give the enemy the chance to wait us out. But wouldn't that always be true? He conceded the point. And what about surveys indicating that a strong majority of Iraqis, both Shiite and Sunni, had wearied of the occupation and wanted us out sooner rather than later? That was a problem we would have to manage, he said. The conversation was cordial, and I couldn't blame Petraeus for wanting to finish the mission. If I were in your shoes, I told him, I'd want the same thing. But a president's job required looking at a bigger picture, I said, just as he himself had to consider trade-offs and constraints that officers under his command did not. As a nation, How should we weigh an additional 2 or 3 years in Iraq at a cost of nearly $10 billion a month against the need to dismantle Osama bin Laden and core al-Qaeda operations in northwestern Pakistan, or against the schools and roads not built back home, or the erosion of readiness should another crisis arise, or the human toll exacted on our troops and their families? General Petraeus nodded politely and said he looked forward to seeing me after the election. As our delegation took its leave that day, I doubted I'd persuaded him of the wisdom of my position any more than he had persuaded me. Was I prepared to be a world leader? Did I have the diplomatic skills, the knowledge and stamina, the authority to command? The balance of the trip was designed to answer such questions. An elaborate audition on the international stage. There were bilateral meetings with King Abdullah in Jordan, Gordon Brown in England, Nicolas Sarkozy in France. I met with Angela Merkel in Germany, where I also spoke to an audience of 200,000 people gathered in front of Berlin's historic Victory Column, declaring that just as an earlier generation had torn down the wall that once divided Europe, it was now our job to tear down other, less visible walls between rich and poor, between races and tribes, between natives and immigrants, between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Over a couple of marathon days in Israel and the West Bank, I met separately with Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, and did my best to understand not only the logic but also the emotions behind an ancient and seemingly intractable conflict. In the town of Sderot, I listened as parents described the terror of rocket shells launched from nearby Gaza landing just a few yards from their children's bedrooms. In Ramallah, I heard Palestinians speak of the daily humiliations endured at Israeli security checkpoints. According to Gibbs, the U.S. press thought I'd passed the looking presidential test with flying colors. But for me, the trip went beyond mere optics. Even more than back home, I felt the immensity of the challenges that awaited me if I won, the grace I'd need to do the job. These thoughts were on my mind the morning of July 24, when I arrived at the Western Wall in Jerusalem, built 2,000 years ago to protect the sacred Temple Mount and viewed as a gateway to divinity and a place where God accepted the prayers of all who visit. For centuries, pilgrims from around the world had made a custom of committing their prayers to paper and stuffing them into the cracks of the wall, so before coming that morning, I'd written my own prayer on a piece of hotel stationery. In the gray light of dawn, surrounded by my Israeli hosts, aides, Secret Service agents, and the clatter of media cameras, I bowed my head before the wall as a bearded rabbi read a psalm calling for peace in the holy city of Jerusalem. As was the custom, I laid a hand on the soft limestone, stilling myself in silent contemplation, and then wadded up my piece of paper and pushed it deep into a crevice in the wall. Lord, I had written, protect my family and me. Forgive me my sins, and help me guard against pride and despair. Give me the wisdom to do what is right and just, and make me an instrument of your will. I had assumed those words were between me and God. But the next day they showed up in an Israeli newspaper before achieving eternal life on the internet. Apparently a bystander dug my scrap of paper out of the wall after we all left. A reminder of the price that came with stepping onto the world stage. The line between my private and public lives was dissolving, each thought and gesture was now a matter of global interest. Get used to it, I told myself. It's part of the deal. Returning from my overseas trip, I felt like an astronaut or an explorer just back from an arduous expedition, charged with adrenaline and vaguely disoriented by ordinary life. With only a month to go before the Democratic National Convention, I decided to try to normalize things a little by taking my family to Hawaii for a week. I told Plouffe the matter wasn't up for debate. After campaigning for 17 months, I needed to recharge, and so did Michelle. Also, Toot's health was deteriorating rapidly, and while we couldn't know exactly how long my grandmother might have, I didn't intend to repeat the mistake I had made with my mother. Most of all, I wanted some time with my daughters. As far as I could tell, the campaign hadn't affected our bonds. Malia was as chatty and inquisitive with me as ever, Sasha as buoyant and affectionate. When I was on the road, I talked to them by phone every night, about school, their friends, or the latest SpongeBob episode. When I was home, I read to them, challenged them to board games, and occasionally snuck out with them for ice cream. Still, I could see from week to week how fast they were growing. How their limbs always seemed an inch or two longer than I remembered, their conversations at dinner more sophisticated. These changes served as a measure of all that I had missed, the fact that I hadn't been there to nurse them when they were sick, or hug them when they were scared, or laugh at the jokes they told. As much as I believed in the importance of what I was doing, I knew I would never get that time back, and often found myself questioning the wisdom of the trade. I was right to feel guilty. It's hard to overstate the burden I placed on my family during those 2 years I ran for president, how much I relied on Michelle's fortitude and parenting skills, and how much I depended on my daughter's preternatural good cheer and maturity. Earlier that summer, Michelle had agreed to bring the girls and join me as I campaigned in Butte, Montana, on the 4th of July, which also happened to be Malia's 10th birthday. My sister Maya and her family decided to come as well. We had our share of fun that day, visiting a mining museum and squirting one another with water guns, but much of my time was still devoted to vote getting. The girls trudged dutifully beside me as I shook hands along the town's parade route. They stood in the heat watching me speak at an afternoon rally. In the evening, after the fireworks I'd promised were canceled due to thunderstorms, we held an impromptu birthday party in a windowless conference room on the lower level of the local Holiday Inn. Our advanced staff had done its best to liven up the place with a few balloons. There was pizza and salad and a cake from the local supermarket. Still, as I watched Malia blow out the candles and make her wish for the year ahead, I wondered whether she was disappointed, whether she might later look back on this day as proof of her father's misplaced priorities. Just then, Kristen Jarvis, one of Michelle's young aides, pulled out an iPod and hooked it up to a portable speaker. Malia and Sasha grabbed my hands to pull me out of my chair. Pretty soon everyone was dancing to Beyoncé and the Jonas Brothers, Sasha gyrating, Malia shaking her short curls, Michelle and Maya letting loose as I showed off my best dad moves. After about half an hour, all of us happily out of breath, Malia came over and sat on my lap. "Daddy," she said, "this is the best birthday ever." I kissed the top of her head and held her tight, not letting her see my eyes get misty. Those were my daughters. That's what I'd given up by being away so much. That's why the days we stole in Hawaii that August were worth it, even if we lost some ground against McCain in the polls. Splashing in the ocean with the girls, letting them bury me in sand without having to tell them I had to get on a conference call or leave for the airport, it was worth it. Watching the sun go down over the Pacific with my arms wrapped around Michelle, just listening to the wind and rustling bombs, worth it. Seeing Toot hunched over on her living room couch, barely able to raise her head but still smiling with quiet satisfaction as her great-granddaughters laughed and played on the floor, and then feeling her mottled, blue-veined hand squeeze mine for perhaps the last time. A precious sacrament. I couldn't leave the campaign entirely behind while I was in Hawaii. There were updates from the team, thank you calls to supporters, a preliminary outline of my convention speech that I drafted and sent to Faves. And there was the single most consequential decision I had to make now that I was the nominee. Who would be my running mate? I had narrowed it down to Governor Tim Kaine of Virginia and Senate colleague Joe Biden of Delaware. At the time, I was much closer to Tim, who had been the first prominent elected official outside of Illinois to endorse me for president and had worked hard as one of our top campaign surrogates. Our friendship came easily. We were roughly the same age, had similar Midwestern roots, similar temperaments, and even similar resumes. Tim had worked on a mission in Honduras while a student at Harvard Law School and had practiced civil rights law before going into politics. As for Joe, we couldn't have been more different, at least on paper. He was 19 years my senior. I was running as the Washington outsider. Joe had spent 35 years in the Senate, including stints as chairman of the Judiciary Committee and the Foreign Relations Committee. In contrast to my peripatetic upbringing, Joe had deep roots in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and took pride in his working-class Irish heritage. It was only later, after we were elected, that we discovered our respective Irish forebears, both bootmakers, had left Ireland for America just 5 weeks apart. And if I was seen as temperamentally cool and collected, measured in how I used my words, Joe was all warmth, a man without inhibitions, happy to share whatever popped into his head. It was an endearing trait, for he genuinely enjoyed people. You could see it as he worked the room, his handsome face always cast in a dazzling smile and just inches from whomever he was talking to, asking a person where they were from, telling them a story about how much he loved their hometown, best calzone I ever tasted, or how they must know so and so, an absolutely great guy, salt of the earth, flattering their children. Anyone ever tell you you're gorgeous? Or their mother you can't be a day over 40, and then on to the next person, and the next, until he touched every soul in the room with a flurry of handshakes, hugs, kisses, backslaps, compliments, and one-liners. Joe's enthusiasm had its downside. In a town filled with people who liked to hear themselves talk, he had no peer. If a speech was scheduled for 15 minutes, Joe went for at least a half hour. If it was scheduled for a half hour, there was no telling how long he might talk. His soliloquies during committee hearings were legendary. His lack of a filter periodically got him in trouble, as when during the primaries, he had pronounced me articulate and bright and clean and a nice-looking guy, a phrase surely meant as a compliment, but interpreted by some as suggesting that such characteristics in a black man were noteworthy. As I came to know Joe, though, I found his occasional gaffes to be trivial compared to his strengths. On domestic issues, he was smart, practical, and did his homework. His experience in foreign policy was broad and deep. During his relatively short-lived run in the primaries, he had impressed me with his skill and discipline as a debater and his comfort on a national stage. Most of all, Joe had heart. He'd overcome a bad stutter as a child, which probably explained his vigorous attachment to words and to brain aneurysms in middle age. In politics, he'd known early success and suffered embarrassing defeats. And he had endured unimaginable tragedy in 1972, just weeks after Joe was elected to the Senate. His wife and baby daughter had been killed, and his two young sons, Beau and Hunter, injured, in a car accident. In the wake of this loss, his colleagues and siblings had to talk him out of quitting the Senate, but he'd arranged his schedule to make a daily hour-and-a-half Amtrak commute between Delaware and Washington to care for his boys, a practice he'd continue for the next 3 decades. That Joe had survived such heartbreak was a credit to his second wife, Jill, a lovely and understated teacher whom he'd met 3 years after the accident, and who had raised Joe's sons as her own. Anytime you saw the Bidens together, it was immediately obvious just how much his family sustained Joe, how much pride and joy he took in Beau, then Delaware's Attorney General and a rising star in state politics, in Hunter, a lawyer in D.C., in Ashley, a social worker in Wilmington, and in their beautiful grandkids. Family had sustained Joe, but so, too, had a buoyancy of character. Tragedy and setbacks may have scarred him, I would learn, but they hadn't made him bitter or cynical. It was on the basis of those impressions that I had asked Joe to undergo the initial vetting process and meet me while I was campaigning in Minnesota. He was resistant at first. Like most senators, Joe had a healthy ego and disliked the idea of playing second fiddle. Our meeting began with him explaining all the reasons why the job of vice president might be a step down for him, along with an explanation of why he'd be the best choice. I assured him that I was looking not for a ceremonial stand-in but for a partner. "If you pick me," Joe said, "I want to be able to give you my best judgment and frank advice. You'll be the president, and I'll defend whatever you decide. But I want to be the last guy in the room on every major decision." I told him that was a commitment I could make. Both Axe and Plouffe thought the world of Tim Kaine, and like me, they knew he'd fit seamlessly into an Obama administration. But also like me, they wondered whether putting 2 relatively young, inexperienced, and liberal civil rights attorneys on a ticket might be more hope and change than the voters could handle. Joe carried his own risks. We figured his lack of discipline in front of a microphone might result in unnecessary controversies. His style was old school, he liked the limelight, and he wasn't always self-aware. I sensed that he could get prickly if he thought he wasn't given his due, a quality that might flare up when dealing with a much younger boss. And yet I found the contrast between us compelling. I liked the fact that Joe would be more than ready to serve as president if something happened to me, and that it might reassure those who still worried I was too young. His foreign policy experience would be valuable during a time when we were embroiled in 2 wars, so would his relationships in Congress and his potential to reach voters still wary of electing an African American president. What mattered most, though, was what my gut told me, that Joe was decent, honest, and loyal. I believed that he cared about ordinary people, and that when things got tough, I could trust him. I wouldn't be disappointed. How the Democratic National Convention in Denver got put together is largely a mystery to me. I was consulted on the order of the program over the 4 nights it would take place, the themes that would be developed, the speakers scheduled. I was shown biographical videos for approval and asked for a list of family and friends who would need accommodations. Plouffe checked in to see if I was game to hold the convention's final night not in a traditional indoor arena, but at Mile High Stadium, home of the Denver Broncos. With a capacity of close to 80,000, it could accommodate the tens of thousands of volunteers from across the country who'd been the foundation of our campaign. It also had no roof, which meant we'd be exposed to the elements. What if it rains? I asked. We pulled 100 years worth of weather reports for Denver on August 28 at 8 p.m., Plouffe said. It's only rained once. What if this year's the second time? Do we have a backup plan? Once we lock in the stadium, Plouffe said, there's no going back. He gave me a slightly maniacal grin. Remember, we're always at our best without a net. Why stop now? Why indeed? Michelle and the girls traveled to Denver a couple of days ahead of me while I campaigned in a few states, so by the time I arrived, the festivities were in full swing. Satellite trucks and presidents surrounded the arena like an army laying siege. Street vendors hawked t-shirts, hats, tote bags, and jewelry adorned with our Rising Sun logo or my jug-eared visage. Tourists and paparazzi clicked away at the politicians and occasional celebrity wandering the arena. Unlike the 2000 convention, when I'd been the kid pressing his face against the candy store window, or the 2004 convention, when my keynote had placed me at the center of the spectacle, I now found myself both the starring attraction and on the periphery, trapped in a hotel suite or looking out the window of my Secret Service vehicle, arriving in Denver only on the second to last night of the convention. It was a matter of security, I was told, as well as deliberate stagecraft. If I remained out of sight, anticipation would only build. But it made me feel restless and oddly removed, as if I were merely an expensive prop to be taken out of the box under special conditions. Certain moments from that week do stand out in my mind. I remember Malia and Sasha and 3 of Joe's granddaughters rolling around on a pile of air mattresses in our hotel suite, all of them giggling, lost in their secret games and wholly indifferent to the hoopla below. I remember Hillary stepping up to the microphone representing the New York delegates and formally making the motion to vote me in as the Democratic nominee, a powerful gesture of unity. And I remember sitting in the living room of a very sweet family of supporters in Missouri, making small talk and munching on snacks before Michelle appeared on the television screen, luminescent in an aquamarine dress, to deliver the convention's opening night address. I had deliberately avoided reading Michelle's speech beforehand, not wanting to meddle in the process or add to the pressure. Having seen her on the campaign trail, I had no doubt she'd be good. But listening to Michelle tell her story that night, seeing her talk about her mom and dad, the sacrifices they'd made and the values they'd passed on, hearing her trace her unlikely journey and describe her hope for our daughters, having this woman who had shouldered so much vouch for the fact that I'd always been true to my family and to my convictions, seeing the convention hall audience, the network anchors, and the people sitting next to me transfixed, well, I couldn't have been prouder. Contrary to what some commentators said at the time, my wife didn't find her voice that night. A national audience finally had a chance to hear that voice unfiltered. 48 hours later, I found myself holed up with faves and acts in a hotel room, fine-tuning the acceptance speech I'd deliver the following evening. It had been tough to write. We felt the moment called for more prose than poetry, with a hard-hitting critique of Republican policies and an account of specific steps I intended to take as president, all without being too long, too dry, or too partisan. It had required countless revisions and I had little time to practice. As I stood behind a mock podium delivering my lines, the atmosphere was more workmanlike than inspired. Only once did the full meaning of my nomination hit me. By coincidence, the last night of the convention fell on the 45th anniversary of the March on Washington and Dr. King's historic I Have a Dream speech. We had decided not to draw too much attention to that fact, figuring that it was a poor idea to invite comparisons to one of the greatest speeches in American history. But I did pay tribute to the miracle of that young preacher from Georgia in the closing bars of my speech, quoting something he'd said to the people who'd gathered on the National Mall that day in 1963: "We cannot walk alone. And as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. We cannot walk alone." I hadn't remembered these particular lines from Dr. King's speech, but as I read them aloud during practice, I found myself thinking about all the older black volunteers I'd met in our offices around the country, the way they'd clutch my hands and tell me they never thought they'd see the day when a black man would have a real chance to be president. I thought about the seniors who wrote to me to explain how they had woken up early and been first in line to vote during the primaries, even though they were sick or disabled. I thought about the doormen, janitors, secretaries, clerks, dishwashers, and drivers I encountered anytime I passed through hotels, conference centers, or office buildings, how they'd wave or give me a thumbs up or shyly accept a handshake. Black men and women of a certain age who, like Michelle's parents, had quietly done what was necessary to feed their families and send their kids to school, and now recognized in me some of the fruits of their labor. I thought of all the people who had sat in jail or joined the March on Washington 40, 50 years ago, and wondered how they would feel when I walked out onto that stage in Denver, how much they had seen their country transformed, and how far things still were from what they had hoped. "You know what, give me a second," I said, my voice catching in my throat, my eyes starting to brim. I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. When I returned a few minutes later, Faves, Axe, and the teleprompter operator were all quiet, unsure of what to do. "Sorry about that," I said. "Let's try it again from the top." I had no trouble getting through the speech the second time around. The only interruption came about halfway through my oration, when we heard a knock on the door and found a hotel server with a Caesar salad standing in the hall. "What can I say?" Axe said with a sheepish grin. I was starving. And by the following evening, as I walked out onto the broad, blue carpeted stage under a clear and open sky to address a stadium full of people and millions more across the country, all that I felt was calm. The night was warm, the roar from the crowd infectious, the flash from thousands of cameras mirroring the stars overhead. When I was finished speaking, Michelle and the girls and then Joe and Gil Biden joined me to wave through a flurry of confetti, and across the stadium we could see people laughing and hugging, waving flags to the beat of a song by country artists Brooks and Dunn that had become a staple on the campaign trail only in America. Historically, a presidential candidate enjoys a healthy bounce in the polls after a successful convention. By all accounts, ours had been close to flawless. Our pollsters reported that after Denver, my lead over John McCain had indeed widened to at least 5 points. It lasted about a week. John McCain's campaign had been flailing. Despite the fact that he'd wrapped up the Republican nomination 3 months before I secured mine, he hadn't achieved much in the way of momentum. Swing voters remained unpersuaded by his proposal for further tax cuts on top of those Bush had already passed. In the new, more polarized climate, McCain himself appeared hesitant to even mention issues like immigration reform and climate change, which had previously burnished his reputation as a maverick inside his party. In fairness, he'd been dealt a bad hand. The Iraq War remained as unpopular as ever. The economy, already in recession, was rapidly worsening, and so were Bush's approval numbers. In an election likely to hinge on the promise of change, McCain looked and sounded like more of the same. McCain and his team must have known they needed to do something dramatic. And I have to give them credit, they sure did deliver. The day after our convention ended, Michelle and I, along with Jill and Joe Biden, were on the campaign plane waiting to take off for a few days of events in Pennsylvania when Axe rushed up to tell us that word had leaked of McCain's running mate. Joe looked at the name on Axe's BlackBerry and then turned to me. "Who the hell is Sarah Palin?" he said. For the next 2 weeks, the National Press Corps would obsess over that question, giving McCain's campaign a much-needed shot of adrenaline and effectively knocking our campaign off the airwaves. After adding Palin to the ticket, McCain raked in millions of dollars in fresh donations in a single weekend. His poll numbers leapt up, essentially putting us in a dead heat. Sarah Palin, the 44-year-old governor of Alaska and an unknown when it came to national politics, was, above all, a potent disruptor. Not only was she young and a woman, a potential groundbreaker in her own right, But she also had a story you couldn't make up. She'd been a small-town basketball player and pageant queen who'd bounced among 5 colleges before graduating with a journalism degree. She'd worked for a while as a sportscaster before getting elected mayor of Wasilla, Alaska, and then taking on the state's entrenched Republican establishment and beating the incumbent governor in 2006. She'd married her high school sweetheart, had 5 kids including a teenage son about to be deployed to Iraq and a baby with Down syndrome, professed a conservative Christian faith, and enjoyed hunting moose and elk during her spare time. Hers was a biography tailor-made for working-class white voters who hated Washington and harbored the not entirely unjustified suspicion that big city elites, whether in business, politics, or the media, looked down on their way of life. If the New York Times editorial board or NPR listeners questioned her qualifications, Palin didn't care. She offered their criticism as proof of her authenticity, understanding far earlier than many of her critics that the old gatekeepers were losing relevance, that the walls of what was considered acceptable in a candidate for national office had been breached, and that Fox News, talk radio, and the budding power of social media could provide her with all the platforms she needed to reach her intended audience. It helped, too, that Palin was a born performer. Her 45-minute speech at the Republican National Convention in early September was a masterpiece of folksy populism and well-aimed zingers. In small towns, we don't quite know what to make of a candidate who lavishes praise on working people when they're listening, and then talks about how bitterly they cling to their religion and guns when those people aren't listening. Ouch! The delegates were ecstatic. Touring with Palin after the convention, McCain spoke to crowds 3 or 4 times larger than what he normally saw on his own. And while the Republican faithful cheered politely during his speeches, it became clear that it was his hockey mom running mate they were really there to see. She was new, different, one of them. A real American and fantastically proud of it. In a different time and a different place, say, a swing state senate or gubernatorial race, the sheer energy Palin generated within the Republican base might have had me worried. But from the day McCain chose her and through the heights of Palin mania, I felt certain the decision would not serve him well. For all of Palin's performative gifts, a vice president's most important qualification was the ability, if necessary, to assume the presidency. Given John's age and history of melanoma, this wasn't an idle concern. And what became abundantly clear as soon as Sarah Palin stepped into the spotlight was that on just about every subject relevant to governing the country she had absolutely no idea what the hell she was talking about. The financial system, the Supreme Court, the Russian invasion of Georgia. It didn't matter what the topic was or what form the question took, the Alaskan governor appeared lost, stringing words together like a kid trying to bluff her way through a test for which she had failed to study. Palin's nomination was troubling on a deeper level. I noticed from the start that her incoherence didn't matter to the vast majority of Republicans. In fact, any time she crumbled under questioning by a journalist, they seemed to view it as proof of a liberal conspiracy. I was even more surprised to witness prominent conservatives, including those who'd spent a year dismissing me as inexperienced, and who spent decades decrying affirmative action, the erosion of intellectual standards, and the debasement of Western culture at the hands of multiculturalists, suddenly shilling for Palin, tying themselves into knots as they sought to convince the public that in a vice presidential candidate, the need for basic knowledge of foreign policy or the functions of the federal government was actually overrated. Sarah Palin, like Reagan, had good instincts, they said, and once installed, she'd grow into the job. It was, of course, a sign of things to come, a larger, darker reality in which partisan affiliation and political expedience would threaten to blot out everything, your previous positions, your stated principles, even what your own senses, your eyes and ears, told you to be true. Chapter 9. In 1993, Michelle and I purchased our first home, in a Hyde Park condominium complex called Eastview Park. It was a lovely location, across from Promontory Point and Lake Michigan, with dogwood trees in the ample courtyard that bloomed a bright pink every spring. The 3-bedroom apartment, laid out like a railcar from front to back, wasn't large, but it had hardwood floors and decent light, and a proper dining room with walnut cabinets. Compared to the second floor of my mother-in-law's house, where we'd been living to save money, it felt absolutely lavish, and we furnished it as our budget allowed, with a combination of crate and barrel couches, Ace Hardware lamps, and yard sale tables. Next to the kitchen, there was a small study where I worked in the evenings. Michelle called it the hole because of the way it was always filled with stacks of books, magazines, newspapers, legal briefs I was writing, and exams I was grading. Every month or so, prompted by my inability to find something I needed, I'd clean the hole in an hour-long frenzy, and I would feel very proud of myself for the 3 days or so it would take for the books and papers and other clutter to spring back like weeds. The hole was also the only room in the apartment where I smoked, although once the girls were born, I took my foul habit outside to the slightly rickety back porch, where I'd sometimes interrupt families of raccoons foraging through our trash cans. Kids reshaped our home in all sorts of ways. Foam child-proofing pads appeared on the table corners. The dining room slowly became less about dining and more repository for the playpens and brightly colored mats and toys that I found myself stepping on at least once a day. But instead of feeling cramped, the apartment's modest size only amplified the joy and noise of our young family's splashy bath times and squeal-filled birthday parties and the sound of Motown or salsa coming from a boombox on the mantel as I spun the girls around in my arms. And while we noticed friends our age buying bigger houses in more well-off neighborhoods, the only time the idea of us moving came up was the summer when either one mouse or two we couldn't be sure repeatedly scampered down the long hallway. I would fix the problem with repairs to a kitchen floorboard, but only after, with remarkable foolishness and a wise-ass grin on my face, I had disputed the notion that two mice really qualified as an infestation, and Michelle in response had threatened to leave with the girls. We paid $277,500 for the condo, with 40% down thanks to some help from Toot and a 30-year fixed mortgage. On paper, our income should have comfortably supported our monthly payments. But as Malia and Sasha got older, the costs of childcare, school fees, and summer camps kept rising, while the principal on our college and law school loans never seemed to decrease. Money was perpetually tight, our credit card balances grew, we had little in the way of savings. So when Marty suggested we consider refinancing our mortgage to take advantage of lower interest rates, I made a call the next day to a neighborhood mortgage broker. The broker, an energetic young man with a buzz cut, confirmed that he could save us $100 or so a month by refinancing. But with home prices going through the roof, he asked if we had considered also using a portion of our equity to get some cash out of the transaction. It was routine, he said, just a matter of working with his appraiser. I was skeptical at first, hearing Toot's sensible voice ringing in my ears, but when I ran the numbers and considered what we'd save by paying off our credit card debt, the broker's logic was hard to dispute. With neither the appraiser nor the broker ever bothering to inspect our house, with me providing only 3 months of pay stubs and a handful of bank statements, I signed a few papers and walked out of the broker's office with a $40,000 check and the vague feeling that I'd just gotten away with something. That's how it was in the early 2000s, a real estate gold rush. In Chicago, new developments seemed to pop up overnight. With home prices climbing at an unprecedented pace, with interest rates low and some lenders requiring just 10 or 5%, or even no money, down for a purchase, why pass up the extra bedroom, the granite countertops, and the finished basement that magazines and television shows insisted were standard measures of a middle-class life? It was a great investment, a sure thing, and once purchased, that same home could serve as your personal ATM, covering the right window treatments, that long-desired Cancun vacation, or making up for the fact that you didn't get a raise last year. Eager to get in on the action, friends, cab drivers, and school teachers told me they'd started flipping houses, everyone suddenly fluent in the language of balloon payments, adjustable rate mortgages, and the Case-Shiller index. If I cautioned them gently, real estate can be unpredictable, you don't want to get in too deep, they'd assure me they had talked to their cousin or uncle who had made a killing, in a tone of mild amusement that implied I didn't know the score. After I was elected to the U.S. Senate, we sold our Eastview Park condo at a price high enough to cover our mortgage and home equity loan and make a small profit. But I noticed, driving home one night, that my mortgage broker's storefront was now empty, with a big for sale or lease sign in the window. All those new condos in River North and the South Loop appeared unoccupied, even with developers offering buyers deeper and deeper discounts. A former staffer who'd left government to get her real estate license asked if I knew of any job openings. The new gig wasn't panning out as she'd hoped. I was neither surprised nor alarmed by any of this, figuring it was just the cyclical ebb and flow of the market. But back in DC, I happened to mention the softening Chicago real estate market to a friend of mine, George Haywood, while we were eating sandwiches in a park near the Capitol. George had dropped out of Harvard Law to play professional blackjack, parlayed his skill with numbers and tolerance for risk into a job as a Wall Street bond trader, and had ultimately made a mint on personal investments. Being ahead of the curve was his business. "This is just the start," he told me. "What do you mean?" "I mean the entire housing market," George said. "The entire financial system. It's all a house of cards waiting to topple." As we sat in the afternoon sun, he gave me a quick tutorial on the burgeoning subprime mortgage market. Whereas banks had once typically held the mortgage loans they made in their own portfolios, a huge percentage of mortgages were now bundled and sold as securities on Wall Street. Since banks could now offload their risk that any particular borrower might default on their loan, this securitization of mortgages had led banks to steadily loosen their lending standards. Credit rating agencies, paid by the issuers, had stamped these securities as AAA, or least risky, without adequately analyzing the default risk on the underlying mortgages. Global investors, awash in cash and eager for higher returns, rushed in to buy these products, pumping more and more money into housing finance. Meanwhile, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the two giant companies that Congress had authorized to purchase qualified mortgages to encourage homeownership, and which, by virtue of their quasi-governmental status, could borrow money much more cheaply than other companies, were knee-deep in the subprime market, with their shareholders making money hand over fist as the housing market swelled. All of this had contributed to a classic bubble, George said. So long as housing prices kept going up, everybody was happy. The family who could suddenly buy their dream house with no money down, the developers that couldn't build houses fast enough to satisfy all these new customers, the banks that sold increasingly complex financial instruments at handsome profits, the hedge funds and investment banks that were placing bigger and bigger bets on these financial instruments with borrowed money, not to mention furniture retailers, carpet manufacturers, trade unions, and newspaper advertising departments, all of which had every incentive to keep the party going. But with so many unqualified buyers propping up the market, George was convinced the party would eventually end. What I was noticing in Chicago was just a tremor, he told me. Once the earthquake came, the impact would be far worse in places like Florida, Arizona, and Nevada, where subprime lending had been most active. As soon as large numbers of homeowners started defaulting, investors would realize that a lot of mortgage-backed securities weren't so AAA after all. They'd likely rush for the exits, dumping the securities as fast as they could. Banks that held these securities would be vulnerable to runs, and would probably pull back on lending to cover losses or maintain capital requirements, making it hard for even qualified families to get a mortgage, which in turn would depress the housing market even further. It would be a vicious cycle, likely to trigger a market panic, and because of the sheer amount of money involved, the result could be an economic crisis the likes of which we hadn't seen in our lifetimes. I listened to all this with growing incredulity. George was not prone to exaggeration, especially when it came to money. He told me he had taken a hefty short position himself, essentially betting that the price of mortgage-backed securities would go way down in the future. I asked him why it was that if the risk of a full-blown crisis was so high, no one, not the Federal Reserve, or bank regulators, or the financial press, seemed to be talking about it. George shrugged. "You tell me." When I got back to my Senate office, I asked some of my staff to check with their counterparts on the banking committee to see if anyone saw any danger in the spiking of the subprime mortgage market. The reports came back negative. The Federal Reserve chairman had indicated that the housing market was a bit overheated and due for an eventual correction, but that given historical trends, he saw no major threat to the financial system or the broader economy. With all the other issues on my plate, including the start of the midterm campaigns, George's warning receded from my mind. In fact, when I saw him a couple of months later, in early 2007, both the financial and housing markets had continued to soften, but it didn't seem to be anything serious. George told me that he had been forced to abandon his short position after taking heavy losses. "I just don't have enough cash to stay with the bet," he said calmly enough, adding, "Apparently I've underestimated how willing people are to maintain a charade." I didn't ask George how much money he'd lost, and we moved on to other topics. We parted ways that day, not knowing that the charade wouldn't last very much longer, or that its terrible fallout would, just a year and a half later, play a critical role in electing me president. Senator Obama. This is Hank Paulson. It was a week and a half after the Republican National Convention, 11 days before my first scheduled debate with John McCain. It was clear why the U.S. Treasury Secretary had requested the call. The financial system was in a meltdown, and taking the American economy with it. Although Iraq had been the biggest issue at the start of our campaign, I had always made the need for more progressive economic policies a central part of my argument for change. As I saw it, the combination of globalization and revolutionary new technologies had been fundamentally altering the American economy for at least 2 decades. U.S. manufacturers had shifted production overseas, taking advantage of low-cost labor and shipping back cheap goods to be sold by big-box retailers against which small businesses couldn't hope to compete. More recently, the internet had wiped out entire categories of office work and, in some cases, whole industries. In this new, winner-take-all economy, those controlling capital or possessing specialized, high-demand skills, whether tech entrepreneurs, hedge fund managers, LeBron James, or Jerry Seinfeld, could leverage their assets, market globally, and amass more wealth than any group in human history. But for ordinary workers, capital mobility and automation meant an ever-weakening bargaining position. Manufacturing towns lost their lifeblood. Low inflation and cheap flat-screen TVs couldn't compensate for layoffs, fewer hours and temp work, stagnant wages and reduced benefits, especially when both healthcare and education costs, 2 sectors less subject to cost-saving automation, kept soaring. Inequality also had a way of compounding itself. Even middle-class Americans found themselves increasingly priced out of neighborhoods with the best schools or cities with the best job prospects. They were unable to afford the extras, SAT prep courses, computer camps, invaluable but unpaid internships, that better-off parents routinely provided their kids. By 2007, the American economy was not only producing greater inequality than almost every other wealthy nation but also delivering less upward mobility. I believe that these outcomes weren't inevitable, but rather were the result of political choices dating back to Ronald Reagan. Under the banner of economic freedom, an ownership society was the phrase President Bush used. Americans had been fed a steady diet of tax cuts for the wealthy and seen collective bargaining laws go unenforced. There had been efforts to privatize or cut the social safety net, and federal budgets had consistently underinvested in everything from early childhood education to infrastructure. All this further accelerated inequality, leaving families ill-equipped to navigate even minor economic turbulence. I was campaigning to push the country in the opposite direction. I didn't think America could roll back automation or sever the global supply chain, though I did think we could negotiate stronger labor and environmental provisions in our trade agreements. But I was certain we could adapt our laws and institutions, just as we'd done in the past, to make sure that folks willing to work could get a fair shake. At every stop I made, in every city and small town, my message was the same. I promised to raise taxes on high-income Americans to pay for vital investments in education, research, and infrastructure. I promised to strengthen unions and raise the minimum wage, as well as to deliver universal health care and make college more affordable. I wanted people to understand that there was a precedent for bold government action. FDR had saved capitalism from itself, laying the foundation for a post-World War II boom. I often talked about how strong labor laws had helped build a thriving middle class and a thriving domestic market, and how, by driving out unsafe products and fraudulent schemes, consumer protection laws had actually helped legitimate businesses prosper and grow. I explain how strong public schools and state universities and a GI Bill had unleashed the potential of generations of Americans and driven upward mobility. Programs like Social Security and Medicare had given those same Americans a measure of stability in their golden years, and government investments like those in the Tennessee Valley Authority and the interstate highway system had boosted productivity and provided the platform for countless entrepreneurs. I was convinced we could adapt these strategies to current times. Beyond any specific policy, I wanted to restore in the minds of the American people the crucial role that government had always played in expanding opportunity, fostering competition and fair dealing, and making sure the marketplace worked for everybody. What I hadn't counted on was a major financial crisis. Despite my friend George's early warning, it hadn't been until the spring of 2007 that I started noticing troubling headlines in the financial press. The nation's second largest subprime lender, New Century Financial, declared bankruptcy after a surge in mortgage defaults in the subprime housing market. The largest lender, countrywide, avoided the same fate only after the Federal Reserve stepped in and approved a shotgun marriage with Bank of America. Alarmed, I had spoken to my economic team and delivered a speech at NASDAQ in September 2007, decrying the failure to regulate the subprime lending market and proposing stronger oversight. This may have put me ahead of the curve compared to other presidential candidates, but I was nonetheless well behind the pace at which events on Wall Street were beginning to spin out of control. In the months that followed, financial markets saw a flight to safety, as lenders and investors moved their money into government-backed treasury bonds, sharply restricted credit, and yanked capital out of any firm that might have significant risk when it came to mortgage-backed securities. Just about every major financial institution in the world was dangerously exposed, having either invested directly in such instruments, often taking on debt to finance their bets, or loan money to firms that did. In October 2007, Merrill Lynch announced $7.9 billion in losses related to mortgages. Citigroup warned that its figure might be closer to $11 billion. In March 2008, the share price in the investment firm Bear Stearns dropped from $57 to $30 in a single day, forcing the Fed to engineer a fire sale purchase by J.P. Morgan Chase. No one could say if or when Wall Street's three remaining major investment banks, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and especially Lehman Brothers, all of which were hemorrhaging capital at alarming rates, would face a similar reckoning. For the public, it was tempting to see all this as a righteous comeuppance for greedy bankers and hedge fund managers, to want to stand by as firms failed and executives who'd drawn $20 million bonuses were forced to sell off their yachts, jets, and homes in the Hamptons. I'd encountered enough Wall Street executives personally to know that many, though not all, lived up to the stereotype: smug and entitled, conspicuous in their consumption, and indifferent to the impact their decisions might have on everyone else. The trouble was that in the midst of a financial panic, in a modern capitalist economy, it was impossible to isolate good businesses from bad, or administer pain only to the reckless or unscrupulous. Like it or not, everybody and everything was connected. By spring, the United States had entered a full-blown recession. The housing bubble and easy money had disguised a whole host of structural weaknesses in the American economy for a full decade. But with defaults now spiking, credit tightening, the stock market declining, and housing prices plummeting, businesses large and small decided to retrench. They laid off workers and canceled orders. They deferred investments in new plants and IT systems. And as people who had worked for those companies lost their jobs, or saw the equity in their homes or 401k plans dwindle, or fell behind on their credit card payments and were forced to spend down their savings, they, too, retrenched. They put off new car purchases, stopped eating out, and postponed vacations. And with declining sales, businesses cut payrolls and spending even more. It was a classic cycle of contracting demand, one that worsened with each successive month. March's data shows that 1 in 11 mortgages was past due or in foreclosure, and that auto sales had cratered. In May, unemployment rose a half point, the largest monthly increase in 20 years. It had become President Bush's problem to manage. At the urging of his economic advisors, he had secured bipartisan agreement from Congress on a $168 billion economic rescue package, providing tax breaks and rebates meant to stimulate consumer spending and give the economy a jolt. But any effect it may have had was dampened by high gas prices that summer, and the crisis only grew worse. In July, news stations across the country broadcast images of desperate customers lined up to pull their money out of IndyMac, a California bank that promptly went belly up. The much larger Wachovia survived only after Secretary Paulson was able to invoke a systemic risk exception to prevent its failure. Congress meanwhile authorized $200 billion to prevent Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the two privately owned behemoths that together guaranteed nearly 90% of America's mortgages, from going under. Both were placed in government conservatorship through the newly formed Federal Housing Finance Agency. Yet even with an intervention of that magnitude, it still felt as if the markets were teetering on the edge of collapse, as if the authorities were shoveling gravel into a crack in the earth that just kept on growing. And for the moment, at least, the government had run out of gravel. Which was why Hank Paulson, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, was calling me. I had first met Paulson when he was the CEO of Goldman Sachs. Tall, bald, and bespectacled, with an awkward but unpretentious manner, he'd spent most of our time talking about his passion for environmental protection. But his voice, typically hoarse, now sounded thoroughly frayed, that of a man fighting both exhaustion and fear. That morning, Monday, September 15th, Lehman Brothers, a $639 billion company, had announced it was filing for bankruptcy. The fact that the Treasury Department had not intervened to prevent what would be the largest bankruptcy filing in history signaled that we were entering a new phase in the crisis. "We can expect a very bad market reaction," he said, "and the situation is likely to get worse before it gets better." He explained why both Treasury and the Fed had determined that Lehman was too weak to prop up and that no other financial institution was willing to take on its liabilities. President Bush had authorized Paulson to brief both me and John McCain because further emergency actions would need bipartisan political support. Paulson hoped that both campaigns would respect and respond appropriately to the severity of the situation. You didn't need a pollster to know that Paulson was right to be worried about the politics. We were 7 weeks from a national election. As the public learned more about the enormity of the crisis, the idea of spending billions of taxpayer dollars to bail out reckless banks would surely rank in popularity somewhere between a bad case of shingles and Osama bin Laden. The following day, Paulson's Treasury would prevent catastrophes at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley by redefining both institutions in a way that allowed them to create commercial banks eligible for federal protection. Still, even blue-chip companies with sterling ratings were suddenly unable to borrow the money needed to finance day-to-day operations, and money market funds, previously considered as safe and liquid as cash, were now starting to buckle. For Democrats, it would be easy enough to lay blame for the fiasco at the foot of the administration, but the truth was that plenty of congressional Democrats had applauded rising homeownership rates throughout the subprime boom. For Republicans who were up for re-election and already saddled with an unpopular president and a tanking economy, the prospect of voting for more Wall Street bailouts looked like an invitation to dig their own graves. "If you need to take further steps," I told Paulson, "I'm guessing your biggest problem will come from your side, not mine." Already, many Republicans were complaining that the Bush administration's interventions in the banking sector violated the core conservative principles of limited government. They accused the Federal Reserve of overstepping its mandate, and some had the gall to criticize government regulators for failing to catch the problems in the subprime market sooner, as if they themselves hadn't spent the past 8 years working to weaken every financial regulation they could find. John McCain's public comments up to that point had been muted, and I urged Paulson to keep in close contact with my competitor as the situation developed. As the Republican nominee, McCain didn't have the luxury of distancing himself from Bush. His vow to continue most of Bush's economic policies, in fact, had always been one of his great vulnerabilities. During the primaries, he'd confessed that he didn't know much about economic policy. He'd more recently reinforced the impression that he was out of touch by admitting to a reporter that he wasn't sure how many homes he owned. The answer was 8. Based on what Paulson was telling me, McCain's political problems were about to get worse. I had no doubt his political advisors would urge him to improve his standing with voters by distancing himself from any financial rescue efforts the administration tried to make. If McCain chose not to be supportive, I knew I'd be under fierce pressure from Democrats, and perhaps my own staff, to follow suit. And yet, as I wrapped up the conversation with Paulson, I knew that it didn't matter what McCain did. With the stakes this high, I would do whatever was necessary, regardless of the politics, to help the administration stabilize the situation. If I wanted to be president, I told myself, I needed to act like one. As expected, John McCain had difficulty coming up with a coherent response to the rapidly unfolding events. On the day of the Lehman announcement, in an ill-timed attempt at reassuring the public, he appeared at a televised rally and declared that the fundamentals of the economy are strong. My campaign absolutely roasted him for it. "Senator, what economy are you talking about?" I asked, speaking later in the day at a rally of my own. In the ensuing days, the news of Lehman's bankruptcy sent financial markets into a full-blown panic. Stocks plunged. Merrill Lynch had already negotiated a desperation sale to Bank of America. Meanwhile, the Fed's $200 billion loan program to banks had proven to be insufficient. Along with all the money to shore up Fannie and Freddie, another $85 billion was now being consumed by an urgent government takeover of AIG, the massive insurance company whose policies underwrote the subprime security market. AIG was the poster child for too big to fail, so intertwined with global financial networks that its collapse would cause a cascade of bank failures, and even after the government intervened, it continued to hemorrhage. 4 days after Lehman's collapse, President Bush and Secretary Paulson appeared on television alongside Ben Bernanke and Chris Cox, the respective chairs of the Federal Reserve and the Securities and Exchange Commission, and announced the need for Congress to pass a bill that would eventually be known as the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or TARP, establishing a new emergency fund of $700 billion. This was the price, they estimated, of staving off Armageddon. Perhaps to compensate for his earlier blunder, McCain announced his opposition to the government bailout of AIG. A day later, he reversed himself. His position on TARP remained unclear, opposing bailouts in theory but maybe supporting this one in practice. With all the zigging and zagging, our campaign had no problem tying the crisis to a Bush-McCain economic agenda that prioritized the wealthy and powerful over the middle class, arguing that McCain was unprepared to steer the country through tough economic times. Nevertheless, I did my best to stay true to the commitment I'd made to Paulson, instructing my team to refrain from making public comments that might jeopardize the Bush administration's chances at getting Congress to approve a rescue package. Along with our in-house economic advisors, Austin Goolsbee and Jason Furman, I had begun consulting with an ad hoc advisory group that included former Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker, former Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and legendary investor Warren Buffett. All had lived through major financial crises before, and each confirmed that this one was of a different order of magnitude. Without swift action, they told me, we face the very real possibility of economic collapse, millions more Americans losing their homes and their life savings, along with Depression-era levels of unemployment. Their briefings proved invaluable in helping me understand the nuts and bolts of the crisis and evaluate the various responses being proposed. They also scared the heck out of me. By the time I traveled to Tampa, where I would be preparing for my first debate with McCain, I felt confident that on the substance of the economy, at least, I knew what I was talking about, and I increasingly dreaded what a prolonged crisis might mean for families all across America. Even without the distraction of a looming crisis, I probably wouldn't have looked forward to being holed up in a hotel for 3 days of debate prep. But given my inconsistency during the primary debates, I knew I needed the work. Fortunately, our team had recruited a pair of lawyers and political veterans, Ron Klein and Tom Donilon, who had served in similar roles prepping candidates like Al Gore, Bill Clinton, and John Kerry. The moment I arrived, they gave me a detailed breakdown of the debate format and an outline of every conceivable question that might be asked. Along with Axe, Plouffe, communications advisor Anita Dunn, and the rest of the team, they drilled me for hours on the precise answers they wanted to hear, down to the last word or turn of phrase. In the old Biltmore Hotel where we had set up shop, Ron and Tom had insisted on building an exact replica of the debate stage, and that first night they subjected me to a full 90-minute mock debate, picking apart every aspect of my performance, from pace to posture to tone. It was exhausting but undeniably useful, and by the time my head hit the pillow, I was certain I would be dreaming in talking points. Despite their best efforts, though, news from outside the Klein Donilon bubble kept diverting my attention. In between sessions, I got updates on market developments and on the prospects for the administration's TARP legislation. To call it legislation was a stretch. The bill Hank Paulson had submitted to Congress consisted of 3 pages of boilerplate language authorizing the Treasury to use the $700 billion emergency fund to buy troubled assets or more generally take steps it deemed necessary to contain the crisis. With the press and the public howling at the price tag and representatives from both sides of the aisle balking at the lack of detail, Pete Rouse told me, the administration wasn't even close to having the votes it needed for passage. Harry Reid and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi affirmed this when I spoke to them by phone. Both were hard-nosed politicians, not averse to bashing Republicans in order to solidify their majorities when the opportunity arose. But as I would see repeatedly over the next few years, both Harry and Nancy were willing, sometimes after a whole lot of grousing, to set politics aside when an issue of vital importance was at stake. On TARP, they were looking to me for direction. I shared my honest assessment with some conditions attached to ensure it wasn't just a Wall Street giveaway. Democrats needed to help get it passed. And to their credit, the 2 leaders said they'd managed to drag in their respective caucuses and provide votes for passage, if Bush and GOP leaders delivered sufficient Republican votes as well. I knew that was a hell of a big if. Unpopular legislation, an election fast approaching, and neither side wanting to hand ammunition to the other, it seemed a surefire recipe for gridlock. To break the impasse, I started seriously considering a quixotic idea proposed by my friend Tom Coburn, a Republican senator from Oklahoma. Then McCain and I put out a joint statement advocating that Congress pass some version of TARP. If both of us placed our hands on the bloody knife, Coburn reasoned, we could take the politics out of the vote and allow a nervous Congress to make a reasonable decision without obsessing over its election day impact. I had no idea how McCain would respond to this. It could come off as gimmicky, but knowing that unless a rescue package passed we'd be looking at what could turn into a full-blown depression, I figured it was worth a shot. McCain and I spoke by phone as I rode back to my hotel after a short campaign event. His voice was soft, polite but cautious. He was open to a possible joint statement, he said, but had been mulling over a different idea. How about if we both suspended our campaigns? What if we postponed the debate, headed back to Washington, and waited until the rescue package passed? Though I couldn't imagine how bringing the presidential campaign circus to Washington would be in any way helpful, I was encouraged by McCain's apparent interest in rising above the day-to-day scrum and getting a bill passed. Careful not to sound dismissive, I suggested, and John agreed, that our campaign managers work up a range of options for our consideration, and that we check back in with each other in an hour or 2. That's progress, I thought. Hanging up, I then dialed Plouffe and instructed him to call Rick Davis, McCain's campaign manager, to follow up. Minutes later, I arrived at the hotel and found Plouffe scowling, having just hung up with Davis. McCain's about to hold a press conference, he said, announcing his plan to suspend his campaign and fly back to Washington. What? I talked to him 10 minutes ago. Yeah, well, it wasn't on the level. Davis says McCain won't even show at the debate unless a rescue package gets done in the next 72 hours. He says McCain's going to publicly call on you to join him in suspending campaigning since, get this, Senator McCain thinks politics should take a backseat right now. Plouffe spat out the words, looking like he wanted to hit somebody. A few minutes later, we watched McCain make his announcement, his voice dripping with concern. It was hard not to feel both angry and disappointed. The charitable view was that John had reacted out of mistrust, afraid that my suggestion of a joint statement was an attempt to one-up him. He'd decided to one-up me first. The less charitable view, shared unanimously by my staff, was that a desperate campaign was embarking on yet another poorly thought-out political stunt. Stunt or not, a whole passel of Washington political insiders considered McCain's move a masterstroke. As soon as he was off the air, we were bombarded with anxious messages from Democratic consultants and Beltway supporters saying we needed to suspend the campaign or risk ceding the high ground at a moment of national emergency. But by both temperament and experience we weren't inclined to follow the conventional wisdom. Not only did I think that the two of us posturing in Washington would lessen rather than improve the chances of getting TARP passed, but I felt that the financial crisis made it that much more important for the debate to take place. so that voters could hear directly from the two men vying to lead them through uncharted waters. Still, rejecting McCain's call felt like a huge gamble. With my team gathered around me, I asked if anyone disagreed with my assessment. Without hesitation, they all said no. I smiled. Okay, then. An hour and a half later, I held my own press conference to say I would not be suspending my campaign. I pointed out that I was already in regular consultation with Paulson and congressional leaders and that I was available to fly to Washington at a moment's notice if needed. I then ad-libbed a line that would dominate the news coverage. Presidents are going to have to deal with more than one thing at a time. We had no idea how voters would respond, but we all felt good about my decision. As soon as we sat down to start gaming out next steps, though, Plouffe got an email from Josh Bolten, Bush's chief of staff, asking that he call. He darted out of the room. When he returned a few minutes later, his frown had deepened. Apparently McCain has asked Bush to host a meeting tomorrow at the White House with you, McCain, and the congressional leaders to try to hash out an agreement on ARP. Bush should be calling at any minute to invite you to the festivities. Plouffe shook his head. This is absolute bullshit, he said. Although it is not large, the cabinet room of the White House is stately, with a rich red carpet adorned with gold stars, and cream-colored walls with eagle-shaped sconces. On the north side of the room, marble busts of Washington and Franklin, sculpted in the classical style, gaze out from nooks on either side of a fireplace. At the center of the room sits an oval table made of gleaming mahogany and surrounded by 20 heavy leather chairs, a small brass plate affixed to the back of each one signifying where the president, vice president, and various cabinet members should sit. It's a place for sober deliberation, built to accommodate the weight of history. On most days, light streams into the room through broad French doors that look out onto the rose garden. But on September 25, as I took my seat for the meeting Bush had called at McCain's behest, the sky was overcast. Around the table sat the president, Vice President Cheney, McCain, and me, along with Hank Paulson, Nancy Pelosi, Harry Reid, the Republican leaders John Boehner and Mitch McConnell, plus the chairpersons and ranking members of the relevant committees. A horde of White House and congressional staffers lined the walls, taking notes and leafing through thick briefing books. No one looked like they wanted to be there. The president certainly hadn't sounded enthusiastic when we'd spoken on the phone the previous day. I disagreed with just about every one of George W. Bush's major policy decisions, but I'd come to like the man, finding him to be straightforward, disarming, and self-deprecating in his humor. I can't tell you why McCain thinks this is a good idea, he'd said, sounding almost apologetic. He acknowledged that Hank Paulson and I were already communicating a couple of times daily and expressed appreciation for my behind-the-scenes help with congressional Democrats. If I were you, Washington's the last place I'd want to be, Bush said. But McCain asked, and I can't say no, hopefully we can keep it short. Only later would I learn that Paulson and the rest of Bush's team had been opposed to the meeting, and for good reason. Over the previous several days, congressional leaders had begun to narrow their differences on the TARP legislation. That very morning, there had been reports of a tentative agreement, although within a few hours, House Republicans pulled back from it. With negotiations at such a delicate stage, Bush's advisors rightly felt that inserting me and McCain into the process would likely hinder more than help. Bush, though, had overruled his team, and I couldn't blame him. Given the increasing resistance to TARP within his own party, he could hardly afford to have the Republican nominee go south on him. Still, the entire proceeding had the air of an elaborate charade. Looking at the drunk faces around the room, I understood we were gathered not for a substantive negotiation but rather a presidential effort to placate one man. The president opened with a brief appeal for unity before turning the meeting over to Paulson, who updated us on current market conditions and explained how TARP funds would be used to buy up bad mortgages, toxic assets, as they were called, from the banks, thereby shoring up balance sheets and restoring market confidence. If Hank and Ben think this plan is going to work, Bush said after they were finished, then that's what I'm for. In accordance with protocol, the president next called on Speaker Pelosi. Rather than take the floor herself, though, Nancy politely informed the president that the Democrats would have me speak first, on their behalf. It had been Nancy and Harry's idea that I serve as their point person, and I was grateful for it. Not only did it ensure that I wouldn't be outflanked by McCain during the deliberations, but it signaled that my fellow Democrats saw their political fortunes as wrapped up with mine. The move seemed to catch the Republicans by surprise, and I couldn't help noticing the president giving Nancy one of his patented smirks. As a shrewd politician, he recognized a deft maneuver when he saw one, before nodding my way. For the next several minutes, I spoke about the nature of the crisis, the details of the emerging legislation, and the remaining points on oversight, executive compensation, and homeowner relief that Democrats believed still needed to be addressed. Noting that both Senator McCain and I had publicly pledged not to play politics with the financial rescue effort, I told the president that Democrats would deliver their share of the votes needed for passage. But I warned that if there was any truth to reports that some Republican leaders were backing away and insisting on starting from scratch with a whole new plan, it would inevitably bog down negotiations, and the consequences would be severe. Bush turned to McCain and said, "John, since Barak had a chance to speak, I think it's only fair if I let you go next." Everyone looked at McCain, whose jaw tightened. He appeared to be on the verge of saying something, thought better of it, and briefly fidgeted in his chair. "I think I'll just wait for my turn," he said finally. There are moments in an election battle, as in life, when all the possible pathways save one are suddenly closed, when what felt like a wide distribution of probable outcomes narrows to the inevitable. This was one of those moments. Bush looked at McCain with a raised eyebrow, shrugged, and called on John Boehner. Boehner said he wasn't talking about starting from scratch but just wanted some modifications, including a plan he had trouble describing, which involved the federal government insuring banks' losses rather than purchasing their assets. I asked Paulson if he'd looked at this Republican insurance proposal and determined whether it would work. Paulson said firmly that he had and it wouldn't. Richard Shelby, the ranking member on the Senate Banking Committee, interjected to say he'd been told by a number of economists that TARP wouldn't work. He suggested that the White House give Congress more time to consider all its options. Bush cut him off and said the country didn't have more time. As the discussion wore on, it became increasingly apparent that none of the Republican leaders were familiar with the actual content of the latest version of the TARP legislation, or for that matter the nature of their own proposed changes. They were simply trying to find a way to avoid taking a tough vote. After listening to several minutes of wrangling back and forth, I jumped in again. "Mr. President," I said, "I'd still like to hear what Senator McCain has to say." Once again, everyone turned to McCain. This time he studied a small note card in his hand, muttered something I couldn't make out, and then served up maybe 2 or 3 minutes of bromides, about how talks seemed to be making progress, how it was important to give Boehner room to move his caucus to yes. And that was it. No plan, no strategy, not even a smidgen of a suggestion as to how the different positions might be bridged. The room fell silent as McCain set down his note card, his eyes downcast, like a batter who knows he's just whiffed at the plate. I almost felt sorry for him, for his team to have encouraged such a high-stakes move and then sent their candidate into the meeting unprepared was political malpractice. When reporters got wind of his performance that day, the coverage would not be kind. The more immediate effect of John's weirdness, though, was to set off a cabinet room free-for-all. Nancy and Spencer Bachus, the ranking Republican on the House Financial Services Committee, started arguing over who deserved credit for the stronger taxpayer protections in the most recent version of the legislation. Barney Frank, the tough and quick-witted Democrat from Massachusetts who knew his stuff and had probably worked harder than anyone to help Paulson get TARP across the finish line, started taunting the Republicans, yelling repeatedly, "What's your plan? What's your plan?" Faces reddened, voices rose, people talked over one another. And all the while, McCain remained silent, stewing in his chair. It got so bad that finally President Bush rose to his feet. "I've obviously lost control of this meeting," he said. "We're finished." With that, he wheeled around and charged out the south door. The entire scene left me stunned. As McCain and the Republican leadership quickly filed out of the room, I pulled Nancy, Harry, and the rest of the Democrats into a huddle in the adjacent Roosevelt room. They were in various states of agitation, and because we'd already decided I wouldn't be giving any post-meeting comments to reporters, I wanted to make sure that none of them said anything that might make matters worse. We were discussing ways that they could constructively summarize the meeting when Paulson entered, looking absolutely shell-shocked. Several of my colleagues started shooing him away, as if he were an unpopular kid on the playground. A few even jeered. "Nancy," Paulson said, towering next to the speaker. "Please." And then, in an inspired and somewhat sad blend of humor and desperation, he lowered his 6'5", 62-year-old frame onto one knee. "I'm begging you, don't blow this up." The speaker allowed a quick smile. "Hank, I didn't know you were Catholic," she said. Just as quickly her smile evaporated, and she added curtly, "You may not have noticed, but we're not the ones trying to blow things up." I had to give Paulson credit. Getting back to his feet, he stood there for several more minutes and let the Democrats vent. By the time they exited for press availability, everyone had calmed down and agreed to try to put the best spin they could on the meeting. Hank and I made plans to talk later that night. After leaving the White House, I put in a call to Plouffe. "How'd it go?" he asked. I thought for a moment. "It went fine for us," I said. "But based on what I just saw, we better win this thing or the country is screwed." I'm not by nature a superstitious person. As a kid, I didn't have a lucky number or own a rabbit's foot. I didn't believe in ghosts or leprechauns, and while I might have made a wish when blowing out birthday candles or tossing a penny into a fountain, my mother had always been quick to remind me that there's a direct link between doing your work and having your wishes come true. Over the course of the campaign, though, I found myself making a few concessions to the spirit world. One day in Iowa, for instance, a burly, bearded guy in biker garb and covered with tattoos strode up to me after an event and shoved something into my hand. It was his lucky metal poker chip, he explained. It had never failed him in Vegas. He wanted me to have it. A week later, a young blind girl in New Hampshire reached out to give me a small heart made of pink glass. In Ohio, it was a silver cross from a nun with an irrepressible smile and a face as grooved as a peach pit. My assortment of charms grew steadily: a miniature Buddha, an Ohio buckeye, a laminated four-leaf clover, a tiny bronze likeness of Hanuman the monkey god, all manner of angels, rosary beads, crystals, and rocks. Each morning, I made a habit of choosing 5 or 6 of them and putting them in my pocket, half-consciously keeping track of which ones I had with me on a particularly good day. If my cache of small treasures didn't guarantee that the universe would tilt in my favor, I figured they didn't hurt. I felt comforted any time I turned them over in my hand or felt their light jangling as I moved from event to event. Each charm was a tactile reminder of all the people I'd met, a faint but steady transmission of their hopes and expectations. I also became particular about my debate day rituals. The morning was always devoted to going over strategy and key points, the early afternoon to some light campaigning. But by 4 o'clock I wanted the schedule cleared. To shed excess adrenaline, I'd get in a quick workout. Then, 90 minutes before heading to the venue, I'd shave and take a long hot shower, before putting on the new shirt, white and tie blue or red, that Reggie had hung in the hotel closet beside my freshly pressed blue suit. For dinner, comfort food: steak cooked medium well, roasted or mashed potatoes, steamed broccoli. And in the half hour or so ahead of the debate, while glancing at my notes, I'd listen to music delivered through earbuds or a small portable speaker. Eventually I became a tad compulsive about hearing certain songs. At first it was a handful of jazz classics, Miles Davis's Freddie Freeloader, John Coltrane's My Favorite Things, Frank Sinatra's Luck Be a Lady. Before one primary debate, I must have played that last track 2 or 3 times in a row, clearly indicating a lack of confidence in my preparations. Ultimately it was rap that got my head in the right place. 2 songs, especially Jay-Z's My First Song and Eminem's Lose Yourself. Both were about defying the odds and putting it all on the line. Look, if you had one shot or one opportunity, to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? How it felt to spin something out of nothing, getting by on wit, hustle, and fear disguised as bravado. The lyrics felt tailored to my early underdog status. And as I sat alone in the back of the Secret Service van on the way to a debate site, in my crisp uniform and dimpled tie, I'd nod my head to the beat of those songs, feeling a whiff of private rebellion, a connection to something grittier and more real than all the fuss and deference that now surrounded me. It was a way to cut through the artifice and remember who I was. Before my first debate with John McCain in late September, I followed the ritual to a T. I ate my steak, listened to my music, felt the weight of the charms in my pocket as I walked onto the stage. But frankly, I didn't need a lot of luck. By the time I arrived on the campus of the University of Mississippi, the place where less than 50 years earlier a black man named James Meredith had been forced to obtain a Supreme Court order in the protection of 500 federal law enforcement personnel simply to attend, I was no longer the underdog. The race was now mine to lose. As expected, the press covering the fiasco at the White House meeting had been merciless to McCain. His problems only grew worse when his campaign announced, just a few hours before the debate, that, because of the progress that had resulted from his intervention in congressional negotiations around TARP, he would lift the self-imposed suspension of his campaign and participate after all. We planned to show up regardless, even if it meant I had a nice, televised one-on-one conversation with the moderator, Jim Lehrer. Reporters saw McCain's latest move for what it was: a hasty retreat after a political stunt that had backfired. The debate itself offered few surprises. McCain appeared relaxed on stage, batching together lines from his campaign speeches and standard Republican orthodoxy, delivered with ample doses of humor and charm. Still, his spotty knowledge of the details of the financial crisis and his lack of answers for what he planned to do about it became more and more evident as we continued to joust. Meanwhile, I was on my game. No doubt my training regimen at the hands of Drill Sergeants Klain and Donilon had paid off. As much as I instinctively resisted canned answers to questions, there was no denying that both television audiences and the pundits found my more practiced responses compelling, and the preparation kept me from droning on too long. More than that, though, my mood for the debate with McCain was noticeably different. Unlike my debates with Hillary and the rest of the Democratic field, which so often felt like an elaborate game, splitting hairs and notching style points, the differences between me and John McCain were real and deep. The stakes in choosing one of us over the other would reverberate for decades, with consequences for millions of people. Confident in my command of the facts, certain of why my ideas had a better chance than John's of meeting the challenges the country now faced, I felt energized by our exchanges and found myself almost enjoying our 90 minutes on stage. The Snap post-debate surveys of undecided voters showed me winning by a wide margin. My team was giddy, full of fist bumps, high fives, and probably a few private sighs of relief. Michelle was happy but more subdued. She hated going to debates, as she described it, having to sit there looking serene, no matter what was said about me or how badly I screwed up. Her stomach churning was like getting a tooth drilled without Novocaine. In fact, whether out of fear that it might jinx the outcome, or because of her own ambivalence about the prospect of my winning, she generally avoided talking to me about the horse race aspect of the campaign. Which is why I was surprised when, in bed later that night, she turned to me and said, "You're going to win, aren't you? A lot can still happen, but yeah, there's a pretty good chance I will." I looked at my wife. Her face was pensive, as if she were working out a puzzle in her mind. Finally she nodded to herself and returned my gaze. "You're going to win," she said softly. She kissed me on the cheek, turned off the bedside lamp, and pulled the covers over her shoulders. On September 29, 3 days after the debate at Ole Miss, Bush's TARP legislation fell 13 votes short of passage in the House of Representatives, with 2/3 of Democrats voting in support of it and 2/3 of Republicans voting against it. The Dow Jones immediately sustained a terrifying 778-point drop. And after a pounding in the press and no doubt a flood of calls from constituents watching their retirement accounts evaporate, enough members of both parties flipped to pass an amended version of the rescue package several days later. Greatly relieved, I called Hank Paulson to congratulate him for his efforts. But while TARP's passage would prove to be critical in saving the financial system, the whole episode did nothing to reverse the public's growing impression that the GOP and by extension their nominee for president, couldn't be trusted to responsibly handle the crisis. Meanwhile, the campaign decisions that Plouffe had pushed for months earlier were paying off. Our army of organizers and volunteers had fanned out across the country, registering hundreds of thousands of new voters and launching unprecedented operations in states that allowed early voting. Our online donations continued to flow, allowing us to play in whatever media markets we choose. When, a month ahead of the election, The McCain campaign announced it was halting its efforts in Michigan, historically a key battleground state, to concentrate its resources elsewhere. Plouffe was almost offended. "Without Michigan, they can't win," he said, shaking his head. "They might as well raise a white flag." Instead of focusing energy on Michigan, the McCain campaign turned their attention to a man who'd become an unlikely cult figure, Joe Wurzelbaker. I'd encountered Wurzelbaker a few weeks earlier as I did some old-fashioned door-knocking in Toledo, Ohio. It was the kind of campaigning I enjoyed most, surprising people as they raked leaves or worked on their cars in the driveway, watching kids zoom up on bikes to see what the commotion was about. That day, I was standing on a corner, signing autographs and talking with a group of people, when a man with a shaved head who looked to be in his late 30s introduced himself as Joe and asked about my tax plan. He was a plumber, he said, and he was worried that liberals like me would make it harder for him to succeed as a small business owner. With the press pool cameras rolling, I explained that my plan would raise taxes only on the wealthiest 2% of Americans, and that by investing those revenues in things like education and infrastructure, the economy and his business would be more likely to prosper. I told him that I believed that this sort of redistribution of income, "when you spread the wealth around," were my words, had always been important in opening up opportunity to more people. Joe was affable but unconvinced, and we agreed to disagree, shaking hands before I left. In the van headed back to our hotel, Gibbs, who like any great campaign communications director had an unerring nose for how a few seemingly innocuous words could trigger political silliness, told me my comment about spreading the wealth was problematic. "What are you talking about? The phrase doesn't pull well. People associate it with communism and shit." I laughed it off, saying that the whole point of rolling back the Bush tax cuts was to redistribute income from people like me to folks like Joe. Gibbs looked at me like a parent whose child keeps making the same mistake over and over again. Sure enough, as soon as the footage of me and Wurzelbaker, instantly dubbed Joe the Plumber, surfaced, McCain started hammering on it during our debates. His campaign went all in, suggesting that this salt-of-the-earth guy in Ohio had unmasked my secret, socialist income redistribution agenda, treating him like an oracle of Middle America. Broadcast news anchors were suddenly interviewing Joe. There were Joe the Plumber TV spots, and McCain brought Joe with him to a few campaign rallies. Joe himself seemed by turns amused, baffled, and occasionally put out by his newfound fame. But when all was said and done, most voters seemed to view Joe as not much more than a distraction from the serious business of electing the next president. Most voters, but not all. For those who got their news from Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh, Joe the Plumber fit neatly into some larger narrative involving Reverend Wright, my alleged fealty to radical community organizer Saul Alinsky, my friendship with my neighbor Bill Ayers, who'd once been a leader of the militant group the Weather Underground, and my shadowy Muslim heritage. For these voters, I was no longer just a left-of-center Democrat who planned to broaden the social safety net and end the war in Iraq. I was something more insidious, someone to be feared, someone to be stopped. To deliver this urgent, patriotic message to the American people, they increasingly looked to their most fearless champion, Sarah Palin. Since August, Palin had tanked during a number of high-profile media interviews, becoming a punchline on Saturday Night Live and other late-night comedy shows. But her power lay elsewhere. She'd spent the first week of October drawing big crowds and enthusiastically gassing them up with nativist bile. From the stage, she accused me of palling around with terrorists who would target their own country. She suggested that I was not a man who sees America the way you and I see America. People turned up at rallies wearing t-shirts bearing slogans like Palin's pit bulls and no communists. The media reported shouts of terrorist and kill him and off with his head coming from her audiences. Through Palin, it seemed as if the dark spirits that had long been lurking on the edges of the modern Republican Party, xenophobia, anti-intellectualism, paranoid conspiracy theories, and antipathy toward black and brown folks, were finding their way to center stage. It was a testament to John McCain's character, his fundamental decency, that any time a supporter approached him spewing Palin-style rhetoric, he politely pushed back. When a man at a Minnesota rally announced into the microphone that he was afraid of having me as a president, McCain wouldn't have it. "I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared of as President of the United States," he said, causing his audience to boo lustily. Answering another question, he said, "We want to fight, and I will fight. But we will be respectful. I admire Senator Obama and his accomplishments. I will respect him. I want everyone to be respectful, and let's make sure we are, because that's the way politics should be conducted in America." I wonder sometimes whether, with the benefit of hindsight, McCain would still have chosen Palin, knowing how her spectacular rise and her validation as a candidate would provide a template for future politicians, shifting his party's center and the country's politics overall in a direction he abhorred. I never posed the question to him directly, of course. Over the next decade, our relationship would evolve into one of grudging but genuine respect, but the 2008 election understandably remained a sore point. I like to think that, given the chance to do it over again, he might have chosen differently. I believe he really did put his country first. The chant that had started with Edith Childs and her big hat in a small room in Greenwood, South Carolina, more than a year earlier now rose spontaneously, rippling through crowds of 40 or 50,000, as people filled up football fields and city parks, undaunted by the unseasonably hot October weather. Fired up, ready to go. Fired up, ready to go. We had built something together. You could feel the energy like a physical force. With just a few weeks to go before the election, our field offices were scrambling to find enough space to accommodate the numbers of people signing on to volunteer. Shepard Fairey's graphic art poster, titled Hope, with a stylized red, white, and blue version of my face staring off into the distance, seemed suddenly ubiquitous. It felt as though the campaign had moved beyond politics and into the realm of popular culture. "You're the new in thing," Valerie would tease. That worried me. The inspiration our campaign was providing, the sight of so many young people newly invested in their ability to make change, the bringing together of Americans across racial and socio-economic lines, it was the realization of everything I'd once dreamed might be possible in politics, and it made me proud. But the continuing elevation of me as a symbol ran contrary to my organizer's instincts, that sense that change involves we and not me. It was personally disorienting, too, requiring me to constantly take stock to make sure I wasn't buying into the hype and remind myself of the distance between the airbrushed image and the flawed, often uncertain person I was. I was also contending with the likelihood that if I was elected president, it would be impossible to meet the outsized expectations now attached to me. Since winning the Democratic nomination, I'd begun to experience reading the newspapers differently, in a way that gave me a jolt. Every headline, every story, every expose was another problem for me to solve. And problems were piling up quickly. Despite TARP's passage, the financial system remained paralyzed. The housing market was in a nosedive. The economy was shedding jobs at an accelerating rate, and there was speculation that the big three automakers would soon be in jeopardy. The responsibility of tackling these problems didn't scare me. In fact, I relished the chance. But from everything I was learning, things were likely to get significantly worse before they got better. Resolving the economic crisis, not to mention winding down two wars, delivering on healthcare, and trying to save the planet from catastrophic climate change, was going to be a long, hard slog. It would require a cooperative Congress, willing allies, and an informed, mobilized citizenry that could sustain pressure on the system, not a solitary savior. So what would happen when change didn't come fast enough? How would these cheering crowds respond to the inevitable setbacks and compromises? It became a running joke between me and the team. Are we sure we want to win this thing? It's not too late to throw it. Marty expressed a more ethnic version of the same sentiment 232 years, and they wait until the country's falling apart before they turn it over to the brother. More than anything campaign related, it was news out of Hawaii that tempered my mood in October's waning days. Maya called, saying the doctors didn't think it would last much longer, perhaps no more than a week. She was now confined to a rented hospital bed in the living room of her apartment, under the care of a hospice nurse and on palliative drugs. Although she had startled my sister with a sudden burst of lucidity the previous evening, asking for the latest campaign news along with a glass of wine and a cigarette, she was now slipping in and out of consciousness. And so, 12 days before the election, I made a 36-hour trip to Honolulu to say goodbye. Maya was waiting for me when I arrived at Toot's apartment. I saw that she had been sitting on the couch with a couple of shoeboxes of old photographs and letters. "I thought you might want to take some back with you," she said. I picked up a few photos from the coffee table. My grandparents and my 8-year-old mother, laughing in a grassy field at Yosemite. Me at the age of 4 or 5, riding on Gramps' shoulders as waves splashed around us. The four of us with Maya, still a toddler, smiling in front of a Christmas tree. Taking the chair beside the bed, I held my grandmother's hand in mine. Her body had wasted away and her breathing was labored. Every so often, she'd be shaken by a violent, metallic cough that sounded like a grinding of gears. A few times, she murmured softly, although the words, if any, escaped me. What dreams might she be having? I wondered if she'd been able to look back and take stock, or whether she'd consider that too much of an indulgence. I wanted to think that she did look back, that she'd reveled in the memory of a long-ago lover or a perfect, sunlit day in her youth when she'd experienced a bit of good fortune and the world had revealed itself to be big and full of promise. I thought back to a conversation I'd had with her when I was in high school, around the time that her chronic back problems began making it difficult for her to walk for long stretches. "The thing about getting old, Toot had told me, is that you're the same person inside." I remember her eyes studying me through her thick bifocals, as if to make sure I was paying attention. "You're trapped in this doggone contraption that starts falling apart. But it's still you. You understand?" I did now. For the next hour or so, I sat talking to Maya about her work and her family, all the while stroking Toot's dry, bony hand. But eventually the room felt too crowded with memories, colliding, merging, refracting, like images in a kaleidoscope, and I told Maya I wanted to take a quick walk outside. After consulting with Gibbs and my Secret Service detail, it was agreed that the press pool downstairs would not be informed, and I took the elevator to the basement level and went out through the garage, turning left down the narrow street that ran behind my grandparents' apartment building. The street had barely changed in 35 years. I passed the rear of a small Shinto temple and community center, then rows of wooden homes broken up by the occasional 3-story concrete apartment building. I had bounced my first basketball, a gift from my father when I was 10 years old, down this street, traveling the length of the uneven sidewalk on my way to and from the courts at the nearby elementary school. Toot used to say that she always knew when I was coming home for dinner because she could hear that darn ball bouncing from 10 stories up. I had run down this street to the supermarket to buy her cigarettes, motivated by her promise that I could buy a candy bar with the change if I was back in 10 minutes. Later, when I was 15, I'd walk the same street home from a shift at my first job, scooping ice cream at the Baskin-Robbins around the corner, Toot laughing heartily when I grumbled to her about my paltry paycheck. Another time, another life, modest and without consequence to the rest of the world, but one that had given me love. Once Toot was gone, there would be no one left who remembered that life, or remembered me in it. I heard a stampede of feet behind me. The press pool had somehow gotten wind of my unscheduled excursion and were gathering on the sidewalk across the street, cameramen jostling to set up their shots, reporters with microphones looking at me awkwardly, clearly conflicted about shouting a question. They were decent about it, really just doing their jobs, and anyway I had barely traveled 4 blocks. I gave the press a quick wave and turned around to go back to the garage. There was no point in going farther, I realized. What I was looking for was no longer there. I left Hawaii and went back to work. 8 days later, on the eve of the election, Maya called to say Toot had died. It was my last day of campaigning. We were scheduled to be in North Carolina that evening, before flying to Virginia for our final event. Before heading to the venue, Axe asked me gently if I needed help writing a topper to my usual campaign remarks, to briefly acknowledge my grandmother's death. I thanked him and said no. I knew what I wanted to say. It was a beautiful night, cool with a light train. Standing on the outdoor stage, after the music and cheers and chants had died down, I spent a few minutes telling the crowd about Toot, how she'd grown up during the Depression and worked on an assembly line while Gramps was away in the war, what she had meant to our family, what she might mean to them. She was one of those quiet heroes that we have all across America, I said. They're not famous. Their names aren't in the newspapers. But each and every day they work hard. They look after their families. They sacrifice for their children and their grandchildren. They aren't seeking the limelight. All they try to do is just do the right thing. And in this crowd, there are a lot of quiet heroes like that, mothers and fathers, grandparents, who have worked hard and sacrificed all their lives. And the satisfaction that they get is seeing that their children and maybe their grandchildren or their great-grandchildren live a better life than they did. That's what America's about. That's what we're fighting for. It was as good a closing argument for the campaign as I felt that I could give. If you're the candidate, Election day brings a surprising stillness. There are no more rallies or town halls. TV and radio ads no longer matter. Newscasts have nothing of substance to report. Campaign offices empty as staff and volunteers hit the streets to help turn out voters. Across the country, millions of strangers step behind a black curtain to register their policy preferences and private instincts, as some mysterious collective alchemy determines the country's fate, and your own. The realization is obvious but also profound. It's out of your hands now. Pretty much all you can do is wait. Plouffe and Axe were driven crazy by the helplessness, passing hours on their Blackberries scrounging for field reports, rumors, bad weather, anything that might be taken as a data point. I took the opposite tack, giving myself over to uncertainty as one might lie back and float over a wave. I did start the morning by calling into a round of drive-time radio shows, mostly at black stations, reminding people to get out and vote. Around 7:30. Michelle and I cast our votes at the Beulah Shoesmith Elementary School, a few blocks from our home in Hyde Park, bringing Malia and Sasha with us and sending them on to school after that. I then made a quick trip to Indianapolis to visit a field office and shake hands with voters. Later, I played basketball, a superstition Reggie and I had developed after we played the morning of the Iowa caucus but failed to play the day of the New Hampshire primary with Michelle's brother, Craig, some old buddies, and a handful of my friends' sons who were fast and strong enough to keep us all working hard. It was a competitive game, filled with the usual good-natured trash talk, although I noticed an absence of hard fouls. This was per Craig's orders, I learned later, since he knew his sister would hold him accountable if I came home with a black eye. Gibbs, meanwhile, was tracking news from the battleground states, reporting that turnout appeared to be shattering records across the country, creating problems in some polling places as voters waited 4 or 5 hours to cast their ballots. Broadcasts from the scenes, Gibbs said, showed people more jubilant than frustrated, with seniors in lawn chairs and volunteers passing out refreshments as if they were all at a neighborhood block party. I spent the rest of the afternoon at home, puttering around uselessly while Michelle and the girls got their hair done. Alone in my study, I made a point of editing the drafts of both my victory and concession speeches. Around 8 p.m. Axe called to say that the networks had called Pennsylvania in our favor, and Marvin said we should start heading to the downtown hotel where we'd be watching the returns before moving over to the public gathering at Grant Park. Outside the front gate of our house, the number of Secret Service agents and vehicles seemed to have doubled over the past few hours. The head of my detail, Jeff Gilbert, shook my hand and pulled me into a brief embrace. It was unseasonably warm for Chicago at that time of year, almost in the mid-60s, and as we drove down Lakeshore Drive, Michelle and I were quiet, staring out the window at Lake Michigan, listening to the girls horsing around in the backseat. Suddenly Malia turned to me and asked, "Daddy, did you win?" "I think so, sweetie. And we're supposed to be going to the big party to celebrate?" "That's right." "Why do you ask?" "Well, it doesn't seem like that many people might be coming to the party, 'cause there are no cars on the road." I laughed, realizing my daughter was right. Save for our motorcade, the 6 lanes in both directions were completely empty. Security had changed at the hotel as well, with armed SWAT teams deployed in the stairwells. Our family and closest friends were already in the suite, everyone smiling, kids racing around the room, and yet the atmosphere was still strangely muted, as if the reality of what was about to happen hadn't yet settled in their minds. My mother-in-law, in particular, made no pretense of being relaxed. Through the din, I noticed her sitting on the couch, her eyes fixed on the television, her expression one of disbelief. I tried to imagine what she must be thinking, Having grown up just a few miles away during a time when there were still many Chicago neighborhoods that blacks could not even safely enter, a time when office work was out of reach for most blacks, and her father, unable to get a union card from white-controlled trade unions, had been forced to make do as an itinerant tradesman, a time when the thought of a black U.S. president would have seemed as far-fetched as a pig taking flight. I took a seat next to her on the couch. "You okay?" I asked. Marion shrugged and kept staring at the television. She said, "This is kind of too much." "I know." I took her hand and squeezed it, the two of us sitting in companionable silence for a few minutes. Then suddenly a shot of my face flashed up on the TV screen and ABC News announced that I would be the 44th President of the United States. The room erupted. Shouts could be heard up and down the hall. Michelle and I kissed and she pulled back gently to give me the once-over as she laughed and shook her head. Reggie and Marvin rushed in to give everyone big bear hugs. Soon Plouffe, Axe, and Gibbs walked in, and I indulged them for several minutes as they rattled off state-by-state results before telling them what I knew to be true, that as much as anything I'd done, it was their skill, hard work, insight, tenacity, loyalty, and heart, along with the commitment of the entire team, that had made this moment possible. The rest of the night is mostly a blur to me now. I remember John McCain's phone call, which was as gracious as his concession speech. He emphasized how proud America should be of the history that had been made and pledged to help me succeed. There were congratulatory calls from President Bush and several foreign leaders, and a conversation with Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi, both of whose caucuses had had very good nights. I remember meeting Joe Biden's 91-year-old mother, who took pleasure in telling me how she'd scolded Joe for even considering not being on the ticket. More than 200,000 people had gathered in Grant Park that night, the stage facing Chicago's glittering skyline. I can see in my mind even now some of the faces looking up as I walked on stage, men and women and children of every race, some wealthy, some poor, some famous and some not, some smiling ecstatically, others openly weeping. I've reread lines from my speech that night and heard accounts from staff and friends of what it felt like to be there. But I worry that my memories of that night, like so much else that's happened these past 12 years, are shaded by the images that I've seen, the footage of our family walking across the stage, the photographs of the crowds and lights and magnificent backdrops. As beautiful as they are, they don't always match the lived experience. In fact, my favorite photograph from that night isn't of Grant Park at all. Rather, it's one I received many years later as a gift, a photograph of the Lincoln Memorial, taken as I was giving my speech in Chicago. It shows a small gathering of people on the stairs, their faces obscured by the darkness, and behind them the giant figure shining brightly, his marble face craggy, his eyes slightly downcast. They're listening to the radio, I am old, quietly contemplating who we are as a people, and the arc of this thing we call democracy. Part 3. Renegade. Chapter 10. Although I had visited the White House several times as a U.S. Senator, I had never been inside the Oval Office before I was elected president. The room is smaller than you might expect, less than 36 feet on its long axis, 7 feet narrower along the other, but its ceiling is high and grand, and its features match up with the photos and newsreels. There's Washington's portrait above the mantel of an ivy-draped fireplace, and the two high-backed chairs, flanked by sofas, where the president sits with the vice president or visiting foreign dignitaries. There are two doors that blend seamlessly into the gently curved walls, one leading out to the hallway, the other to the outer oval, where the president's personal aides are stationed, and a third leading to the president's small inner office and private dining room. There are the busts of long-dead leaders and Remington's famous bronze cowboy, the antique grandfather clock and the built-in bookcases, the thick oval carpet with a stern eagle stitched into its center, and the resolute desk, a gift from Queen Victoria in 1880, ornately carved from the hull of a British ship that a U.S. whaling crew helped salvage after a catastrophe, full of hidden drawers and nooks and with a central panel that pops open, delighting any child who has a chance to crawl through it. One thing cameras don't capture about the Oval Office is the light. The room is awash in light. On clear days, it pours through the huge windows on its eastern and southern ends, painting every object with a golden sheen that turns fine-grained, then dappled, as the late afternoon sun recedes. In bad weather, when the south lawn is shrouded by rain or snow or the rare morning fog, The room takes on a slightly bluer hue but remains undimmed, the weaker natural light boosted by interior bulbs hidden behind a bracketed cornice and reflecting down from the ceiling and walls. The lights are never turned off, so that even in the middle of the night the Oval Office remains luminescent, flaring against the darkness like a lighthouse's rounded torch. I spent most of 8 years in that room, grimly listening to intelligence reports, hosting heads of state, cajoling members of Congress, jousting with allies and adversaries, and posing for pictures with thousands of visitors. With staffers I laughed, cursed, and more than once fought back tears. I grew comfortable enough to put my feet up or sit on the desk, roll around on the floor with a child, or steal a nap on the couch. Sometimes I'd fantasize about walking out the east door and down the driveway, past the guardhouse and wrought iron gates, to lose myself in crowded streets and re-enter the life I'd once known. But I would never fully rid myself of the sense of reverence I felt whenever I walked into the Oval Office, the feeling that I had entered not an office but a sanctum of democracy. Day after day, its light comforted and fortified me, reminding me of the privilege of my burdens and my duties. My first visit to the Oval took place just days after the election, when, following a long tradition, the Bushes invited Michelle and me for a tour of our soon-to-be home. Riding in a Secret Service vehicle, the two of us traveled the winding arc of the South Lawn entrance to the White House, trying to process the fact that in less than 3 months we'd be moving in. The day was sunny and warm, the trees still flush with leaves, and the rose garden overflowing with flowers. Washington's prolonged fall provided a welcome respite, for in Chicago the weather had quickly turned cold and dark, an Arctic wind stripping the trees bare of leaves, as if the unusually mild weather we had enjoyed on election night had been merely part of an elaborate set, to be dismantled as soon as the celebration was done. The President and First Lady Laura Bush greeted us at the South Portico, and after the obligatory waves to the press pool, President Bush and I headed over to the Oval Office, while Michelle joined Mrs. Bush for tea in the residence. After a few more photographs and an offer of refreshments from a young valet, the President invited me to have a seat. "So," he asked, "how's it feel?" "It's a lot," I said, smiling. "I'm sure you remember." "Yep, I do." "Seems like yesterday," he said, nodding vigorously. "Tell you what, though, it's a heck of a ride you're about to take." "Nothing like it." "You just have to remind yourself to appreciate it every day." Whether because of his respect for the institution, lessons from his father, bad memories of his own transition, there were rumors that some Clinton staffers had removed the W key from the White House computers on their way out the door, or just basic decency, President Bush would end up doing all he could to make the 11 weeks between my election and his departure go smoothly. Every office in the White House provided my team with detailed how-to manuals. His staffers made themselves available to meet with their successors, answer questions, and even be shadowed as they carried out their duties. The Bush daughters, Barbara and Jenna, by that time young adults, rearranged their schedules to give Malia and Sasha their own tour of the fun parts of the White House. I promised myself that when the time came, I would treat my successor the same way. The President and I covered a wide range of subjects during that first visit: the economy in Iraq, the press corps and Congress, with him never straying from his jocular, slightly fidgety persona. He provided blunt assessments of a few foreign leaders, warned that people in my own party would end up giving me some of my biggest headaches, and kindly agreed to host a luncheon with all the living presidents sometime before the inauguration. I was aware that there were necessary limits to a president's candor while talking to his successor, especially one who had run against so much of his record. I was mindful as well that for all President Bush's seeming good humor, my presence in the very office he'd soon be vacating must be stirring up difficult emotions. I followed his lead in not delving too deeply into policy. Mostly, I just listened. Only once did he say something that surprised me. We were talking about the financial crisis and Secretary Paulson's efforts to structure the rescue program for the banks now that TARP had passed through Congress. "The good news, Barak," he said, "is that by the time you take office, we'll have taken care of the really tough stuff for you. You'll be able to start with a clean slate." For a moment, I was at a loss for words. I'd been talking to Paulson regularly and knew that cascading bank failures and a worldwide depression were still distinct possibilities. Looking at the President, I imagined all the hopes and convictions he must have carried with him the first time he walked into the Oval Office as president-elect, no less dazzled by its brightness, no less eager than I was to change the world for the better, no less certain that history would judge his presidency a success. "It took a lot of courage on your part to get TARP passed," I said finally, "to go against public opinion and a lot of people in your own party for the sake of the country." That much at least was true. I saw no point in saying more. Back home in Chicago, our lives had shifted sharply. Inside our house, things didn't feel so different, with mornings spent fixing breakfast and getting the girls ready for school, returning phone calls and talking to staffers. But once any of us stepped outside the front door, it was a new world. Camera crews were stationed at the corner, behind recently erected concrete barriers. Secret Service counter sniper teams, clad in black, stood watch on rooftops. A visit to Marty and Anita's house, just a few blocks away, became a major endeavor. A trip to my old gym was now out of the question. Riding downtown to our temporary transition office, I realized that the empty roads that Malia had noticed on election night were the new norm. All my entries and exits into buildings happened through loading docks and service elevators, cleared of everyone but a few security guards. It felt as if I now lived in my own portable, perpetual ghost town. I spent my afternoons forming a government. A new administration brings less turnover than most people imagine. Of the more than 3 million people, civilian and military, employed by the federal government, only a few thousand are so-called political appointees, serving at the pleasure of the president. Of those, he or she has regular, meaningful contact with fewer than 100 senior officials and personal aides. As president, I would be able to articulate a vision and set a direction for the country, promote a healthy organizational culture and establish clear lines of responsibility and measures of accountability. I would be the one who made the final decisions on issues that rose to my attention and who explained those decisions to the country at large. But to do all this, I would be dependent on the handful of people serving as my eyes, ears, hands, and feet, those who would become my managers, executors, facilitators, analysts, organizers, team leaders, amplifiers, conciliators, problem solvers, flag catchers, honest brokers, sounding boards, constructive critics, and loyal soldiers. It was crucial, then, to get these early appointments right, starting with the person who could serve as my chief of staff. Unfortunately, the initial response from my #1 recruit for the job was less than enthusiastic. "No fucking way." That was Rahm Emanuel, the former fundraiser for Richard M. Daley and enfant terrible in the Clinton administration, now a congressman from Chicago's North Side and the mastermind of the 2006 Democratic wave that had taken back the House of Representatives. Short, trim, darkly handsome, hugely ambitious, and manically driven, Rahm was smarter than most of his colleagues in Congress and not known for hiding it. He was also funny, sensitive, anxious, loyal, and famously profane. At a charity roast in his honor a few years earlier, I'd explain how the loss of Rahm's middle finger to a meat slicer when he was a teenager had rendered him practically mute. "Look, I'm honored you're asking," Rahm told me when I reached out a month before the election. "I'll do anything you need to help. But I'm happy where I am. My wife and kids are happy. And I know too much to believe that shit about a family-friendly White House. Anyway, I'm sure you can find better candidates than me." I couldn't argue with Rahm about the hardships involved in accepting my offer. In the modern White House, the chief of staff was the day-to-day quarterback, the end of the funnel through which every issue facing the president had to first pass. Few in government, including the president, worked longer hours or under more unrelenting pressure. But Rahm was wrong about me having a better choice. After 2 punishing years on the campaign, Plouffe had already told me that he wouldn't initially be joining the administration, in part because his wife, Olivia, had delivered a new baby just 3 days after the election. Both my Senate Chief of Staff, Pete Rouse, and former Clinton Chief of Staff John Podesta, who had agreed to help manage our transition team, had taken themselves out of the running. Although Axe, Gibbs, and Valerie would all accept senior positions in the White House, none had the mix of skills and experience I'd need for the Chief of Staff job. Rahm, on the other hand, knew policy, knew politics, knew Congress, knew the White House, and knew financial markets from a stint working on Wall Street. His brashness and impatience rubbed some people the wrong way, As I would learn, his eagerness to put points on the board sometimes led him to care less about the substance of a deal than getting a deal done. But with an economic crisis to tackle and what I suspected might be a limited window to get my agenda through a democratically controlled Congress, I was convinced that his piledriver style was exactly what I needed. In the final days before the election, I had worn Rahm down, appealing to his ego but also to the decency and genuine patriotism hidden beneath his wise-ass persona. The biggest crisis facing the country in our lifetime, I yelled at him, "And you're going to sit on the goddamn sidelines?" Axe and Plouffe, both of whom knew Rahm well and had seen him in action, were thrilled when he accepted the job. But not all of my supporters were as enthusiastic. Hadn't Rahm supported Hillary? A few groused. Didn't he represent the same old triangulating, Davos attending, Wall Street coddling, Washington focused, obsessively centrist version of the Democratic Party we had been running against? How can you trust him? These were all variations on a question that would recur in the coming months. What kind of president did I intend to be? I had pulled off a neat trick during the campaign, attracting support from independents and even some moderate Republicans by promising bipartisanship and an end to slash and burn politics while maintaining the enthusiasm of those on the left. I had done so not by telling different people what they wanted to hear but by stating what I felt to be the truth, that in order to advance progressive policies like universal healthcare or immigration reform, it was not only possible but necessary to avoid doctrinaire thinking, to place a premium on what worked and listen respectfully to what the other side had to say. Voters had embraced my message, because it sounded different and they were hungry for different, because our campaign hadn't depended on endorsements from the usual assortment of interest groups and power brokers that might have otherwise forced me into a strict party orthodoxy, because I was new and unexpected, a blank canvas upon which supporters across the ideological spectrum could project their own vision of change. Once I started making appointments, though, the differing expectations within my coalition began to show. After all, each person I selected for a job in the administration came with his or her own history, paper trail, and set of supporters and detractors. For insiders, at least, the politicians and operatives and reporters whose job it was to read the tea leaves, each appointment signified my true political intentions, evidence of my tilt to the right or to the left, my willingness to break from the past or peddle more of the same. Choices in people reflected choices in policy, and with each choice, the chances of disillusionment grew. When it came to assembling my economic team, I decided to favor experience over fresh talent. The circumstances, I felt, demanded it. The October jobs report, released 3 days after the election, was dismal. 240,000 jobs lost. Revisions would later reveal that the true number was 481,000. Despite the passage of TARP and continuing emergency measures by Treasury and the Fed, the financial markets remained paralyzed, banks were still on the verge of collapse, and foreclosures showed no signs of slowing down. I loved the various up-and-comers who'd advised me throughout the campaign and felt a kinship with left-leaning economists and activists who saw the current crisis as the result of a bloated and out-of-control financial system in dire need of reform. But with the world economy in free fall, my number one task wasn't remaking the economic order. It was preventing further disaster. For this, I needed people who had managed crises before, people who could calm markets in the grip of panic, people who, by definition, might be tainted by the sense of the past. For Treasury Secretary, it came down to two candidates: Larry Summers, who had held the job under Bill Clinton, and Tim Geithner, Larry's former deputy and then head of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Larry was the more obvious choice, an economics major and debate champion at MIT, one of the youngest professors to be tenured at Harvard, and more recently the university's president. He had already served as the World Bank's chief economist, an undersecretary for international affairs, and deputy treasury secretary before taking the reins from his predecessor and mentor, Bob Rubin. In the mid-1990s, Larry had helped engineer the international response to a series of major financial crises involving Mexico, Asia, and Russia, the closest analogues to the crisis I was now inheriting, and even his fiercest detractors acknowledged his brilliance. As Tim aptly described it, Larry could hear your arguments, restate them better than you could, and then show why you were wrong. He also had an only partly deserved reputation for arrogance and political incorrectness. As president of Harvard, he'd had a public row with the prominent African American Studies professor Cornel West and had later been forced to resign after, among other things, positing that intrinsic differences in height and aptitude might be one reason women were underrepresented in the math, science, and engineering departments of leading universities. As I got to know him, I'd come to believe that most of Larry's difficulties in playing well with others had less to do with malice and more to do with obliviousness. For Larry, qualities like tact and restraint just cluttered the mind. He himself seemed impervious to hurt feelings or the usual insecurities, and he would express appreciation accompanied by mild surprise when anyone effectively challenged him or thought of something he'd missed. His lack of interest in standard human niceties extended to his appearance, which was routinely disheveled, his ample belly occasionally exposed by a shirt missing a button, his haphazard approach to shaving often resulting in a distracting patch of stubble under his nose. Tim was different. The first time I met him, in a New York hotel a few weeks before the election, the word that popped into my head was boyish. He was my age, but his slight build, unassuming carriage, and elfin face made him appear considerably younger. During the course of our hour-long conversation he maintained a soft-spoken, good-humored equanimity. We had an immediate rapport, partly based on childhood parallels as a result of his father's work as a development specialist. He'd spent much of his youth abroad, instilling in him a reserve that I recognized in myself. After getting a master's degree in East Asian Studies and International Economics, Tim worked as an Asia specialist for Henry Kissinger's consulting shop and then joined Treasury, becoming a junior trade official in Japan. It was Larry Summers who plucked Tim out of obscurity to serve as his special assistant, and as Larry rose, so did Tim. Tim became a central if unheralded player in dealing with the various financial crises of the 1990s. And it was on the strength of Larry's recommendation that he would end up heading the New York Fed. Their relationship spoke not only to Larry's generosity but also to Tim's quiet confidence and intellectual rigor, qualities that had been amply tested over the previous year, as Tim had worked around the clock with Hank Paulson and Ben Bernanke in an effort to contain the Wall Street meltdown. Whether out of loyalty to Larry, sheer exhaustion, or justifiable guilt like Rom and me, Tim still had kids at home and a wife who longed for a calmer life. Tim spent much of our first meeting trying to discourage me from hiring him as Treasury Secretary. I came away convinced otherwise. For anyone, even Larry, to match Tim's real-time understanding of the financial crisis or his relationships with the current crop of global financial players would take months, I thought, and that was time that we didn't have. More important, my gut told me that Tim had a basic integrity, a steadiness of temperament, and an ability to problem-solve unsullied by ego or political considerations that would make him invaluable in the task ahead. In the end, I decided to hire both men, Larry to help figure out what the hell to do and not do, Tim to organize and steer our response. To make it work, I had to sell Larry on serving not as Treasury Secretary but rather as Director of the National Economic Council (NEC), which, despite being the White House's top economic job, was considered less prestigious. The director's traditional function was to coordinate the economic policy-making process and act as a diplomatic broker between various agencies, which didn't exactly play to Larry's strengths. But none of that mattered. I told Larry I needed him, his country needed him, and as far as I was concerned, he'd be an equal to Tim in formulating our economic plan. My earnestness may have had some influence on his thinking, though the promise at Rom's suggestion to make Larry the next chair of the Federal Reserve no doubt helped get him to yes as well. I had other key posts to fill. To head the Council of Economic Advisors, responsible for providing the president with the best possible data and analysis on all economic matters, I chose Christina Romer, a rosy-cheeked Berkeley professor who had done seminal work on the Great Depression. Peter Orszag, the head of the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, accepted the job as director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Melody Barnes, a thoughtful African-American lawyer and former chief counsel to Senator Ted Kennedy, was put in charge of the Domestic Policy Council. Jared Bernstein, a left-leaning labor economist, came on board as part of Joe Biden's team, as did Gene Sperling, The bespectacled, hyper-articulate policy one who had served 4 years as Bill Clinton's director of the NEC and who now agreed, along with campaign economists Alston Goolsbee and Jason Furman, to function as roving utility players. In the months to come, I would spend countless hours with this brain trust and their deputies, asking questions, sifting through recommendations, poring over slide decks and briefing books, formulating policy and then subjecting whatever we had thought up to relentless scrutiny. Arguments were heated, dissent was encouraged, and no idea was rejected because it came from a junior staffer or didn't fit into a particular ideological predisposition. Still, Tim and Larry were the dominant voices on our economic team. Both men were rooted in the centrist, market-friendly economic philosophy of the Clinton administration, and given the remarkable run of economic prosperity during the 1990s, such a pedigree had long been considered a matter of pride. As the financial crisis worsened, though, that record would come increasingly under fire. Bob Rubin was already seeing his reputation tarnished as a result of his role as senior counselor at Citigroup, one of the financial institutions whose massive exposure in the subprime securities market now fed the contagion. As soon as I announced my economic team, press stories noted that Larry had championed significant deregulation of the financial markets during his time at Treasury. Commentators wondered whether, during his tenure at the New York Fed, Tim, along with Paulson and Bernanke, had been too slow to sound the alarm about the risk the subprime market had posed to the financial system. Some of these criticisms were valid, others grossly unfair. What was certain was that by selecting Tim and Larry, I had yoked myself to their history, and that if we weren't able to right the economic ship quickly, the political price for choosing them would be high. Around the same time that I was finalizing decisions on my economic team, I asked staffers and my Secret Service detail to arrange a clandestine meeting in the fire station at Reagan National Airport. The facility was empty when I arrived, the fire trucks removed to accommodate our motorcade. I stepped into a lounge that had been set up with some refreshments and greeted the compact, silver-haired man in a gray suit seated inside. "Mr. Secretary," I said, shaking his hand. "Thanks for taking the time." "Congratulations, Mr. President-elect," Robert Gates replied, steely-eyed and tight-smiled, before we sat down and got to business. It's fair to say that President Bush's Secretary of Defense and I did not hang out in the same circles. In fact, once you got beyond our common Kansas roots, Gates had been born and raised in Wichita. It was hard to imagine two individuals who had traveled such different roads to arrive at the same location. Gates was an Eagle Scout, a former Air Force intelligence officer, a Russia specialist, and a CIA recruit. At the height of the Cold War, he served in the National Security Council NSC under Nixon, Ford, and Carter, and in the CIA under Reagan, before becoming the agency's director under George H.W. Bush. He'd previously been nominated by Reagan, but questions about his knowledge of the Iran-Contra affair had led him to withdraw. With Bill Clinton's election, Gates left Washington, D.C., joined corporate boards, and later served as president of Texas A&M University, a post he would hold until 2006, when George W. Bush asked him to replace Donald Rumsfeld at the Pentagon and salvage an Iraq war strategy that was then thoroughly in shambles. He was a Republican, a Cold War hawk, a card-carrying member of the national security establishment, a prior champion of foreign interventions I had likely protested while in college, and now defense secretary to a president whose war policies I abhorred. And yet I was in the firehouse that day to ask Bob Gates to stay on as my Secretary of Defense. As with my economic appointments, my reasons were practical. With 180,000 U.S. troops deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan, any wholesale turnover in the Defense Department seemed fraught with risk. Moreover, whatever differences Gates and I may have had regarding the initial decision to invade Iraq, circumstances had led us to share similar views about the path forward. When President Bush, on Gates's recommendation, had ordered a surge of additional U.S. troops in Iraq in early 2007, I had been skeptical, not because I doubted the ability of more U.S. troops to reduce violence there, but because it was framed as an open-ended commitment. Under Gates's direction, though, The Petraeus-led surge and a brokered alliance with Sunni tribes in Anbar province not only significantly reduced violence but also purchased the Iraqis time and space for politics. With the help of painstaking diplomacy by Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and, especially, U.S. Ambassador to Iraq Ryan Crocker, Iraq was on the path to forming a legitimate government, with elections scheduled for the end of January. Midway through my transition, the Bush administration had even announced a status of forces agreement with the Maliki government that would withdraw U.S. troops from Iraq by the end of 2011, a timetable that effectively mirrored what I'd proposed during the campaign. Meanwhile, Gates publicly emphasized the need for the United States to refocus attention on Afghanistan, one of the central tenets of my foreign policy platform. Tactical questions remain regarding pace, resources, and personnel. But the fundamental strategy of winding down combat operations in Iraq and bolstering our efforts in Afghanistan was now firmly established, and for the moment at least, no one was in a better position to carry out that strategy than the Defense Secretary currently in place. I also had sound political reasons for keeping Gates. I had promised to end constant partisan rancor, and Gates's presence in my cabinet would show that I was serious about delivering on that promise. Retaining him would also help generate trust within the U.S. military and the various agencies that made up the intelligence community known as the IC. Wielding a military budget larger than those of the next 37 countries combined, leaders in the Defense Department and the IC were filled with strong opinions, skilled at bureaucratic infighting, and had a bias for doing things the way they'd always been done. I wasn't intimidated by this. I knew in broad strokes what I wanted to do and expected that habits born of the chain of command, saluting and executing orders from the commander-in-chief, even those with which one strongly disagreed, were deeply ingrained. Still, I understood that moving America's national security apparatus in a new direction wasn't easy for any president. If President Eisenhower, the former Supreme Allied commander and one of the architects of D-Day, had occasionally felt stymied by what he called the military-industrial complex, there was a high likelihood that pushing reform might be harder for a newly elected African-American president who'd never served in uniform, had opposed a mission that many had devoted their lives to achieving, wanted to rein in the military budget, and had surely lost the Pentagon vote by a sizable margin. To get things done now, rather than in a year or two down the line, I needed someone like Gates, who knew how the building worked and where the traps were laid, someone who already had the respect that I, regardless of my title, would in some ways have to earn. There was a final reason I wanted Gates on my team, and that was to push against my own biases. The image of me that had emerged from the campaign, the starry-eyed idealist who instinctively opposed military action and believed that every problem on the international stage could be solved through high-minded dialogue, had never been entirely accurate. Yes, I believed in diplomacy and thought war should be a last resort. I believed in multilateral cooperation to address problems like climate change, and I believed that the steady promotion of democracy, economic development, and human rights around the world served our long-term national security interests. Those who voted for me or had worked on my campaign tended to share those beliefs, and they were most likely to populate my administration. But my foreign policy views, and, indeed, my early opposition to the invasion of Iraq, owed at least as much to the realist school, an approach that valued restraint, assumed imperfect information and unintended consequences, and tempered a belief in American exceptionalism with a humility about our ability to remake the world in our image. I would often surprise people by citing George H.W. Bush as a recent president whose foreign policy I admired. Bush, along with James Baker, Colin Powell, and Brent Scowcroft, had deftly managed the end of the Cold War and the successful prosecution of the Gulf War. Gates had come of age working with such men, and in his handling of the Iraq campaign I saw enough overlap between our views to feel confident that we could work together. Having his voice at the table, along with those of people like Jim Jones, the retired four-star general and former head of European Command, whom I had slated as my first national security advisor, guaranteed that I'd hear a broad range of perspectives before making major decisions, and that I would have to continually test even my deepest assumptions against people who had the stature and confidence to tell me when I was wrong. Of course, All this depended on a basic level of trust between me and Gates. When I had asked a colleague to reach out to him about his possible willingness to stay on, Gates had sent back a list of questions. How long would I expect him to serve? Would I be willing to exercise flexibility in the drawdown of troops from Iraq? How would I approach the Defense Department's staffing and budget? As we sat together in the firehouse, Gates acknowledged that it wasn't typical for a potential cabinet appointee to quiz his or her future boss this way. He hoped I hadn't found it presumptuous. I assured him that I didn't mind, and that his candor and clear thinking were precisely what I was looking for. We went through his list of questions. I had a few of my own. After 45 minutes, we shook hands and were whisked away in our separate motorcades. "So?" Axelrod asked upon my return. "He's in," I said. "I like him." Then I added, "We'll see if he likes me back." Without much fuss, the other pieces of my national security team fell into place. Longtime friend and former diplomat Susan Rice as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Leon Panetta, a former California congressman and Clinton chief of staff with a well-earned reputation for bipartisanship, as director of the CIA, and retired Admiral Dennis Blair as Director of National Intelligence. Many of my closest advisors from the campaign took on key staff roles, including my debate drill sergeant Tom Donilon as Deputy National Security Advisor, young hotshots Dennis McDonough, Mark Lippert, and Ben Rhodes as Assistant Deputies at the NSC, and Samantha Power in an NSC position newly focused on atrocity prevention and the advancement of human rights. Just one remaining potential appointee caused any kind of stir. I wanted Hillary Clinton to be my Secretary of State. Observers put forth various theories about my rationale for choosing Hillary: that I needed to unify a still divided Democratic Party, that I was worried about her second-guessing me from her seat in the Senate, that I had been influenced by Doris Kearns Goodwin's book Team of Rivals and was self-consciously mimicking Lincoln by placing a former political opponent in my cabinet. But really it was simpler than that. I thought Hillary was the best person for the job. Throughout the campaign, I had witnessed her intelligence, preparation, and work ethic. Whatever her feelings toward me, I trusted her patriotism and commitment to duty. Most of all, I was convinced that at a time when diplomatic relations around the world were either strained or suffering from chronic neglect, having a Secretary of State with Hillary's star power, relationships, and comfort on the world stage would give us added bandwidth in a way that nobody else could. With the scars of the campaign still fresh in their minds, not everybody in my camp was convinced. "You sure you want a Secretary of State who ran TV ads saying you weren't ready to be Commander-in-Chief?" a friend asked. I had to remind him that my soon-to-be Vice President had said the same thing. Hillary was wary too, and when I first offered her the job, at a meeting in our transition office in Chicago about 10 days after the election, I found myself politely rebuffed. She was tired, she said, and looked forward to settling into the more predictable Senate schedule. She still had campaign debt she needed to retire. And then there was Bill to consider. His work in global development and public health at the Clinton Foundation had made a real difference around the world, and both Hillary and I knew that the need to avoid even an appearance of conflicts, particularly with respect to fundraising, would likely place him and the foundation under new constraints. The concerns she voiced were valid, but I considered them manageable. I asked her to take some time and think it over. Over the course of the next week, I enlisted Podesta, Rahm, Joe Biden, several of our Senate colleagues, and whoever else I could think of to reach out and help make the case to Hillary. Despite the full court press, when we spoke next, on a late-night phone call, she told me she was still inclined to turn me down. Again I persisted, certain that whatever remaining doubts she might have had less to do with the job and more to do with our potential relationship. I elicited her views on Iraq, North Korea, nuclear proliferation, and human rights. I asked her how she might revitalize the State Department. I assured her that she'd have constant and direct access to me, and the ability to choose her own team. "You're too important for me to take no as an answer," I said at the end of the call. By the next morning, Hillary had decided to accept my offer and join the administration. A week and a half later, I introduced her and the rest of my national security team, along with my choice for Attorney General, Eric Holder, and my Department of Homeland Security nominee, Governor Gina Napolitano, at a Chicago press conference. Looking at the men and women assembled on stage, I couldn't help noticing that almost all of them were far older than I was, possessed of decades more experience in the highest levels of government, and that at least a couple of them had originally supported someone else for president, unmoved by talk of hope and change. A team of rivals after all. I thought I'd find out soon enough whether this indicated a well-founded confidence in my ability to lead, or the naive faith of a novice about to get rolled. When George Washington was elected president in 1789, Washington, D.C., didn't yet exist. The president-elect had to make a 7-day trip by barge and horse-drawn buggy from his home in Mount Vernon, Virginia, to New York City's Federal Hall, the temporary seat of the new national government, for his swearing-in. A crowd of 10,000 greeted him. The oath of office was administered, followed by a shout of "Long live George Washington" and a 13-gun salute. Washington delivered a muted, 15-minute inaugural address, not to the crowd but to the members of Congress within their lit, makeshift chamber. He then headed to a service at a nearby church. With that, the father of our country was free to get on with the business of making sure America outlasted his tenure. Over time, presidential inaugurations grew more elaborate. In 1809, Dolly Madison hosted the first inaugural ball in the new Capitol, with 400 people shelling out $4 each for the privilege of attending what to that point was the largest social event ever held in Washington, D.C., befitting his populist reputation. Andrew Jackson threw open the White House doors to several thousand of his supporters for his inauguration in 1829. The drunken crowd got so rowdy that Jackson was said to have escaped through a window. For his second inauguration, Teddy Roosevelt wasn't content with military processions and marching bands. He threw in a pasil of cowboys and the Apache chief Geronimo. And by the time it was John F. Kennedy's turn in 1961, the inauguration had become a multi-day televised spectacle, complete with performances by famous musical artists, a reading by poet laureate Robert Frost, and several fancy balls where Hollywood's leading celebrities could sprinkle stardust on the new president's bankrollers and wart heelers. Frank Sinatra apparently pulled out all the stops to make the parties Camelot worthy, although he was forced into what must have been an awkward conversation with his friend and fellow Rat Packer Sammy Davis Jr., when Joe Kennedy sent word that the presence of Davis and his very white Swedish wife at the inaugural balls might not sit so well with JFK's Southern supporters and should therefore be discouraged. Given the excitement our campaign had generated, expectations for my inauguration, scheduled for January 20, 2009, were high. As with a Democratic convention, I didn't have much to do with the details of putting it together. Confident that the committee we'd set up and my campaign's organizational whiz Alyssa Mastromonaco, then slated to be my director of running stuff, had everything well in hand. Instead, while stages were being erected and bleachers set up along the DC parade route, Michelle, the girls, and I went to Hawaii for Christmas, where, in between sorting out my final cabinet appointments, daily consultations with my economic team, and early work on my inaugural address, I tried to catch my breath. Maya and I spent an afternoon going through Toot's personal effects and then walked the same rocky outcropping near Hanauma Bay where we'd said a final farewell to our mother and scattered her ashes over the ocean below. I pulled together a pickup basketball game with some of my old high school teammates. Our families sang Christmas carols, baked cookies, and debuted what would end up becoming an annual talent show. The dads were fairly judged to be the least talented. I even had a chance to body surf at Sandy Beach, one of my favorite haunts as a youth. Shooting down a gently breaking wave, the light curling with the sweep of water and the sky etched with a flight of birds, I could pretend for a moment that I wasn't surrounded by several wet-suited Navy SEALs, that the Coast Guard cutter in the distance had nothing to do with me, that pictures of me shirtless wouldn't later end up on the front pages of newspapers around the world with headlines like "Fit for Office." When I finally signaled that I was ready to go, the leader of my security team that day, a sardonic agent named Dave Beach who'd been with me from the start and knew me as a friend, tilted his head, shook the water out of his ears, and said matter-of-factly, "I hope you enjoyed that, 'cause it's the last time you'll be able to do it for a long, long while." I laughed, knowing he was joking, or was he? The campaign and its immediate aftermath had offered no time for reflection, so it was only during this brief tropical interlude that all of us, friends, family, staffers, Secret Service, had a chance to wrap our heads around what had happened and try to envision what was yet to come. Everyone seemed happy but slightly tentative, unsure whether it was okay to acknowledge the strangeness of things, trying to figure out what had changed and what had not. And although she didn't show it, no one felt this uncertainty more keenly than the soon-to-be First Lady of the United States. Over the course of the campaign, I'd watched Michelle adapt to our new circumstances with unerring grace, charming voters, nailing interviews, perfecting a style that showed her to be both chic and accessible. It was less a transformation than an amplification, her essential mishiness burnished to a high shine. But for all her growing comfort with being in the public eye, behind the scenes Michelle was desperate to carve out some zone of normalcy for our family, a place beyond the distorting reach of politics and fame. In the weeks after the election, this meant throwing herself into the tasks any couple might go through when having to relocate for a new job. With typical efficiency, she sorted, she packed, she closed accounts, made sure our mail would get forwarded, and helped the University of Chicago Medical Center plan for her replacement. Her overriding focus, though, was on our daughters. The day after the election she had already arranged for a tour of DC schools. Both Malia and Sasha crossed the all-girls schools off their list, settling instead on Sidwell Friends, a private school founded by Quakers and the same school Chelsea Clinton had attended, and talked to teachers about managing the girls' transfer into classes mid-year. She sought advice from Hillary and from Laura Bush on how to insulate them from the press and grilled the Secret Service on ways to avoid having the girls' security detail disrupt playdates and soccer games. She familiarized herself with the operations of the White House residence and made sure the furniture in the girls' bedrooms wouldn't look like something out of Monticello. It's not as if I didn't share Michelle's stress. Malia and, especially, Sasha were so young in 2008, all pigtails and braids, missing teeth and round cheeks. How would the White House shape their childhoods? Would it isolate them, make them moody or entitled? At night, I would listen intently as Michelle gave me the latest intel she'd gathered, then offer my thoughts on this or that issue that was nagging her, providing her with assurances that a sullen remark or small piece of mischief from either of the girls didn't indicate the early effects of their suddenly topsy-turvy world. But as had been true during so much of the last 10 years, the day-to-day burden of parenting rested largely on Michelle. And as she watched how, before I had even assumed office, the vortex of work pulled me in, as she saw her own career sidelined, her tight-knit circle of friends soon to be hundreds of miles away as she made her way in a city where so many people's motives were necessarily suspect, the prospect of loneliness settled on her like a cloud. All of which helps explain why Michelle asked her mom to come live with us in the White House. That Marion Robinson was even willing to consider it came as something of a surprise to me, for by nature my mother-in-law was cautious, finding satisfaction in steady work, familiar routines, a small circle of family and friends that she'd known for years. She had lived in the same house since the 1960s and rarely ventured out of Chicago. Her one extravagance was an annual 3-day trip to Vegas with her sister-in-law Yvonne and Mama Kay to play the slots. And although she adored her grandchildren and had agreed to retire early to help Michelle look after the girls once the campaign heated up, she had always made a point of not hanging around our Chicago home or staying for dinner once her work was done. "I am not going to be one of those old ladies," she'd say with a huff, "who won't leave their kids alone just 'cause they've got nothing better to do." Still, when Michelle asked her to move to Washington with us, Marion didn't put up much resistance. She knew her daughter wouldn't ask unless it was really important. There was the practical stuff, of course. For the first few years we were in the White House, it would be Marion who accompanied Malia and Sasha to school every morning and kept them company after school if Michelle was at work. But it was more than that. What really mattered, what wouldn't stop mattering long after the girls had outgrown the need for babysitting, was the way Marion's mere presence kept our family grounded. My mother-in-law didn't act like she was better than anybody else, so our daughters never even considered that an option. She lived by a doctrine of no fuss and no drama and was unimpressed by any form of opulence or hype. When Michelle came back from a photo shoot or a black tie dinner, where her every move had been monitored or her hairstyle scrutinized by the press, she could shed her designer dress, throw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and know that her mom was upstairs in her suite on the top floor of the White House, always willing to sit and watch TV with her and talk about the girls or folks back home, or about nothing in particular. My mother-in-law never complained about anything. Whenever I interacted with her, I'd remember that, no matter what kind of mess I was dealing with, no one had forced me to be the president and that I needed to just suck it up and do my job. What a gift my mother-in-law was for us. She became a living, breathing reminder of who we were and where we came from, a keeper of values we'd once thought ordinary but had learned were more rare than we had ever imagined. Winter semester at Sidwell Friends School started 2 weeks before Inauguration Day, so after New Year's we flew back to Chicago, scooped up whatever personal effects had not already been shipped ahead, then boarded a government plane for Washington. Blair House, the president's official guest house, couldn't accommodate us that early, so we checked into the Hay Adams Hotel, the first of 3 moves we'd make in the span of 3 weeks. Malia and Sasha didn't seem to mind being in a hotel. They especially didn't mind their mom's unusually indulgent attitude toward TV watching, bed jumping, and sampling every dessert on the room service menu. Michelle accompanied them to their first day of school in a Secret Service vehicle. Later, she would tell me how her heart sank as she watched her precious babies, looking like miniature explorers in their brightly colored coats and backpacks, walking into their new lives surrounded by burly armed men. At the hotel that night, though, the girls were their usual chattering, irrepressible selves, telling us what a great day they'd had, and how lunch was better than at their old school, and how they had already made a bunch of new friends. As they spoke, I could see the tension on Michelle's face start to lift. When she informed Malia and Sasha that now that school had started, there'd be no more weeknight desserts and TV watching and that it was time to brush their teeth and get ready for bed, I figured things would turn out okay. Meanwhile, our transition was firing on all cylinders. Initial meetings with my national security and economic teams were productive, with folks sticking to the agenda and grandstanding kept to a minimum. Crammed into nondescript government offices, we set up working groups for every agency and every imaginable topic: job training, airline safety, student loan debt, cancer research, Pentagon procurement, and I spent my days picking the brains of earnest young whiz kids, rumpled academics, business leaders, advocacy groups, and grizzled veterans of previous administrations. Some were auditioning for a job in the administration, others wanted us to adopt proposals that had gone nowhere over the previous 8 years. But all seemed eager to help, excited by the prospect of a White House willing to put new ideas to the test. There were, of course, bumps along the way. Some of my preferred choices for cabinet positions declined or didn't pass vetting. At various points in the day Rom might pop in to ask me how I wanted to handle some emerging policy or organizational dispute, and behind the scenes there was no shortage of the early jockeying, over titles, turf, access, parking spots, that characterizes any new administration. But overall, the mood was one of focused exhilaration, all of us convinced that with smart, deliberate work we could transform the country in the ways we had promised. And why not? Polls showed my approval rating close to 70%. Each day brought a new round of positive media coverage. Younger staffers like Reggie and Faves were suddenly hot items in the DC gossip columns. Despite forecasts for frigid temperatures on Inauguration Day, authorities predicted record crowds, with hotels already booked for miles around. The avalanche of requests for the ticketed events, from elected officials, donors, distant cousins, high school acquaintances, and various important personages we barely knew or hadn't even met, never slowed. Michelle and I did our best to sort through all of them without bruising too many feelings. It's like our wedding, I grumbled, but with a bigger guest list. 4 days before the inauguration, Michelle, the girls, and I flew to Philadelphia, where in homage to Lincoln's whistle-stop train ride from Springfield to Washington for his 1861 inauguration we boarded a vintage railroad car and reprised the last leg of his journey, with one deviation a stop in Wilmington, where we picked up Joe and Gil Biden. Watching the adoring crowd that had gathered to see them off, hearing Joe joke with all the Amtrak conductors he knew by name after years of commuting, I could only imagine what was going through his mind, rolling down tracks he'd first traveled not in joy but in anguish so very long ago. I spent much of the time that day chatting with the several dozen guests we'd invited along for the ride, most of them ordinary voters we'd met here and there along the campaign trail. They joined Malia, Sasha, and me in singing happy birthday as Michelle blew out the candles on her cake. It was her 45th, giving it the feeling of a close family gathering, the kind Michelle so treasured. Occasionally I'd step out onto the train's rear platform, feeling the wind cut against my face, the syncopated rhythm of wheels against tracks somehow slowing down time, and I'd wave to the clusters of people who had gathered along the way. There were thousands of them, mile after mile, their smiles visible from a distance, some standing on flatbed trucks, others pressed up against fences, many holding homemade signs with messages like "Grandma's for Obama" or "We believe" or "Yes we did," or lifting up their kids and urging them to wave. Such moments continued over the next 2 days. During a visit to Walter Reed Army Medical Center, I met a young Marine amputee who saluted from his bed and told me he'd voted for me despite being a Republican, and that he would be proud to call me his commander-in-chief. At a homeless shelter in Southeast Washington, a tough-looking teenage boy wordlessly wrapped me in the tightest embrace. My father's stepmother, Mama Sarah, had traveled all the way from her tiny rural village in northwestern Kenya for the inauguration. I smiled as I watched this elderly woman without any formal education, a woman whose home had a tin roof and neither running water nor indoor plumbing, being served dinner in Blair House on china used by prime ministers and kings. How could my heart not be stirred? How could I resist believing there was something true in all this, something that might last? Months later, when the magnitude of economic wreckage was fully understood and the public mood had turned dark, my team and I would ask ourselves whether, as a matter of politics and governance, we should have done more to tamp down this collective post-election high and prepare the country for the hardships to come. It's not as if we didn't try. When I go back and read interviews I gave right before taking office, I'm struck by how sober I was, insisting that the economy would get worse before it got better, reminding people that reforming healthcare couldn't happen overnight and that there were no simple solutions in places like Afghanistan. The same goes for my inauguration speech. I tried to paint an honest picture of our circumstances, stripping out some of the loftier rhetoric in favor of calls for responsibility and common effort in the face of daunting challenges. It's all there, in black and white. A pretty accurate assessment of how the next few years would go. And yet maybe it was for the best that people couldn't hear those cautionary notes. After all, it wasn't hard to find reasons to feel fear and anger in early 2009, to mistrust politicians or the institutions that had failed so many people. Maybe what was needed was a burst of energy, no matter how fleeting, a happy-seeming story about who we were as Americans and who we might be. The kind of high that could provide just enough momentum to get us through the most treacherous part of the journey. That feels like what happened. A collective, unspoken decision was made that for a few weeks at least, the country would take a much-needed break from cynicism. Inauguration Day arrived, bright, windy, and freezing cold. Because I knew that the events had been choreographed with a military precision, and because I tend to live my life about 15 minutes behind schedule, I set 2 alarms to make sure I was up on time. A run on the treadmill, breakfast, a shower and shave, repeated twice before the tie knot was up to snuff, and by 8:45 a.m. Michelle and I were in the car for the 2-minute drive from Blair House to St. John's Episcopal Church, where we had invited a friend of ours, Dallas pastor T.D. Jakes, to lead a private service. For his sermon that morning, Reverend Jakes drew on the Old Testament's book of Daniel, describing how Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, faithful to God despite their service in the royal court, refused to kneel before King Nebuchadnezzar's golden idol, how as a result the 3 men were thrown into a blazing furnace, and yet how because of their faithfulness, God protected them, helping them to emerge from the furnace unscathed. In assuming the presidency during such turbulent times, Reverend Jakes explained, I too was being thrown into the flames of war, the flames of economic collapse. But so long as I stayed true to God and to doing what was right, I too had nothing to fear. The pastor spoke in a majestic baritone, his broad, dark face smiling down on me from the pulpit. God is with you, he said, in the furnace. Some in the church began to applaud, and I smiled in acknowledgement of his words. But my mind was drifting back to the previous evening, when after dinner I had excused myself from my family, walked upstairs to one of Blair House's many rooms, and received a briefing from the director of the White House military office on the football, The small leather-jacketed suitcase that accompanies the president at all times and contains the codes needed to launch a nuclear strike. One of the military aides responsible for carrying the football explained the protocols as calmly and methodically as someone might describe how to program a DVR. The subtext was obvious. I would soon be vested with the authority to blow up the world. The night before, Michael Chertoff, President Bush's Secretary of Homeland Security, had called to inform us of credible intelligence indicating that 4 Somali nationals were thought to be planning a terrorist attack at the inauguration ceremony. As a result, the already massive security force around the National Mall would be beefed up. The suspects, young men who were believed to be coming over the border from Canada, were still at large. There was no question that we'd go ahead with the next day's events, but to be safe, we ran through various contingencies with Chertoff and his team, then assigned acts to draft evacuation instructions that I'd give the crowd if an attack took place while I was on stage. Reverend Jakes wrapped up his sermon. The choir's final song filled the sanctuary. No one beyond a handful of staffers knew of the terrorist threat. I hadn't even told Michelle, not wanting to add to the day's stress. No one had nuclear war or terrorism on their minds. No one except me. Scanning people in the pews, friends, family members, colleagues, some of whom caught my eye and smiled or waved with excitement, I realized this was now part of my job, maintaining an outward sense of normalcy, upholding for everyone the fiction that we live in a safe and orderly world, even as I stared down the dark hole of chance and prepared as best I could for the possibility that at any given moment on any given day chaos might break through. At 9:55, we arrived at the north portico of the White House, where President and Mrs. Bush greeted us and led us inside, to where the Bidens, Vice President Cheney and his family, and congressional leaders and their spouses had gathered for a brief reception. 15 minutes ahead of schedule, our staffs suggested that we leave early for the Capitol in order to account for what they described as massive crowds. We loaded into the waiting cars in pairs, leaders of the House and Senate first, then Jill Biden and Mrs. Cheney, Michelle, and Mrs. Bush, Joe Biden and Vice President Cheney, with President Bush and me bringing up the rear. It was like the boarding of Noah's Ark. It was my first time in the Beast, the oversized black limousine used to transport the president. Reinforced to survive a bomb blast, the thing weighs several tons, with plush black leather seats and the presidential seal stitched on a leather panel above the phone and the armrest. Once closed, the doors of the Beast seal out all sound, and as our convoy slow rolled down Pennsylvania Avenue, while I made small talk with President Bush, I looked out the bulletproof windows at the throngs of people who were still on their way to the mall or had already taken seats along the parade route. Most appeared to be in a celebratory mood, cheering and waving as the motorcade passed. But turning the corner onto the final leg of the route, we came upon a group of protesters chanting into bullhorns and holding up signs that read "Indict Bush and War Criminal." Whether the president saw them I couldn't say. He was deep into an enthusiastic description of what it was like to clear brush at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, where he'd be heading directly after the ceremony. But I felt quietly angry on his behalf. To protest a man in the final hour of his presidency seemed graceless and unnecessary. More generally, I was troubled by what these last-minute protests said about the divisions that were churning across the country, and the weakening of whatever boundaries of decorum had once regulated politics. There was a trace of self-interest in my feelings, I suppose. In a few hours it would be only me riding in the back seat of the Beast. It wouldn't take long, I figured, before bullhorns and signs were directed my way. This too would be part of the job, finding a way not to take such attacks personally, while avoiding the temptation to shut myself off, as perhaps my predecessor had too often done, from those shouting on the other side of the glass. We had been wise to leave early. The streets were choked with people, and by the time we arrived at the Capitol we were several minutes behind schedule. Together with the Bushes, we made our way to the Speaker's office for more handshakes, photos, and instructions before participants and guests, including the girls and the rest of our families, began lining up for the procession. Michelle and I were shown the Bible we'd borrowed from the Library of Congress for the administering of my oath, a small, thick volume covered in burgundy velvet with gilt edges, the same Bible Lincoln had used for his own swearing-in. Then it was Michelle's turn to go, leaving me, Marvin, and Reggie momentarily alone in a holding room, just like old times. Anything in my teeth? I asked with an exaggerated smile. You're good, Marvin said. It's cold out there, I said. Just like Springfield. A few more people, though, Reggie said. A military aide stuck his head into the room and said it was time. I gave Reggie and Marvin fist bumps and followed the congressional committee down the long hallways, through the Capitol Rotunda and National Statuary Hall, past the rows of well-wishers who lined the walls, a gauntlet of honor guards saluting each step, until I finally arrived at the glass doors leading out onto the inaugural platform. The scene beyond was stunning. The crowd blanketed them all in an unbroken plane, reaching well past the Washington Monument and out to the Lincoln Memorial, with what must have been hundreds of thousands of handheld flags shimmering under the noonday sun like the surface of an ocean current. For a brief moment, before trumpets sounded and I was announced, I closed my eyes and summoned the prayer that had carried me here, one I would continue to repeat every night I was president. A prayer of thanks for all I'd been given. A prayer that my sins be forgiven. A prayer that my family and the American people be kept safe from harm. A prayer for guidance. Ted Sorensen, JFK's friend, confidant, and chief speechwriter, had been an early supporter of mine. By the time we met, he was almost 80 but still sharp, with a bracing wit. He even traveled on my behalf, a persuasive if also slightly high-maintenance campaign surrogate. Once, while our motorcade was barreling down the highway in a driving Iowa rainstorm, he leaned forward and yelled at the agent behind the wheel, "Son, I'm half blind but even I can see you're too damn close to that car." Ted also became a favorite of my young speechwriting team, generously offering advice and occasionally commenting on drafts of their speeches. Since he had co-authored Kennedy's inaugural address "Ask not what your country can do for you," they asked him once what had been the secret to writing one of the 4 or 5 greatest speeches in American history. "Simple," he said. Whenever he and Kennedy sat down to write, they told themselves, "Let's make this good enough to be in a book of the great speeches someday." I don't know if Ted was trying to inspire my team or just mess with their heads. I do know that my own address failed to reach JFK's lofty standards. In the days that followed, it received far less attention than did the estimates of the crowd size, the bitterness of the cold, Aretha Franklin's hat, and the slight glitch that occurred between me and Chief Justice John Roberts during the administering of the oath, causing us to meet in the White House's map room the following day for an official do-over. Some commentators thought the speech had been unnecessarily dark. Others detected inappropriate criticism of the previous administration. Still, once I'd finished delivering it, I felt satisfied that I'd spoken honestly and with conviction. I was also relieved that the note to be used in case of a terrorist incident had stayed in my breast pocket. With the main event behind me, I let myself relax and soak in the spectacle. I was moved by the sight of the Bushes mounting the stairs to their helicopter and turning to wave one final time. I felt pride holding Michelle's hand as we walked a portion of the parade route. I was tickled by the parade participants: Marines, mariachi bands, astronauts, Tuskegee Airmen, and, especially, the high school bands from every state in the Union, including my alma mater Punahou's marching band, Go Buff and Blue. The day contained just one sad note. During the traditional post-inaugural lunch in the Capitol, in between toasts and presentations by our congressional hosts, Teddy Kennedy, who had recently had surgery to remove a cancerous brain tumor, collapsed in a sudden, violent seizure. The room fell silent as emergency medics rushed in. Teddy's wife, Vicky, followed alongside as they wheeled him away, her face stricken with fear, leaving the rest of us to wonder anxiously about his fate, none of us imagining the political consequences that would eventually flow from that moment. Michelle and I attended a total of 10 inaugural balls that evening. Michelle was a chocolate brown vision in her flowing white gown, and at our first stop I took her in my arms and spun her around and whispered silly things in her ear as we danced to a sublime rendition of At Last sung by Beyoncé. At the Commander-in-Chief's ball, we split up to dance with 2 charming and understandably nervous young members of our armed forces. The other 8 balls I'd be hard-pressed to remember. By the time we got back to the White House, it was well past midnight. A party for our family and closest friends was still going strong in the East Room, with the Wynton Marsalis Quintet showing no signs of letting up. 12 hours in high heels had taken a toll on Michelle's feet, and since she had to get up an hour earlier than I did to get her hair done for another church service the next morning, I offered to stay and entertain our guests while she headed to bed. Just a few lights were on by the time I got upstairs. Michelle and the girls were asleep, the sound of night crews clearing dishes and breaking down tables and chairs barely audible from below. I realized I hadn't been alone all day. For a moment I just stood there, looking up and down the enormous central hall, not yet certain of where each of the many doors led, taking in the crystal chandeliers and a baby grand piano, noticing a Monet on one wall, a Cézanne on another, pulling out some of the books on the shelf, examining small busts and artifacts and portraits of people I didn't recognize. My mind went back to the first time I had seen the White House, some 30 years ago, when as a young community organizer I had brought a group of students to Washington to lobby their congressman on a bill to increase student aid. The group of us had stood outside the gate along Pennsylvania Avenue, a few students mugging and taking pictures with disposable cameras. I remember staring up at the windows on the second floor, wondering if at that very moment someone might be looking down at us. I had tried to imagine what they might be thinking. Did they miss the rhythms of ordinary life? Were they lonely? Did they sometimes feel a jolt in their heart and wonder how it was that they had ended up where they were? I'd have my answer soon enough, I thought. Pulling off my tie, I walked slowly down the hall, turning off what lights remained on.